Pleasure to welcome you all to the Africa ESG Forum 2024 here in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to those joining us online. I've been told that over 200 participants have joined online, so thank you so much. We're pleased to have you join our conversations today. Now, the African Development Bank is proud to host this year's forum in partnership with the Multilateral Cooperation Center for Development Finance and the Making a Finance Work for Africa partnership. The theme for this year's forum is Building a Sustainable Finance Ecosystem, a collaborative approach for ESG disclosure. And for the next 2 days, we'll be engaging in insightful sessions where conversations will focus on the state of sustainable finance in Africa. We'll be looking at the latest trends in the global ESG disclosure landscape and the potential impact on African capital markets. We'll also share best practices for capital market regulators, operators, investors, development partners, to mention a few. Now, a key highlight of this year's forum will be the launch of the Stakeholders Outreach for the Africa ESG Information Disclosure Hub project. Now, more than ever, ESG issues are shaping investment decisions broadly, with investors increasingly seeking to allocate capital to companies and initiatives that prioritize sustainable practices. But unfortunately, Africa still lacks a cohesive approach to ESG disclosure and runs the risk of being shut out of global capital markets that are now increasingly prioritizing sustainability. And so this forum will help build consensus and collaboration among stakeholders and to also leverage ESG principles to build sustainable finance ecosystems for Africa. And so once again, I welcome you all. Before I call on my first speaker about security protocol, we have two exits in this hall. One to my left over there, just right in front of you, and there's one also at the back. So there's two of them. And now to kick things off, let's please welcome to the stage the Director, Environmental and Social Safeguards and Compliance Department, Dr. Issa Mamansani, for the welcome address. A round of applause for him, please.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Avant que je ne commence, okay, before I start, I can see my boss, VP, trying to grab his headset. So let me give him 1 second for that. You are suspecting that I'm going to introduce diversity in this international forum. That's why I'm going to speak in French for my welcome remark instead of English, knowing that my successor at this stage will speak in English. So thank you very much for understanding. And we have very good interpreters who will ensure that you hear everything. VP, is it okay? Thanks so much. Je disais donc que, avant que je ne commence, je voudrais très sincèrement remercier toute l'équipe que vous ne voyez pas encore devant vous, mais qui a travaillé sans relâche pour que cet événement, qui est la première en matière d'échange, de réflexion sur la publication des informations ESG en Afrique, la toute première. Donc, je remercie toute l'équipe. Ils ont fait un travail excellent. Nous avons une participation de qualité. Et donc, je voudrais que vous leur fassiez un applaudissement avant que nous ne commencions. Merci beaucoup. And thank you, Esther, for your excellent handling of this starting of the ceremony. Monsieur le vice-président du secteur privé de la banque, en votre qualité de plus haute autorité de la banque dans cette salle, messieurs les invités, mesdames, messieurs les participants, Bonne arrivée à Abidjan, en Côte d'Ivoire, terre des brownies. Nous disons souvent Akwaba. Akwaba à vous tous dans la salle. C'est un grand plaisir pour moi de vous accueillir ici au nom de la Banque africaine. À ce forum, je le dis encore une fois, qui a pour titre, je voudrais traduire en français à mes partenaires fidèles, construire un écosystème financier durable pour l'Afrique, une approche collaborative pour la publication des données ESG. Le thème en lui-même déjà dit tout ce qu'il nous dit ici, à savoir que, comme nous le savons, les aspects environnementaux d'importance d'investissement, de financement et du commerce au niveau mondial. C'est encore plus de capital de ne pas être du reste dans une telle. Les économies sont dynamiques, elles sont croissantes. Soit durable, verte. Ce matin, nous sommes réveillés. Pardon. Parce que c'est normalement. Nous sommes en octobre. Changement climatique. Ce matin, également, pour la conférence sur la biodiversité. Pour tous ceux qui s'occupent de développement de la communauté. Si nos décisions ne sont pas informées, qui guident nos investissements et nos échanges. Chers participants, transparente de données qui de plus en plus constituent les piliers dorsales de ceux qui sont aujourd'hui acteurs du développement, dans le développement des sociétés, et j'en passe. C'est donc à cette œuvre qui est essentielle pour nous tous, pour la banque a décidé d'établir à partir de ce ESG Forum for Africa, qui prendra certainement bien spécifique à cette question au nom de tradition accumulée sur la banque africaine. Certainement, vous avez été ici pour cette institution. Et solliciter que chacun d'entre nous s'investisse, ceci soit un succès, non seulement un succès.
autonomously. Let's put a call on Marina Fulton. She's the coordinator of the Making Finance Work for Africa partnership, another key partner for this event, to share a few words on this year's forum and the partnership. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, panelists, and all participants. I think Mr. Ramon said all, so I won't take long. I just want to thank you all for being here today for this very first Africa ESG Forum organized by
Work for Africa partnership, which I represent. I'm truly happy, and it's really inspiring to see so many of you today. I think we are almost 100 participants representing various companies in the private sector, in the financial sector, in the communication sector, energy sector, but also representatives from MGBs, GFIs, development partners, and so on. And I just want to highlight the fact that your presence here, it reflects the importance and the timeliness of the discussion that we will have here today. And it's a testament to a shared belief that we have that Africa must be at the forefront of ESG development to secure a sustainable future. So I want to salute and thank the African Development Bank Department of Environmental and Social Safeguards and Compliance for initiating this landmark initiative. And I really want to thank them for associating us Making Finance Work for Africa to this. The theme of the forum, building a sustainable finance ecosystem for Africa, a collaborative approach for ESG disclosure, resonates deeply with our mission as a platform for knowledge sharing, advocacy, and cooperation for the development of the Africa financial sector. Within Making Finance Work for Africa, a partnership hosted by the African Development Bank, our mission is to foster a deeper, more efficient and stable Africa financial system that drives inclusive, sustained growth and resilient economy. And in line with this mission, we recognize that it's very important to integrate environmental, social, and governance factors into all of financial transactions so that we will encourage innovations and unlock new investment opportunities. So during the 2 days, we will deepen our understanding of the ESG disclosure landscape in Africa and also globally. And it will be followed with very insightful discussion where you will have the perspective from the financial sector regulators, from investors, for sustainable finance initiative and various actors. Within Making Finance Work for Africa, whenever we organize this gathering, whether virtual or physical, our hope is really that the discussion will not end at the end of the event. So I really hope that the discussion that we will have during these 2 days will not end tomorrow when we will leave this room. And it is our hope that these discussions will inspire individual or collective actions with a long-lasting impact. And later you will be presented the centralized Africa ESG Information Disclosure Hub, which we hope will materialize the consensus that we want to build on ESG disclosure. And this is one of these collaborative projects we want to gather everyone around. I also want to take the opportunity last to thank again the African Development Bank staff and the Making Finance Work for Africa Secretariat for their hard work in making this event come to life. Allow me to extend special thanks to my team, Arnold Kakule, Tony Makings, and Nawel Anabi for the tireless effort during this last week in the preparation of this event. So thank you again. Very welcome, Akwaba, as we said in Abidjan. And I wish you a very insightful and fruitful Africa ESG Forum. And I hope that today we can make this event count and that together we can make ESG factor effectively work for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marina. Very well said there. And if we're actually going to build sustainable finance ecosystems in Africa, it's very important that we walk the talk. Moving on quickly, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. He's Mr. Frederick Wiltman. He's a head of program at the Multilateral Cooperation Center for Development Finance, one of the key partners also of this year's forum. Mr. Wiltman manages a team responsible for the MCDF programming pipeline. He oversees the coordination of the MCDF implementation partners on project and program priorities, and is responsible also for developing the medium to long-term strategy of the financing facility of the MCDF. A round of applause for Mr. Wiltman as he makes his way to the stage.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the MCDF, I'd like to welcome you all to this forum today. I'd like to thank the co-organizers from the African Development Bank and from Make Him Finance Work for Africa initiative for the great organization of the event. You may be familiar with two of the organizers, maybe less so with the MCDF. We are the Multilateral Cooperation Center for Development Finance, hosted by the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in Beijing, China. It works a little bit like the Global Infrastructure Facility hosted by the World Bank. We bring concessional finance to prepare connectivity infrastructure projects and also develop capacity building programs through accredited implementing partners. These include 7 partners we have to date, of which a number in Africa. The African Development Bank was our very early accredited partner. We started cooperating about 3 years ago. We also work with the Africa Finance Corporation, relevant to the continent, also the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank that has clients here, and the Islamic Development Bank. We can support the preparation of sovereign projects, of PPP, transaction advisory, but also of private sector projects. We've engaged with the African Development Bank actively about 2 years ago. We now have a number of capacity building programs on facilitating trade finance in the East Africa community, on portals, connectivity infrastructure development, on environmental and social standards, safeguards. We also support project preparation for transmission lines, for green initiative for climate finance in Morocco, in Egypt also. Under the program led by Director Issa on the environmental and social safeguards, one of the pillars has to do with the establishment of this disclosure hub initiative. And the forum today serves a little bit as a launch for this capacity building program, of which we hope the information disclosure hub is going to be one of the major outputs. So we're very much look forward to the discussions this afternoon with representatives of the existing standard boards in the world. We look forward also to the discussions tomorrow on integrating existing taxonomies for Africa and reflecting on a set of initiatives that could bring taxonomies that are targeted to corporates in Africa, and that could then follow up through the establishment of a working group, as I understand, is going to be one of the key outputs of the discussions tomorrow, a working group that for the future would reflect on how to aggregate the conclusions of the discussions from today and tomorrow. We also hope that this inaugural forum will not be the first, but that there will be a second, and that, as Director Issa highlighted, this will become a repeater event annually on African ESG disclosures. I thank you very much for coming today again. I thank very much the organizers and hosts again, and I look forward to the discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wiltman. Moving on quickly, it's now time for a keynote address by the Vice President, Private Sector, Infrastructure and Industrialization at the African Development Bank, a man who needs very little introduction, Mr. Solomon Quainer. A round of applause for him, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Just in case you didn't have that coffee this morning, I thought I would wake you up a little bit. But good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Multilateral Cooperation Center for Development Finance, otherwise known as MCDF, for co-organizing the first Africa ESG Forum with the African Development Bank Group, as well as making finance work for Africa. The MCDF is a very important partner to the African Development Bank and have co-organized several key knowledge sharing forums with us, including the recent AfDB Transport Forum. I was actually kidding with Frederick earlier that he needs to just set up an office within AfDB here because I see him almost every other week. But once again, thank you very much for the partnership. You've been a proactive partner, and also thank you to Making Finance Work for Africa. And of course, you're essentially part of us because you're here embedded within us. It is a pleasure to be here today to discuss a topic that has become critical to Africa's future. That is the environmental, social, and governance disclosure and its role in attracting finance for sustainable development. Africa is at a crucial point in its development journey. We face immense challenges from climate change and social inequality to economic instability. But alongside these challenges lie opportunities for transformation, innovation, and growth. The importance of sustainable development cannot be overstated. It is no longer an optional add-on. It is a necessity if Africa is to thrive and not just survive in the 21st century. However, achieving sustainable development requires substantial financial investment, which will not come without trust, transparency, and accountability. So this is where ESG disclosure becomes a key factor in unlocking finance. And I want to touch on really 4 different areas around this topic. First is the need for sustainable development in Africa. So Africa's development landscape is complex. Sometimes it appears even contradictory. Our economies are growing, but so are the demands for infrastructure, energy, healthcare, and education. At the same time, we are on the front line of climate change, with millions of livelihoods dependent on natural resources, from agriculture to mining. So the sustainable development challenges in Africa include, amongst others, 1, addressing energy poverty while transitioning to greener energy. That's not always easy to do. Creating jobs for a growing population while protecting biodiversity. Reducing inequality and fostering inclusive growth. To meet these challenges, Africa needs to attract both public and private sector investments. However, investors today are looking beyond traditional financial metrics. They want to know how their investments impact the environment, society, and governance structures. The second area I want to talk about is the role of ESG disclosure in attracting finance. Why does ESG matter to investors? First is risk management. ESG helps investors identify risks related to climate change, regulatory changes, and social issues. For example, droughts and floods can disrupt agricultural supply chains in Africa, while poor governance can lead to corruption or political instability. Companies that manage these risks effectively are more attractive to investors. While when we think of risks, we often think of financial and legal risks for projects, ESG risks and mitigation is also a key risk to address, as the consequences could manifest in greater financial and legal risks in the future if not properly addressed. And, you know, in this regard, I would like to recognize one of my mentors and coaches in the whole ESG space. We had several debates. We agreed sometimes, we disagreed other times. My sister, Miss Senabuba. And one of the things I really learned, you know, from Senabu was to move away from ENS compliance to ENS risk management and then to ENS value addition. We worked with an African champion. I remember this distinctly, and I'm not going to mention which African champion, but we worked with an African champion whose baseline on ENS was very low. But what we said is that if we are able to actually get this African champion to adopt ESG from a value addition perspective, then we had the chance to move the market in Africa, because that African champion would set the standards. So, Senabu, thank you for the mentorship. Please stand up and be recognized. Now I have a new mentor called Mamansani Isa, who has taken over and continues to coach me. But as usual, you know, Senabu, I ask questions, I challenge, I debate. And so Mamansani is now experiencing that from me. But the second reason why ESG matters to investors is long-term value creation. Companies with strong ESG practices are more likely to build sustainable, resilient businesses. Investors are more confident in companies that plan for the future, use resources responsibly, and are committed to social equity. Third, reputational benefits. Companies and governments that prioritize ESG are viewed more favorably, enhancing their global reputation. This can also lead to easier access to international capital markets and large pools of impact-driven capital. And in some cases, it leads to more affordable financing and also financing with longer tenors. Last is the alignment with global standards. And once again, I'm just talking about why ESG matters to investors. As global standards for sustainability reporting, such as the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, become the norm, African countries and companies that adopt robust ESG disclosure practices will be more attractive to international investors. The third area I want to touch on is the state of ESG disclosure in Africa. So while ESG disclosure is gaining momentum globally, Africa is still lagging behind in terms of both policy and practice. Several key challenges remain. For example, regulatory frameworks. Many African countries lack comprehensive regulatory frameworks mandating ESG reporting. In some regions, business and financial institutions are not required to disclose ESG data, leading to inconsistencies and gaps in transparency. Second is capacity building. Many African companies, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, do not have the resources or expertise to implement and report on ESG practices. This results in a lack of comparable and reliable data for investors. And Senabu, I'm really glad to hear that you're working on really a model that would apply to SMEs in terms of ESG, using technology, and actually having it, you know, more practical, more affordable, and the ability actually to deepen the adoption. So the third is the data availability and quality. ESG data in Africa is often fragmented or unavailable. This limits investors' ability to assess risks and opportunities accurately. The fourth area I want to talk about is the path forward, what needs to be done. For Africa to attract the capital it needs for sustainable development, several actions are critical. One, to strengthen ESG regulations. Governments across Africa must work to establish and enforce strong ESG reporting standards. Regulatory bodies and stock exchanges should encourage or mandate ESG disclosures for listed companies. Capacity building for companies should also be done. African businesses need support to improve their ESG practices. This includes training, access to technology, and resources for collecting and reporting ESG data. Third, collaboration with international partners, like our partnership with MCDF. Partnerships with global organizations, development finance institutions, and impact investors will be essential in building Africa's ESG capacity and improving disclosure practices. Fourth, promote green finance instruments. For example, green bonds, sustainability-linked loans, and other financial instruments tied to ESG performance should be promoted across Africa. These tools provide a direct link between ESG outcomes and financial returns, making them attractive to both investors and companies. For example, we at the African Development Bank have pioneered what we call green shares. This is equity, the investment we've made in the Trade and Development Bank, which is an African development finance institution, with the idea that the amount of equity we invest and also additionally mobilize under the green shares instrument will be leveraged 4 to 5 times into sustainability, green, and ESG, resilient or compliant investments. We are looking to replicate this also with the Africa Finance Corporation, and Frederick, you mentioned that you also work with them. So this is an example of the innovations that are coming out, as a result. Fifth, increase transparency and accessibility to data. The proposed ESG hub, which is supposed to come out of tomorrow's discussions, which you'll be discussing tomorrow, will help to promote the business case for ESG disclosure, assist SMEs with providing the required information, and bring all available ESG data from across Africa into a single point of access for investors and other stakeholders. This is a commendable initiative, and Maman Sani and colleagues who will be working on that, I wish you, the best in its implementation. So in conclusion, ESG disclosure is not just a box-ticking exercise. It is a critical tool for Africa to attract the investment needed to achieve sustainable development. By embedding transparency and accountability into how we manage our natural resources, treat our people, and govern our institutions, we will build stronger and more resilient economies. At the African Development Bank Group, we are committed to supporting Africa's journey towards sustainable growth. For example, we've established the African Financial Alliance on Climate Change, or AFAC, that aims to put the financial sector at the center of climate action in Africa. This Pan-African Alliance brings together Africa's key financial institutions, including central banks, insurance companies, sovereign wealth and pension funds, stock exchanges, as well as commercial and development banks to mobilize private capital flows towards continent-wide low carbon and climate resilient and ESG resilient development. Another example of what we're doing at the African Development Bank is we have signed a partnership agreement with the International Sustainability Standards Board to partner to further the global baseline of sustainability disclosures to meet the needs of African capital markets, which will enhance transparency, accountability, efficiency, and comparability, with the ultimate objective of attracting greater impact investments into Africa. So this partnership with the ISSB prioritizes engagement with African financial institutions as well, financial market regulators as well, and policymakers to provide capacity building and technical assistance to develop knowledge and capacity for effective sustainability disclosure in line with the ISSB provisions to support investors' decision-making. So lastly, by working together, governments, businesses, investors, and development partners, we can unlock the potential of ESG to create a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable Africa for future generations. I thank you, and I wish you great deliberations over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP Quena. If you could just let us indulge us for a bit. Can I please call on Mr. Wiltman, Dr. Maman Sani for a family photo before we let VP Quena go. Marina and Mr. Ucheduru. Zainabu also. This is a great partnership, and we need to document this in a photograph. If we can have the ladies in the middle. Thank you very much. Wait, watch your step, please. Great keynote address from VP Quena. So bottom line, ESG now matters to investors, and they're more interested now to work with companies that are willing to invest in the future. So Africa is a challenge, but also an opportunity for Africa to step up and also be part of more collaborations with international global capital markets. Now, moving on quickly, it's now time for the presentation of the Africa ESG Information Disclosure Hub project. Please welcome Mr. Ucheduru. He's a project manager at the AfDB. He'll give us an overview of the project goals, objectives, and expected outcomes. Uche, please. A round of applause for him.
Okay, thank you everyone, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for making our time to join us today from your respective locations. I think before I start, I also want to thank Making Finance Work for Africa, and also extend a special and also to thank Mr. James Halls, who's been working with us on this project for the past 3 years. James, please, could rise up. He works for Hindsight Consulting from the UK. I've been working with him on this project. So essentially, ladies and gentlemen, this morning or this presentation, I'm going to try to introduce an initiative which we believe could fundamentally change the landscape of sustainable development in Africa. Our discussion today is titled Improving Enabling Environment for ESG Performance in Africa. At the heart of this initiative is the issue of is the role of ESG in terms of unlocking sustainable finance opportunities and also supporting Africa's long-term development. I believe the speakers before me have already emphasized the importance of ESG data in this respect. So to introduce the first issue is to talk a little bit about the project, about the problem. So what's exactly the problem? ESG data, as has been mentioned earlier, is becoming fundamental. Is becoming fundamental as a fundamental market driver in terms of driving sustainable development globally, and also the same thing in Africa. However, in the continent, there is the scarcity of that data. When investors want to make decisions in the continent, there is an issue of the scarcity of ESG data. At the same time, global investment or ESG mandated global investment is also growing and projected to grow up to 100 million by, say, 2025. However, Africa attracts a very small amount or minuscule amount of this sustainable finance. In fact, making the presentation, I was trying to find out how much of ESG mandated assets are actually in Africa. I couldn't get that information, which points to the problem of data in this arena. So what does that mean for us? It means that if Africa can put our act together, if we can improve our ESG infrastructure and also align with global standards, that we can be better positioned to attract the sustainable finance. And that means that we need greater collaboration between our different sectors, including the government, private sector, financial institutions, and regulators. We must work together to create a robust framework for ESG in the continent. And in this context, our main message is this, that for Africa to secure its sustainability journey, improving its ESG information disclosure is simply critical. There is no two ways about it. Like Dr. Issa mentioned at the beginning, investment thrive on trust and transparency. So that the aspect of ESG disclosure is a pivotal ingredient in driving sustainable finance in the continent. Some of the current challenges have already been explored by previous speakers, but then we see aspects of the need to increase awareness on ESG disclosure. A lot of companies in the continent are probably, it wouldn't be a guess to say probably less than 40% of companies, both the larger companies and the small and medium scale enterprises, are aware of this movement on ESG disclosure. So there's that lack of awareness. We also need to build the infrastructure for data collection. The majority of countries in the continent don't have the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure to actually be able to collect, analyze, and report on ESG data. And of course, the aspects of the need to strengthen institutional capacity in terms of integrating ESG disclosure in commitment. We also see challenges in terms of policy engagement to actually sustain policy discussion around the ESG disclosure. And of course, its enforcement, even when these policies are in existence, the bigger problem becomes how do governments go about enforcing ESG requirements. And overall, there's that need to improve transparency on environmental and social actions of actors in development in the continent. So with the backdrop of these challenges, we came up with the idea of the Africa ESG Information Disclosure Hub. The hub is aimed to be a centralized portal that serves or supposed to serve as a one-stop shop and community for the different players, including corporates, including regulators, including investors, NGOs, CSOs, small and medium scale enterprises. So the portal is supposed to provide that one single point of entry in terms of providing ESG data to people, to investors who might be interested to assess the ESG performance of companies within the continent. The overall aim of the hub, of course, is to improve the ESG transparency and attract sustainable capital to the continent. In terms of our thoughts, the ESG hub has about 3 key components. The first component is to provide a simplified disclosure guide for companies. Of course, you all know that maybe in Africa, we probably have a majority of our businesses here are small and medium scale enterprises, which has the VP mentioned, have that lack of capacity to actually understand what disclosure entails. And with the new developments in standards, there's that need to bring it, so to say, closer to these businesses. So the aim, first of all, is to provide a simplified disclosure guide that can lower the entry hurdle in the disclosure journey for companies. We're also going to provide an ESG information survey system that is based on materiality or material relevance to investors. So our idea is to talk to investors and understand what are they actually looking for when they are making decisions. What do these companies have to show you to be able to attract your support? So this system would enable companies to use the platform to provide the kind of data that investors are looking for, and also, of course, allow investors to filter the information and be more targeted in their intervention. Of course, it will be an online ESG portal that showcases disclosed data. But more importantly, the hub is also meant to grow and build a community of practitioners, a community around the whole idea of ESG data disclosure and ESG mandated finance. Because with that kind of a community, there's a lot of collaboration and other impacts that we're going to look forward. We're going to see as I go forward in terms of helping the continent to attract more capital. So those are the three main components: a simplified disclosure guide, an ESG information survey system, and the disclosure of a portal to showcase the disclosure data. But more importantly, engaging with different stakeholders and building a community around this subject. In terms of a disclosure mechanism, the question arises is how are we intending to get this data? First of all, we would have access and collect information based on regulated disclosure. Of course, there's I think probably about 9 out of 554 countries in the continent already have certain level of regulation on ESG disclosure. So in those climes, we would have access to the regulated disclosure that is made by companies. We'd also explore to get disclosure from companies who receive funding from financing institutions, not instructions, and investors. So that, for example, in AfDB, might consider in the future to mandate or make it mandatory for our clients to use this hub in terms of disclosing their information. And we hope that also other MFIs or MDBs would join in this respect to fuel the idea of data disclosure on ESG. Of course, also we'll also support companies who are disclosing voluntarily. That is also growing about globally, about 12% globally, that companies are beginning to take the initiative to disclose voluntarily. So these are the disclosure mechanisms we are going to explore. But I think primarily our idea currently is to push more on the idea of a voluntary disclosure, that they see it as a value addition, like the VP said, in their business, and not just a compliance or a regulatory induced action, but something that they understand that this is what my company needs to do and that we're doing it voluntarily. In terms of the expected impacts and outcomes, the general overview is that we expect to have have improved ESG data availability, which would unlock sustainable finance. We hope to strengthen cooperation for sustainable finance and also invariably increase social, environmental and social responsibility. So essentially, if you would play it in your head, if we enable companies to disclose, of course, there will be some certain level of peer pressure that company A is disclosing. We also, as in company B, want to do the same. And by disclosing, what is accounted for can be improved. So by disclosing over time, these companies would also feed into improving their environmental and social sustainability performance. So it's not just a matter of disclosure for the sake of disclosure, but disclosure with the intent of being able to improve on the actual actions that impact on your performance, and also be able to strengthen that cooperation with the different actors in the field. In terms of impact, the very first impact is, as I mentioned, is that improved information disclosure, which can enable better partnerships between corporates, the financial sector, and other stakeholders. A centralized portal like what we are trying to do will be able to provide the feature for analytical insight on business impact and invariably fuel into positive social and environmental outcomes for the continent. Tied into that is that with the availability of data, you would have more enhanced stakeholders engagement. Stakeholders can actually have material to talk about. So when you have a company that is operating in the continent, it is hard to actually engage them on their practices or the outcomes of their business if this information is not available. So, but with the resource that we provided within this hub, there will be content in terms of how companies are engaging CSOs, are engaging other stakeholders, as well as investors. Sorry. The third impact will be also an increase in compliance with standards. with the kind of guidelines that we provide, with the kind of community we intend to build within this hub, companies would have more access to capacity building in terms of how they can comply with the emerging standards. Of course, we in developing the hub would align with international regulations. We would also help these corporates to meet both the national and international guidelines. And overall, the whole idea is that all this would fuel into the sustainable development and also the conservation of natural resources. As companies disclose, as they would tend to perform better, and as they perform better, that means that translates to better conservation of natural resources in the continent. So, in conclusion, we believe that Africa's path to sustainable development relies heavily on the adoption of robust ESG frameworks. Without proper ESG data collection and transparency, Africa risks missing out on substantial opportunities in sustainable finance and long-term development. The ESG hub is our first answer, not the only solution to the situation we are in, but is our first answer to this, and it will increase transparency across industries and countries. It also improves ESG practices by making disclosure a fundamental part of business. We hope that it will unlock sustainable financing and drive development while preserving Africa's natural and social capital. So our call today is for stakeholders, that's all of us who are here, to come together and support this initiative. The future of Africa's growth is tied to our collective ability to create a sustainable and resilient economic environment. The time for us to act is now. I want to thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to your questions and feedback. And hopefully we can collaborate together to delve more into this critical transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uche. Uche, if I could just crave your indulgence for a bit. To make this more engaging, I wondered if anyone had a question for Uche that you'd like to ask right now. Question, comments? After this, we'll take a 15-minute coffee break.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. I'm Marina from Africa 50. I've been working in ESG for the last 15 years. I just wondered why we feel that it's necessary to create an Africa-specific ESG disclosure program when we are already drowning in an alphabet soup of other disclosure standards, global frameworks, reporting programs. I'd be really interested to know why you feel we need something bespoke to Africa.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Let's take that first, and then if we have another question, we'll continue. Okay,
thank you very much. Well, interestingly, we started, like I mentioned before, we started this idea about 3 years ago or 4, if I remember. That was a bit early by the time we were thinking about it, but interestingly or surprisingly, other geopolitical zones have also started thinking about the same idea. So in Europe, for example, there's actually what they call the single entry point that's been developed for European companies to enhance disclosure. It doesn't necessarily mirror what we are trying to do, but the whole idea is to have a centralized portal for information. That's one. In Asia as well, Asia is also starting something similar. That these are recent developments that we came to find out sometime this year. But by the time we had this idea of having a centralized hub for Africa, that idea was not out there yet. So, but apart from that, apart from the fact that other zones are doing this, Africa has its own contextual specificities that makes it necessary for us to have a hub that is dedicated to Africa. Like I mentioned, in the continent, we have a majority of our businesses being small and medium scale enterprises. So these kind of businesses with the low capacity that they have need to have that more targeted support that they need to be able to be disclosing, if at all they will be able to have access to the global capital market that is ESG mandated. So in that respect, that's an important issue for us. And then also talking about ESG in general, Africa has its own contextual challenges that are different from other geopolitical zones. For example, the aspect of climate change. Yes, we all have to work together on climate mitigation. However, in Africa, our primary problem is really climate adaptation, being able to have businesses that can thrive in the context of climate change. So these are aspects where our support will be defined by what is necessary for the African continent. So I think those 2 points actually present a strong case to have an Africa-specific hub. I think we talk a lot about capital flow, capital, but then another important aspect of this ESG disclosure and data is the aspect of international trade. With the changing standards, it will not be news as such or new news as such if in the future Africa's ability to engage in international trade will be determined by ESG. So there's of course this kind of makes it a strong case that we have to have concerted effort focus on the continent to bring it on board as quickly as possible. I think that will be my answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Uche.
Yeah.
Any other question, comment? Okay, VP Quena.
No, I was just having a sidebar discussion with Maman Sani, but he put me on the spot and said I should share this with everybody else. No, I do agree with Uche. The African context or baseline is a lot lower. Yeah, you know, first of all, we're doing all of this for the sake of our planet, but an intermediate incentive is access to sustainable finance, more affordable, better tenors, etc. If we continue to measure ourselves relative to the global taxonomy, most of our companies will be underperforming, or most of our countries will be underperforming always. And hence, they won't get any form of benefit in terms of, you know, this intermediate incentive of better impact financing. So we have to really keep it in the context of the, you know, the African context at this point in time, because we want to find a way to reward the African companies as they make progress, because that would engender, you know, greater commitment and more progress. You know, it has to be gradual. If you set the bar too high, we would always be underperforming and we won't get those benefits and we won't adopt. So that's what I just wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP Quena. I understand that we have 2 questions from 2 participants online. Is there a way we can get those questions? Or while we try to sort that out, you can take your question, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olumide Lala is my name, Climate Transition Limited. I actually beg to differ with regards to setting a low bar. I think the question is about context. Our challenges are totally different from European challenges. So it's imperative that we set in context the standards at which we are actually trying to adhere to and making obligatory for African companies. First things first, we talk about attracting new money or the level of monies we've been attracted. There's actually a lot of money that goes into ESG in Africa today that is not being accounted for. And that's because the metrics by which we're being measured from an European standard doesn't allow us to capture that data. So for me, it's about even focusing on utilizing the funds that we have in continent properly and more effectively, rather than working towards getting more. When you do that and you show the improvements that you're making based on your own contextual problems, so we talk about adaptation and resilience more concerning us rather than the picture of mitigation, then you build a proper base for attracting investments that will partner with monies in the continent rather than seeking new funding, which is based on the priorities of European entities. So there is certainly a need for us, in the same way that we work together to develop the European taxonomy, there's certainly a need for an African taxonomy to be developed. And I think I must commend you for this initiative. And I think the AfDB is already taking that step in East Africa, I believe. And we just need to work to creating, if not an African contextual taxonomy, but more a regional one, which applies in context to each of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we quickly take one more in the room if we can? Question, comment? Oh, right, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Oladele Shekete. My question is more of a comment, and what I'm thinking about is not working in silo and trying to see how do we integrate what we're developing for the African market with the context of what's within the European market. We all know funding is not just from Africa. We have lots of inflows from Europe, from other continents as well. So if we're looking at setting this baseline, as the VP mentioned, which I think it's quite important, looking at the maturity of our companies in Africa is quite different from the maturity of companies in Europe. But how do we align this with the regulations and the framework of the international market with what we are doing? So it is not just for us setting it aside. For example, we have the PE industry that have lots of DFIs invest in these PEs. Now, we now have to look at different frameworks that the investing company has to align with, which is a lot of work for the ESG specialist in this PE sector. But how do we make sure this is aligned with all the other frameworks, that if we're looking at just this orb, it answers all the questions and it is acceptable to other European markets and all the other markets as well. So it's not just for AfDB, which is particular to Africa. So probably if that context can be put into it, I think it will make it easier for every one of us working within the PE sector, the banking sector, to just focus on this and sure it answers all the questions. So it's just one one shop for us to get everything done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that is the whole idea. The whole idea is to reduce the fragmentation, what I would say, the fragmentation that we may have. So even in terms of the countries where there may be regulations around disclosure, if you actually take time to compare them, you see that they are different. So we believe that we could, the game can be more profitable to us if we come together and have a common front that is aligned with international standard, but also advised by our own African context, which is undebatable, so to say. So thank you very much. That's the whole idea. The whole idea is to build a consensus, and that's why we have brought all of you together to have that consensus and build a broader base coalition behind the idea of the hub. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just want to quickly take a question from one of our online participants. So this is from Chigozie to you, Uche. This is from Chigozie Ejimogo. He says, please clarify if the reporting process will be consistent with the already existing reporting guidelines, that's the ISSB, etc., or is it going to be entirely new reporting guideline or protocol? Are there going to be consistent metrics across all pillars, across a board, or how do you intend to harmonize metrics across different sectors and companies?
Thank you very much. That's a very brilliant question. We are not planning to create any new standards. That's not the aim of this project. What we are trying to do is to bring the standards home, to bring them closer to potential users the businesses in the continent. So you have the ISSB standard, but a small and medium scale enterprise in the continent may not necessarily be able to meet all that on one go, in one swoop. So the idea is to get them on board, but in a bit more of a phased or an incremental process. But we are not in any way trying to create new standards or new new standards as such. The idea is to bring those standards closer to the African users.
Right, thank you. I hope that answers your question. Final question from our online participant. This is from Monday. He's asking, when is the ESG Hub coming online? When is the launch day?
Okay, thank you. That's a very smart person to be able to make a differentiation. So yeah, what we're having here right now is the launching of the stakeholders outreach to begin that engagement towards the development of that hub. We estimate that the hub itself might take us up to at least 2 years to get out and be piloted. But at the moment, what we are doing right now is to, so to say, water the idea and get investors within the continent, investor communities, industry associations in the continent around it. But our projection is a development period of up to 2 to 3 years to get it running and useful to users. Thank you.
I believe there's a final question from the room.
Thank you very much. It's not a question, but rather a comment. My name is Musa Salah, and I work for African Finance Corporation. In line with the intervention that have been made, the understanding is that one, the ESG hub that is being created, disclosure hub that is being created or that is being launched today, it is not an AfDB disclosure hub, but an Africa disclosure hub. And this is nothing new when it comes to standardization. I was part of the team that developed the Equator Principle 3 and 4, and in it, we have clearly stated that there's a need to have a designated and not designated approach to application of Equator Principle. In a sense, what we're trying to do today is to establish the framework for ensuring that we will not apply homogeneous standard to an heterogeneous issues. African context and contextual approach is required, and that is the essence of what I believe is being discussed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So exactly, it's not essentially an AfDB hub. It's a product AfDB is offering to the continent in line with its mandate of improving investment, the investment scenario in the continent. It is meant to be a public good at the end of the day. So that's the whole idea behind it. We are trying to push it in partnership. And I think maybe I didn't emphasize that enough in the presentation. We're meant to develop the hub through a collaborative approach. It's supposed to be something that would come to bet, not just as AfDB, but something that AfDB is going to achieve with the support of other players in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
All
Uche.
right.
We'll leave. Let's release Uche. Thank you so much for taking those questions and the presentation. Round of applause. I know we said we were going to take a 15-minute coffee break, but we want to quickly just squeeze in one presentation from our first session. We're going to quickly go straight into our first session, which is a focus on the ESG Disclosure Global Landscape in Africa. We'll take the first presentation from the Global Reporting Initiative. That's the GRI. May I introduce Mr. Douglas Kativu, Director at the GRI. Douglas heads the GRI Regional Hub, driving responsible business practices and accountability for competitive markets and socio-economic impacts. He's also implemented sustainability and accountability initiatives in many countries in Africa. A round of applause for Douglas, please.
Thank you, and good morning. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity extended to us to come and share on the GRI standards. I've already been introduced. Am I controlling from here or? Hello, someone with IT? Oh, okay. All right, I think the title is already in your programs. I don't think it's working from here, so if you can control from wherever you are. All right, I'm with the Global Reporting Initiative, and as an organization, we have been helping businesses to report on their sustainability impact for the past 25 years. And by so doing, we're enabling transparency and dialogue between companies and their stakeholders, as well as facilitating the management of sustainability impact, as well as their integration into strategy and informed decision making. Where we are, our head office is based in Amsterdam and Brussels. Our CEO sits in Brussels, but the main office is in Amsterdam. And then we have a few regional offices around the world that we call regional hubs. And I'm with the regional hub for Africa, based out of Johannesburg, but covering a few countries within sub-Saharan Africa. And then we also have similar hubs in the other regions as well. And then the GRI standards. The GRI standards are developed in a multi-stakeholder process that is overseen by our Global Sustainability Standards Board. And we draw upon the experience and expertise of a diverse spectrum of practitioners and experts from around the world in the development of the standards through various committees that we set up to develop the standards. And I'm happy we have a few who are working, or one or two who are working with the GSSB. I've seen Caroline. Yesterday I met Caroline, I think she's there, who sits on our due process oversight committee. And Olumide, who is also working on one of the sector standards. I don't know if there's anyone else that I haven't met. And then the standards are structured in a modular system, which consists of 3 interlinked standards. We have the universal standards that are applicable to all organizations that are reporting with the GRI or in accordance with the GRI standards. And then we have what we call the sector standards, and then we have the topic standards. Sector standards are pretty much aimed at ensuring the quality and consistency of reporting within companies that are falling within a particular sector. And then the topic standards, organizations have to report based on what they would have determined to be material. There's no expectation to report on all the 31 topic standards. And then we have a few concepts that are foundational to reporting using the GRI standards. And this is where we also have a bit of differences or departure with some of the standard setters. In the GRI standards, impact refers to the impact of an organization on the outside world, that is on society, as well as the impact of the organization on the environment, including impacts on human rights. That's how we define impact in the GRI standard. And then on materiality, we look at the significance of that impact in terms of severity and other considerations as well. And then we have a set of 8 principles that define the quality of reporting. They're aimed at defining the quality of reporting. And then if applied very well, they're also meant to eliminate the so-called greenwashing. But greenwashing is pretty much outside the control of the standards. To me, greenwashing is a conscious decision taken by reporters to either overstate their impact or to understate their impact. But the standards, if you apply the principles, you would be able to ensure the integrity and quality of the data that is being reported. Coming to the question that was asked, Uche, if you look at those topics that constitute the GRI topic standards, I don't know if anyone can point out a topic that is not relevant to Africa. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can tell me which of these topics are not relevant to the development imperatives for Africa. I think you'll struggle to come up with one, right? I think all the topics that are covered in the standards are pretty much relevant to our development objectives as a continent, and they are also relevant to the development imperatives of other regions as well. So for the GRI standards, we're not really region specific. The standards are developed for use by companies of any size, in any locality, in any geography, and in any sector. And if I look at those, if you look at covering from governance, looking at economic inclusion, economic contribution, then we also have standards that are looking at tax transparency. And you know, illicit outflows is one of the major development challenges that the continent is facing. And we came up with that standard, GRI 207, which was very positively received by investors. And it is pretty much encouraging companies for country by country reporting on tax, and not just to report where you have the major liability when it comes to tax issues. So even if you are in the broader picture of your organization, your contribution to country X in terms of tax is 0.05%. What we are encouraging is for you to also be accountable for that 0.05% in that particular jurisdiction where your company is operating. Then another set of standards that focus more on environmental issues, including climate change. And then another set of standards that are looking at employee development, and then quite a number of standards that focus on human rights within the workplace, as well as human rights in communities where the organization would be operating. Then we also have sector standards, as I mentioned. They're pretty much aimed at enhancing consistency and quality and comparability of reporting by companies within a particular sector. And the sector standards identify what we call likely material topics that companies operating in that particular sector should look at when determining what topics they have to account and report on. So we have 4 sector standards that we've published to date, and then 2 are currently, rather 4. One of it, the financial services sector standard, is bringing together what I can say 3 sectors. One banking, the other is on insurance, as well as capital markets. And that's the working group that I think Olomide, I know he asked a question earlier on, but I don't know where he's sitting. It's just by the entrance there in that conversation with Arnold. So he's one of the people who's working on the financial services sector standard. And then the other sector standard we are working on right now is on textiles. I won't go in detail on this, but this was our first sector standard that is looking at oil and gas, and focusing on 22 topics that were agreed upon as being likely material for organizations that are operating in the oil and gas sector. And then based on expectations for responsible business conduct, and also aligned to the Paris Agreement, the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, the voluntary principles on security and human rights. And it also includes disclosures that are related to current operations, the low carbon energy transition, as well as the potential for a just transition for workers and communities. And then developed at the same time as the oil and gas was the sector standard on core that is aimed at helping businesses understand and mitigate the sustainability impacts while securing a just transition for all. It's drawing on reporting policies, commitments, and actions aimed at mitigating impacts of the low carbon transition, as well as mine closures on local communities and workers. And it's pretty much aligned to the expectations of the provisions that are outlined in the global industry standard for tailings management, as well as the extractive industries transparency initiatives on topics such as corruption, topics such as transparent over payments, over tax payments, as well as other payments to government, as well as beneficial ownership for some of the communities and other local stakeholders working where the company or project is set up. Then we also have to complete the sector standards on mining, on extractives. We also have the mining sector standard, which is designed to be a single standard for reporting on impacts of mining across commodities and geographies, and focuses more on site level reporting, not just looking 17 of the 25 topics that are identified under the sector. They focus more on reporting at the site level for the mining organizations. And it's aimed at harmonizing all the expectations for responsible mining, building upon existing norms and guidance. It's pretty much grounded on existing authoritative instruments, sector initiatives, governmental instruments, and so forth. As can be seen in that slide, all those initiatives are the ones that were used to develop the mining sector standard. So you have authoritative instruments, ILO instruments. You also have the ICGN instruments. They also have the OECD guidelines. We also have the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights that have been incorporated into the mining sector standard. And then on the performance standards side, there's quite a number of standards that have also been included there. The global industry standards on mining, on tailings management, the IOC performance standards. You also have the ICMM, responsible mining principles, and then on the reporting standards, reference or interoperability has also been aligned in terms of the EITI standard for 2023, the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, and then the IFRS Foundation, and SASB, which is now, I think, also coalesced under the ISSB as well. 25 topics, and as we have already identified, all those topics are very relevant to the development objectives on the continent. And the standard itself is applicable to all organizations that are involved in the exploration and extraction of minerals, including quarrying, as well as the primary processing of minerals, as well as organizations that are involved in supplying specialized goods and services to mining companies. Then the other sector standard, which is pretty much relevant to the continent in terms of food security, in terms of employment generation, and then in terms of livelihood protection, the sector standard on agriculture, aquaculture, and fishing. And then in that sector standard, we have developed or identified about 26 topics that organizations undertaking crop production, organizations undertaking animal production, as well as organizations that are involved in fishing and aquaculture should look at in terms of determining material topics. And then in terms of what has been the impact, I'll quickly rush through this. We have about 100 countries that reference or require the GRI standards for reporting, 289 policies to be specific. But what I can say, and then also as a way of welcoming the project UCHE, is that, as you can see from the map, there are many countries where we don't have information in terms of the policies. And coincidentally, most of those are from French-speaking Africa, right? Maybe it's also a language barrier, but I think through the ESG hub, we'll be able to then also populate what is happening in those countries. I believe there is a lot that is happening in those countries. It's only that due to language challenges, that information might not be coming our way or to the researchers. Specific to Africa, we have also been working with a number of stock exchanges, helping them to integrate sustainability and disclosure within their capital markets, drawing upon lessons from some of the early trendsetters like the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the Egyptian Stock Exchange, as well as the Stock Exchange of Mauritius. We worked with the Nigerian exchange group to develop their ESG disclosure guidance, which was launched in 2019. And then we worked closely with the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, and through the advocates work, there's the statutory instrument 134 of 2019 that require the listed companies to report on sustainability performance. And then through a technical cooperation agreement with the African Securities Exchange Association, we have supported the Nairobi Securities Exchange, the Eswatini Securities Exchange, as well as the Ghana Stock Exchange to develop ESG guidance. And recently in August, we published, or rather we launched the Sustainability Disclosure Guidance for the Botswana Stock Exchange. And that could be also a starting point for the ESG Disclosure Hub, because in that, I don't know what happened, but I'm still on and this one's still on. In that guidance, we pretty much leveraged the recent developments in the sustainability reporting landscape. So within the Botswana guidance, you have the GRI standards, we have the IFRS S1, S2 referenced in there. Then we also have the TCFD, the TNFD, then the Johannesburg Sustainability Disclosure Standards, as well as the Johannesburg Climate Change Disclosure Standards, because quite a number of the companies in Botswana are subsidiaries of South African companies, or both companies are also listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. And then in August as well, we had the guidance that we worked with for the Rwanda Stock Exchange also approved. And we are on the early stages of working with the Uganda's Securities Exchange to also extend similar support. In Tanzania, we're working with what is called the CEO Roundtable, under which the stock exchange in that country is also a member of the CEO Roundtable. And we're currently developing modules on the sustainability, disclosure, and climate change under a 2-year project that is supported by the IUCN. Then we believe the GRI standards also provide benchmarks for companies to account for their contribution towards the global sustainability agenda. If you look at the SDGs, a lot of our work by our policy team is focused more on supporting the private sector contribution and reporting on SDGs. We have developed a number of tools in collaboration with the UN Global Compact, and then data was also identified as a key component that is required to accelerate the implementation of SDGs in Africa. This was one of the key outcomes of the recent Africa Roundtable Forum on Sustainable Development. And then if you look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals report, a number of the goals are pretty much off track, right? And we believe by helping companies, we can also accelerate the contribution of companies in Africa and across the world to contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And then on climate change, as most of you might know, there's the enhanced transparency framework to report to track and report on NDCs, and this is kicking in or has kicked in because countries are supposed to report on their progress beginning in 2024. So we believe our standards also provides the foundation for collecting the data that is needed to meet those reporting obligations under the enhanced transparency framework of the Paris Agreement. Then recently you have the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and specifically Target 15 requires large and transnational companies and financial institutions to monitor, assess, and transparently disclose their risks, dependencies, and impacts on biodiversity through their operations, supply chain, and value chain. And beginning this year, we launched the revised GRI 101 on biodiversity, which can help companies to also meet those expectations to report under the Global Biodiversity Framework. Those are some of the tools that we have developed to help companies when it comes to SDGs, the analysis of goals, and then the integration of SDGs into corporate reporting, as well as another tool that is aimed at addressing investor needs in business reporting on SDGs. And then we're monitoring a number, or rather mapping a number of disclosures and indicators by different frameworks. You can see from the list there, we are just one of many providers of disclosures that we are also mapping progress on SDGs and reporting on SDGs. And our recent analysis of goals and targets has revealed that SDG 12, there are many disclosures that are focusing or requiring disclosure on SDG 12, 986, 966 disclosures, and then SDG 17 on partnerships. That's where you have the least number of disclosures, and probably explains why the SDGs are severely off track, because that is supposed to be the mechanism to help the implementation of SDGs, but no one is really being asked to account or to disclose how they are forming or merging and how successful those partnerships are. So we believe that monitoring this information can also help in terms of identifying gaps where SDG implementation is really not going according to what we would all want to see, and because accountability mechanisms over those SDGs are less effective than reporting on some of the SDGs. So I think probably that's another area that we can also work closely with the Africa ESG hub that is being established today in terms of SDGs and the Sustainable Development Agenda for the continent. And like I mentioned, that was one of the key outcomes of the RFSD 2024 that was held in Ethiopia, looking at the progress on SDG implementation in Africa. And then the biodiversity framework, I think the standard that we recently launched draws upon quite a number of existing authoritative and initiatives that are within the biodiversity space, the Convention on Biological Diversity itself, as well as the accountability framework initiatives, and quite a number of other initiatives on biodiversity that have been incorporated in that standard. And then that will show you what we are expecting companies to do in terms of accounting on biodiversity, as well as their contribution to the biodiversity framework, a number of disclosures that are looking at impacts with a focus on site-specific locations, as well as management disclosures that are looking at what are the policies that the companies are putting in place and the actions that are being taken to also account for the goals under the Biodiversity Convention. And then on climate change, we are reviewing some of our climate-related and energy standards, GRI 102 on energy, the standards on emission, and GRI 201, specifically the second disclosure that looks at financial implications and other risks and opportunities related to climate change impacts. Double materiality, I think Mari will also cover on that. We are pretty much on the side of impact materiality, as I have presented throughout, focusing on how a company's actions and products impact people and the planet, looking at the actual and potential impacts and how the organization is contributing towards sustainable development. And then we believe that the financial and impact materiality should be applied and mandated with the same level of rigor. And then interoperability with the IFRS, we believe the two standards can be used together, one to report on the organization's impacts on people, planet, and the environment, and the IFRS standards on the sustainability-related risks and opportunities. And we have a joint mapping exercise that was undertaken on emissions, looking at the IFRS S2 and the GRI climate change or emission standard. And then similarly with the European sustainability reporting standards, we worked closely with the EFRAG to ensure maximum commonality between the GRI standards as well as the European sustainability reporting standards. And the ESRS explicitly state that if a topic is material and they have not developed an ESRS standard for that topic, then companies should consider the GRI standards for disclosure on that particular topic. And according to the EFRAG, a combination of reporting using GRI standards and ISSB standards, that is impact, materiality, and financial materiality, respectively, may be used to inform the double materiality requirements under the ESRS standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kativo. Unfortunately, we're running about 5 minutes or 10 behind time. I wanted us to quickly take our 15-minute coffee break. When we come back, we'll take our next presentation from the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation. Ms. Marty McBrien, Chief of Strategic Affairs and Capacity Building at the IFRS, will take us through that presentation. So we'll just take a quick 15-minute coffee break and we'll resume to continue the session. Thank you very much for your time. We're starting our next session in about a minute. If we could just gradually make our way back to the main hall, that would be very much appreciated. No, I want to. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a final call to the main hall, please. We're starting right away. If we could just make our way back to the main hall so we can resume the session. Thank you. Yeah. All right, we're continuing with our session. May I call on, we're taking our next presentation from the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation, the IFRS. Here with us to make the presentation is Mardi McBrien. She's the Chief of Strategic Affairs and Capacity Building at the IFRS. Mardi? Clicker. Have the slides here.
Thank you very much. And I'd first of all like to say congratulations to the team behind the Africa ESG Information Disclosure Hub. I think it's a really important intervention in the market and really critical at this time if we're going to really see successful disclosures, the data and the outcomes from that across Africa. As Vice President Quainer said earlier, late last year, we signed an LOI, letter of intent, with the African Development Bank. And we very much see our contributions here today as a real stepping stone to operationalizing that with real tangible outputs and outcomes here for the continent going forward. See if I can make this work. No. Let's see, here we go. No. Oh, down. Okay, perfect. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a quick canter through what's going on at the IFRS Foundation's International Sustainability Standards Board. We're going to cover a bit about what it is and what we do, some of the benefits, progress towards jurisdictional adoption of the ISSB standards globally, a little bit about the two key standards, S1 and S2, and what's coming next from a standard setting perspective, as well as information around adoption support and use of the standards. And along the way, I promise I'm going to use all the key buzzwords of the moment, things like interoperability, proportionality, biodiversity, all the sort of words we're talking about this week. So first of all, our standards, and you're all very familiar with the ISSB nowadays. We were set up at COP26 to, if you like, harmonize the alphabet soup of reporting standards for investors in the market. There was huge, strong demand for our work, and we very much hope that through the work that we've done over the last few years, we've started to really address that challenge that was there. But this didn't happen by chance. It was really driven by IOSCO. They took the IFRS in and they said, hey, what you did for financial reporting, harmonizing financial reporting 25 years ago, we need you to do the same for sustainability reporting. And so they pushed and shoved and squeezed, and in we came, and the ISSB was set up. So this didn't happen by accident. It was very deliberate intervention based on feedback from the market and regulators around the world about what needed to happen on sustainability. Now, I'm not going to spend ages touching on the structure of the IFRS Foundation. Many of you will know this. But I think what's really important is we have dual sister boards here with the same structures, same functions, same level of independence. But at the very top, we're overseen by a monitoring board of governments from around the world that make sure we're doing our job and we're not going to have any adverse impacts, for example, on financial stability. They also oversee our constitution along with our trustees. And that constitution puts in place to say that we're an investor-focused organization, investor-focused standards board, which is why we just can't go and take over GRI tomorrow. People go, why don't you just merge and create one standards board? It's very much because of the governance structure and the constitution. That means we are very investor-focused and capital markets focused in our output. That monitoring board also includes governments like the European Union, the US, China, Japan. So when people are saying to us, hey, what about what's going on with Europe? Like, do they know about it? Well, yeah, they oversee our governance. What's going on with the US? Do they know about it? Do you know what you're doing? Yeah, we do. They oversee our governance. So we have a really rigorous governance process, but it does see us interacting with all of the various reporting regimes across the world from the very top, from the beginning. So moving quickly on to why we have our standards. So there's two key reasons why the ISSB standards exist for company and investor disclosure. So the ISSB has focused on making sure that the standards that we've developed elicit decision-useful information through developing globally comparable sustainability-related disclosures that are assurable and meet the needs of investors. But these standards also need to be cost-effective, enabling companies to communicate to investors globally comparable, comprehensive information about sustainability risks and opportunities. And this helps build trust and transparency needed to support capital allocation, as we heard earlier this morning. And when we talk about our standards, you often hear the terminology, the ISSB is trying to create the global baseline. And if you like, that's basically a set of common language around sustainability disclosures that can create a global floor of information. And around that global floor, jurisdictions will need to go above to meet their own policy objectives. And a good example could be in the UK, where they're considering transition plans as mandatory on top of the global baseline, or in Europe, where they go much, much further on their policy objectives. So I encourage regulators in the room, when you're thinking about bringing in our standards, if you haven't started already, to not deviate and just tweak a little bit from that baseline. Without staying consistent, because every deviation costs money for companies in preparing additional reports if they're in more jurisdictions, and it's the extra cost for investors trying to compare the output. So we really encourage people to stick as closely as they can to our global baseline of standards. There we go. So when I talked about consolidation of the standards, we were really focusing on rationalizing the ecosystem and not reinventing the wheel. So to achieve this, we consolidated 5 or 4, plus we used IASB's accounting standards to produce the IFRS sustainability standards. And they were the integrated reporting framework, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the SASB standards, the CDSB reporting framework, and the Task Force on Climate-Related Disclosure Recommendations, or the TCFD, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. That was the last one to officially sort of come into the party, if you like. They came in last July, after we launched the first standards. But what's really interesting, and this is a bit hot off the press for you all, is that we took over monitoring of the TCFD globally as part of taking on that work. And during COP, the climate COP this year, we'll be releasing the next status update on how reporting's going on climate-related reporting on TCFD and also on our standards. So that will be during COP, but there'll be a webinar in December we haven't got a date for yet, that will talk everyone through that, as well as take people on the journey from, if I'm already doing TCFD and I need to get to ISSB, what does that actually look like in practice? So that's a bit hot off the press. It was in my inbox this morning, and I think it would be a really good development for us all to see as we think about the roadmap between TCFD and early stages of climate reporting and using ISSB standards. I'm going to skip over this one. So I mentioned earlier about IOSCO, and IOSCO is particularly critical for us as an organization to secure their support and endorsement of the standards to ensure they were fit for purpose, or supporting the fit for purpose nature of the standards towards its members. Because 20 years earlier, when they did it for the IASB's accounting standards, that led to them to being adopted globally, in essence, in nowadays 145 jurisdictions. So we're really keen to get that endorsement and that support from IOSCO to move our work forward, and very much making sure we're fit for purpose. The other thing that very much keeps me and all my colleagues awake at night is around interoperability, how we make sure that our standards fit with the existing reporting ecosystem and don't reduce duplication, collect once, use many times kind of approach, reduce that fragmentation that we keep hearing about, reducing the barriers, reducing a lot of the challenges that many of you I heard earlier have in the audience. So we worked very, very hard with our colleagues in Europe to make sure that the ESRSs were as closely aligned as we could. We took them from a different definition of financial materiality to the same one as us. We took them from being not aligned with the 4 pillars of TCFD to aligned with the 4 pillars of TCFD. We worked very, very hard to make sure that we could get those two as closely as possible to reduce that burden. We also have worked very closely with organizations like CDP, the Global Disclosure Platform, so that we've built in our climate standard into the platform this year for climate disclosure. So people collecting data already in CDP have a really good start on disclosing against our standards going forward. And we expect that to be a data set of around 26,000 companies this year already collecting and structuring data in line with the IS2 standard. We also have worked on other initiatives such as the Transition Plan Task Force in the UK. We've brought in their work. We've assumed responsibility for 13 of their disclosure frameworks and guidance. So we can then put it in a central place, and we're going to move forward to update it to educational resources, again, to support consistent reporting against transition plans globally. And last but certainly not least, as Douglas mentioned earlier, we're working very, very hard building off an MOU with GRI on alignment. And for anyone in the audience that has any avoidance of doubt, it isn't ISSB or GRI. It's ISSB plus GRI equals dynamic materiality, if you like, in your corporate reporting solution. I mean, that is the way it is. And, you know, maybe that's a bit too simple, but this is how we need to be thinking about the ecosystem going forward. So quickly, the benefits of standards adoption. I'm not going to dwell on interoperability. Be very quick. So for investors, very much as we heard in many of the introductory remarks today, it's about improved access to capital. Improved, more consistent, comparable, and decision useful information for disclosures, but then for being able to move the money alongside that. For companies, this isn't about compliance or disclosure for compliance sake. It is really about thinking about all the areas of your business and how that's going to lead to the bigger value creation story and all those different elements that you have to go through as part of that. So whether that be thinking about your access to capital, your governance, your strategy, or even the stakeholder engagement around that. And for financial markets, it delivers that trust and transparency that we heard about earlier, that hopefully it will further contribute towards financial stability. And they're good for business. They're efficient tools, they build confidence, and they strengthen the foundations going forward. So there are a lot of slides here, so I'm trying to move forward at the pace so we can have lots of questions at the end. Most frequently, and particularly when we have outreach here in Africa, we hear about smaller companies and smaller entities. The standards as they stand, and I'll go through very briefly in a moment, have proportionality mechanisms built in. So when you read the standards, you don't just read them and say, well, that's that. These are the standards that we have are asking you for the most important information in your business, like you would with financial information. It isn't a tick box list. It isn't an extensive list. It's asking you to report the most important information for your business in your value creation story at the same time as your corporate reporting and connect it in. We have a jurisdictional guide that can support with that as well, and that really help jurisdictions think about this from a small and medium enterprise perspective. And we also do understand that we'll need to work with organizations and value chains as well, and that's where we hope our partnership with GRI really comes in handy as well. So in terms of jurisdictional adoption, which I think is what you're all really here to hear about today and where we're going, particularly in Africa. So as of 2 weeks ago, we had more than 25 jurisdictions that have already decided to use or are taking steps to use the ISSB standards. And that covers over 55% of global GDP, 75% excluding America of market capitalization, or 40% without America, and over 50% of global emissions. And so we really are creating a passport, if you like, for businesses using our standards across many jurisdictions to be able to communicate with investors globally. Now, in terms of adoption of the standards, and this table is always controversial because there's always someone else that thinks that they need to be on this. This is our official table, but I'm going to talk about the unofficial stuff that actually we're not quite allowed to talk about just yet when it comes to particularly momentum here in Africa, which I think from this table and what I'm about to share is very, very exciting. So we've also seen momentum in Africa other than what's on the screen here, with Rwanda, with South Africa, and in South Africa, first jurisdiction to go mandatory digital XBRL reporting on sustainability. Very cool. Well done, guys, if you're in the room. Zambia as well, making real good steps in this space. Just last Monday or Tuesday, one of my team ran training with the stock exchange in Botswana. 600 people showed up for 3.5 hours with homework and questions for the whole time on this topic. There's a real interest and momentum to learn more about the standards and get involved. So we're supporting all these jurisdictions at the moment with their adoption journey. So now the standards, for those that haven't been keeping up to speed, I'll run through them very, very quickly. So we have two standards. We have our S1 and our S2 standards, as they're fondly called. So our S1 standard. Now, this is really the general requirement standard, if you like. It's for those that come from an accounting background, it's a bit like IAS S1 and 38, I think IAS 38. It's a sort of how-to document. And it tells you sort of how to present the data, gives you the definitions. It talks through sort of definitions of materiality, the architecture of the standards, and it can also be used with other generally accepted accounting practices. It very much talks about how it encourages you to think about how sustainability affects a company's prospects and deliver financial value for investors linked to stakeholders, society, the natural environment, and the economy, which very much comes from the integrated reporting framework, which came into the family and was built off as a foundation for the new standards. And it uses lots of the same language that, again, if you're familiar with accounting standards, you're really comfortable with. We find CFOs are very comfortable with S1 because it uses the same sort of language and terms. So things like fair presentation, materiality, and the like. So it's talks about connected information, all the same sort of terminology that you learn when you do your accounting courses. And again, I'm going to keep stressing this, it is the same definition as financial reporting. So it's omitting information or misstating or obscuring it if it could reasonably be expected to influence investor decision making. And S2, which I'll come to now. S2 is, if I want to sum it up really succinctly, it's TCFD with the standard set of secret sauce kind of sprinkled on top, turning it from what was a framework on a voluntary basis, using language that now could be used for assurance and actually, sort of decision useful information, if you like. So it was based on the TCFD recommendations. As I said, it requires you to look at, consider industry-specific disclosures based on one of the organizations we acquired, SASB, and disclose material information about climate risks and opportunities, including both physical and transition risks. And as I said earlier, it was built directly off TCFD, so all our standards, S1 and S2, use the same 4 pillars as you will be very familiar with from TCFD. So governance, strategy, risk management, targets, and metrics. So again, we've tried in every way possible not to reinvent the wheel if we could. We also ask for key disclosures in S2 on strategy and decision-making, current and anticipated effects, climate resilience, which is where our transition plans come in, scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, industry-based disclosures, and climate-related targets. Another key aspect of this is the reliefs. We talked about how, making it easier for SMEs, but making it easier for everyone, because everyone's on different parts of the journey, if you like, with the standards. So first year of climate standard S2, we can limit any form of disclosure to just climate-related information. You don't need to necessarily refer to S1 if you don't need to. You can report climate, you can report later. So we've asked you, part of our standard process, to report at the same time as your package of financial information, which is different to how often sustainability reporting is now. So it's connected and tells that same consistent story. So this is a change. So we allow you to do that a bit later if you need to still get your systems and processes and data in line. We don't require scope 3 in year 1. You do not need to apply the GHG protocol in year 1 if you're using a different system, and you don't need to provide comparative information. So we know everyone's not at the same place to get started. So we do encourage you to think about these mechanisms, as well as the scalability mechanisms we have built in, using reasonable resources. The same sort of terminology would also be familiar with from financial reporting. So in terms of adoption and use of ISSB standards, there's a few priorities for the board at the moment, what they're working on. They are working on biodiversity, ecosystems, and ecosystem services. So they're researching around that topic at the moment. Do we need to set standards? Particularly, I think, interesting given the biodiversity COP going on this week. They're researching on human capital. Do we need to be setting standards on human capital? And the board are very much discussing these in the public domain at the moment. They're updating our sector standards so that they are globally applicable. And their 4th priority at the moment, which is something I will talk further on, is adoption and implementation and supporting that. And that's a huge priority for all of the board members and standard setters at the moment. So in terms of what that looks like, they're in the process of developing quite a number of educational materials. I believe one on materiality comes out in the next couple of weeks, but definitely before COP. So formal educational materials of the board to support adoption. They have put in place a transition implementation group, which I'll talk about a bit more in a minute, because I think it's really helpful for you to know it exists. We've put in place a regulatory and capacity building program, which I'll again go into more detail on. And we've also supporting companies to use the IFRS digital taxonomy. So that's the XBRL taxonomy I talked about, South Africa taking this leading run at globally. And that's really important to ensure reliable and accurate transmission of information, improved analysis, better quality of information for decision making. And it's a key piece of the architecture that we have for both financial reporting and sustainability reporting at the foundation. So in terms of our transition implementation group, this is an open public forum where we discuss your questions that you have concerns with. So you can submit them anonymously online. And there is a group of people that are from consulting, from industry, that meet together with the board members and publicly discuss what these questions are and how they would go about addressing them practically in business. These are really great forum for regulators or preparers to submit their questions to. And I really encourage you to look at that and do it if you have any. And all their papers are online, all their published outcomes are online, all the recordings are there. Really, really useful resources for you. We also have our jurisdictional adoption guide, which is there to support regulators in understanding the roadmap to bring the standards in and what that means. This is, again, absolutely critical tool, I guess, in our toolbox in helping you, if you like, to bring the standards in a way that they'll help create that global baseline. And we have a team that can support you on that if you need to go in that direction. And we also have, too quick, Marty, lucky last one, but capacity building I mentioned, which is very close to my heart at the foundation as well. And we launched a program at COP27 with partners around the world to think about how we could raise the floor, if you like, on knowledge, on our standards, because we realize there's people at very different positions all across the world. And I'm delighted that we have Lebo from PAFA up next, because one of the challenges we thought is, how do we upskill 125,000 chartered accountants across Africa to be able to sign off these accounts, to be able to audit these accounts, to be able to do the internal controls from these accounts? And that's just Africa. I mean, the world, there was no mandatory ESG qualifications for accountants 2 years ago. Crikey. The key stakeholder in this work wasn't actually going to be qualified or fit for purpose to be able to move forward at the pace we all need and want it to move forward. So we didn't just start with the accountants, we're working with other professions as well, but it's a really good example of how we need to upskill everyone on this journey altogether. So we launched a partnership. We've got 45 partners now globally that work with us on this. Everyone from the United Nations Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative, where I said we did the training with Botswana the other day. We've now trained over 10,000 preparers globally on our standards through the stock exchanges. So that's one way we can do that. We also have model guidance through the exchanges, which you can lift, cut and paste, doesn't cost you a cent, and across the regulation into the stock exchange directly aligned with the ISSB standards as well. So that's another tool that we've developed with them to support high quality adoption, either in a voluntary or a mandatory way through through exchanges globally. We're also working very closely with organizations like UNDP on interoperability, again with GRI, going into developing and emerging economies and talking through all these different standards and how they fit together and how they can be used as different building blocks or tools in a preparer's toolkit, if you like, to help them tell their sustainability story to the market. We also do other programs, for example, with XBRL International on capacity building, supporting regulators and bringing understanding and then bringing in the digital taxonomy. They're just a few of the things we do, as well as we train the regulators via IOSCO, for example, as well. We launched a knowledge hub earlier last year at COP, actually, coming up to a year ago. We have 250 resources on there to date, which are developed just on implementing S1 and S2. So they've also gone through our rigorous quality control of the board. So this isn't everything on sustainability, it's just on how to do S1 and S2 and resources to help. So take a look at that. It's on ifrs.org/knowledge hub. And we're in the process of developing further tools to support others to help support us this year, such as workshop in a box and train the trainer kind of initiatives and e-learning, just to help sort of level the playing field and get everyone on a conversational level on our standards. Because we don't have time to waste, is I think very much the message we heard this morning, and we need to be able to get resources and tools to absolutely everybody to be able to help with this the challenge ahead. So I'm going to stop there, and I hope I was almost under my time limit. For those that don't know, the standards boards do meet in the public domain. So all their papers are there on the internet. Everything is transparent. So you can watch what's happening and the progress. So you don't even need to join the meetings. You can listen to them later. What I do is I listen to the podcast that comes out the Monday after of what happens on the board. That becomes my focal point because I don't have time to do it all either. So there's lots of different ways you can stay in touch and keep up to date with what's going on. Email straight into your inbox, that kind of thing. So take a look at the resources that are there and available, and it'd be really, do let us know how we can, how we can further help you on your journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marty, for that great presentation. That was Marty McBrien, Chief of Strategic Affairs and Capacity Building at the IFRS Foundation. Now, if you look into your program pack, you see some more information on the proposed ESG Information Disclosure Hub, a great resource to get more information on the proposed hub. You also, if you look into the pack, also you see the information of our panelists who will be partaking in a panel discussion in a few minutes' time. So moving on quickly, we'll take our final presentation for this session from the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, PAFA. A quick background, in August this year, the PAFA board approved the establishment of a Center of Excellence for Sustainability. The center will play a crucial role in advancing the adoption and implementation of the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards of the International Sustainability Standards Board. Please welcome Lebohang Sene, Technical Director at the Pan-African Federation of Accountants. A round of applause for her, please. Also, a quick one, just a minute. When Ms. Sene is done with her presentation, we'll have Ms. McBrien back on the stage. We'll have Mr. Douglas Kativu back on the stage for a Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, for that introduction. I'm fiddling with my phone so that I can time myself and be respectful of the time allocated to me. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to just firstly extend my gratitude to the organizers of this event for inviting us to be part of this very important conversation on ESG disclosures in Africa. Okay, I thought I was going to get lucky with the slides and actually, there we go. So before I get into the topic at hand, please allow me to briefly introduce PAFA and where we fit in this conversation. The Pan-African Federation of Accountants is the regional body for the accountancy profession in Africa. We have 57 members and associate professional organizations from 46 African countries. Yes, my slide is outdated, which actually allows us to reach, as Marty already indicated, over 125,000 accountants across Africa. Among our key objectives is to support the development, adoption, and implementation of international standards in Africa. This includes financial reporting, audit, and increasingly sustainability standards. It is in this context that PAFA is deeply involved in advancing sustainability reporting practices across Africa. Our mission is to ensure that professional accountants, as key drivers of good governance and transparency, are empowered to lead in the adoption of ESG standards and disclosure. By doing so, we aim to enhance the quality and credibility of sustainability reporting across the continent, fostering greater accountability and building investor confidence in Africa's markets. And so just to make it clear, PAFA's role in this journey, we don't see ourselves as just observers, but as active contributors to the conversation on global standards. And through our engagements with international standard setters, we ensure that Africa's perspectives are brought to the table, shaping the standards that are globally aligned, yet locally relevant. Our extensive network and deep understanding of the African context positions us uniquely to bridge the gap between the international standards and local implementation. Through our member organizations, we have direct insight into the challenges and opportunities that professional accountants across the continent face in adopting and implementing sustainability standards. This perspective has allowed us to shape our approach to sustainability initiatives, and it is This is why the Sustainability Center of Excellence, which I will touch on later, is critical to our mission. And I have to say that as a professional accountant myself, I have witnessed the growing recognition within the profession of the critical role that sustainability plays in fostering corporate governance and resilience. So, as you've already heard, there's been significant progress on the continent. Marty touched on the ISSB adoption, and of course, Douglas spoke about GRI. So that we have seen significant progress towards embracing sustainability standards, and initiatives led by the professional accountancy organization, regulatory bodies, and governments are contributing to this positive shift. More businesses, governments, and institutions are realizing the value of aligning with global sustainability standards, not only to enhance governance and transparency, but also to improve access to global markets and investments. I know I'm not saying anything that's new, but yeah, it's also worth recognizing that both the ISSB and GRI standards are providing much needed frameworks for sustainability disclosures globally, and Africa is truly well positioned to benefit from these standards. So, I thought this slide was very useful. The International Federation of Accountants, which we are affiliates, I can't remember the exact positioning, but the IFAC in partnership with ICPA CIMA has been benchmarking market practice for the reporting and assurance of sustainability information. It's been a 4-year journey, and the 2023 Beyond the G20 study included companies from countries such as Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, and Nigeria. And it also confirmed the upward trend in sustainability reporting across the markets. But it also did highlight gaps, showing that African countries still lag behind in the level of reporting and in applying some of the common frameworks that currently exist. The detail is on the slide. I'm not going to go through it. But yeah, so this brings us to the challenges of implementing these standards in Africa. And the challenges have actually already been articulated during the keynote address, but let me just reiterate just the key items being capacity building, regulatory fragmentation, the data infrastructure, and of course, just the accuracy and meaningfulness of what we are getting. Oh, and yeah, the fact that sometimes when you are facing bigger challenges and developmental needs, sometimes sustainability reporting does seem to be a bit of a luxury. But as PAFA, we believe that despite these challenges, there are immense opportunities for Africa to lead in sustainability reporting, and the PAFA Sustainability Center of Excellence, which I might refer to the COE as I go through my presentation, was established specifically for this purpose and to accelerate Africa's journey towards meaningful ESG adoption and reporting. Made possible by the support of the IFRS Foundation, because we are a member of the Capacity Building Network, as well as the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the Sustainability Center of Excellence is intended to support African professional accountancy organization in leading the charge for the adoption and implementation of international sustainability-related standards. The Center of Excellence vision is to become Africa's foremost resource for implementing these standards, empowering professional accountants to champion transparency, governance, and accountability. These slides were meant to be hidden, so I apologize. I will skip through them. Okay. So what exactly are we thinking about doing as it relates to the Center of Excellence? Well, essentially, we believe that we can address the Africa-specific challenges in ESG reporting by providing tailored support to specific countries to help them develop roadmaps for ISSB standard adoption, stakeholder engagement, and capacity building. We're also planning to offer curated and original content, including toolkits, case studies, best practices to help accountants and businesses across Africa build the skills they need to meet the global ESG reporting requirements. And we also intend to assist PAOs in incorporating sustainability standards into their initial professional development and continuing professional development frameworks. And of course, answering that much needed issue on data, providing access to data and curating data sets along with tools to assist organizations in improving the quality and reliability of their sustainability disclosures. I think this sounds a little bit like what Uche is seeking to do, so we probably need to have a conversation of alignment. The one other thing that we firmly believe in is that it is important to advocate for Africa's inclusion in international standard setting processes. And to that end, we do have a seat at the various IFRS Foundation's, forums, and to ensure that we use our voice to make sure that Africa's unique content and perspective is considered in global discussions. Of course, to ensure that the Center of Excellence is truly fit for purpose, it must be accessible and usable by all professional accountants and stakeholders across the continent. And for this reasons, we intend to offer the resources of the Center of Excellence in the major languages spoken in Africa, ensuring inclusivity and broader reach. It is also worth highlighting that we didn't come up with these measures that I've just shared today in a vacuum. In developing the strategy for the Center of Excellence, we consulted various stakeholders, and I'm glad that I think we've got South Africa and Nigeria who were part of those roundtables to make sure that we were actually we're responding to the needs that were articulated by our stakeholders. So that is essentially how we got to what the Center of Excellence is going to do. So to conclude, I just want to emphasize that the path towards sustainable development and meaningful ESG disclosure in Africa is truly a shared journey. This journey is exemplified by the PAFA Sustainability Center of Excellence, which stands as a testament of the power of collaboration and demonstrates how international partnerships, combined with dedicated funding, can create transformative initiatives for our continent. The Center of Excellence serves as a model for what can be achieved when we walk this path together, blending technical expertise, local knowledge, and adequate resources. The FCDO's funding support has laid the groundwork for an initiative that has the potential to transform Africa's sustainability landscape by equipping accountants, business, and governments with the tools they need to adopt global standards. This kind of targeted investment in capacity building, infrastructure, and championing sustainability reporting is exactly what Africa needs to accelerate our shared sustainability journey. Together, with continued collaboration and support, we can ensure that Africa not only aligns with global ESG disclosure standards, but becomes a leader in sustainable development. Thank you.
A round of applause for Ms. Lebogang Sene. Please stay back. May I please call to the stage, back to the stage, Marty McBride and Mr. Douglas Kativu, Director, Global Reporting Initiative at the GRI. Just take a seat, please. So we'll take a couple of questions. I know some of you probably had some questions for Mr. Douglas earlier, but now we get a chance to do that. So we'll take questions from the room, and we'll also try to take questions from online. So when you want to ask a question, tell us the name of your company, the organization you represent first, and then your question. Do we have any questions in the room? Show of hands.
I'm afraid to use the mic now. Is that right? All right. Good afternoon, good morning still. My name is Sena Buba, and I'm the founder of ESG Africa and also the ESG director for Azure Power. I have a question, two questions, one for, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, from PAFA, if I may. So you mentioned how you're working with professional accountants to build their capacity. So the question I have for you is, how are you working with the accountants in the pipeline, so still in university, to perhaps influence their academic curriculum, and that way you have people entering the market space already having those skills? So that would be one question I have for you. And for Maddie, if I may. So you've mentioned 26,000 companies that are reporting. Can you tell us what percentage it represents in terms of just global reporting, and how is Africa faring in comparison, so that we have an idea of maybe what the gap is right now? Thank you.
I don't know if this is on. Am I audible? Okay. So as it relates to incoming professional accountants, I mentioned that we are working with the professional accountants organizations who generally set the competency frameworks for the universities and the trainees to make sure that they are incorporating sustainability in the curriculum at a university level. So that is how we're responding to that.
And just to say on that one, we are actually doing that as well at a global level. We have an academic coordinator that supports the ISSB, that's really working with institutions around the world to get this built in to qualifications before people leave university, as well as postgraduate and then professional qualifications as well. So that's very much part of that. In terms of the 26,000 companies, they currently report to CDP, formerly known as the Carbon Disclosure Project. They don't report to us. It's just that CDP aligned their questionnaire. So to say they were asking the same information that you may need to report against our standards into their platform. Now that only closed a few weeks ago, so we don't know what that looks like yet for this year in terms of global distribution, the quality of the reporting, how it worked out. But we do hope they'll have results by COP, by the climate COP in a few weeks' time, that they can start to share with us. So be very happy to share those with you after that event. But they do tend to have 26,000 or more disclosures at the moment every single year. So we're expecting or hoping that we can get a good sense of what their data set looks like, right now, and that'll also help inform our capacity building work, where we need to support, what the quality of the data looks like in different jurisdictions and companies.
Question? Mr. Lala.
Thank you. I think the question is for the FRS, if I may. You spoke about all the benefits, which are quite numerous from adaptation. I think the question I have is, in terms of the capacity building that you speak about, what's actually the downside in terms of companies adopting this in the short term, in terms of reporting on their emissions positions, vis-a-vis the fact that you and I know the moment you disclose your position, your investors want to know what you're going to do about it. The internal capabilities, a lot of these companies are not geared enough to actually address that. And so if you talk about the anticipated risk, climate risk, valuing your climate and risk for companies in terms of the cost of operations, the access to finance, as well as the cost of finance. The moment you declare a position that looks negative in the short term, I guess my question to you will be, how do you address that from an investor's perspective who's looking for flight effectively?
Take that one now. So in terms of, you're talking about downsides and if you expose information that might affect. Now, I think the reality is that if you're currently reporting to an investor, you're currently required to report this information, then if it's a material risk to business, then you should be reporting it now with or without ISSB standards. You're required to do that under international accounting standards now. That's law. So, if we're only asking you through the ISSB standards to report the most material information to your business, not everything. And if you don't have all the information that you need to be, you think it might, you think it's got something there, you might already reporting it to GRI, for example. So that might be somewhere where you're more comfortable to report it. It's not material, but you think it's important to your business, well then, using GRI standards is a good place to start reporting that. People don't seem to see the connection often there. But if it's important but not financially material, not something that you think the investors need to know about, you can report it through GRI. But your investors know you and your business, and it's about a conversation, and it's about being transparent about what you do and don't know. And so if you don't think you've got everything you need, it's about telling that story and when you can do it and when you can do it by. Or it might not be important by then and you don't need to be talking about it. So it's very much a conversation with your investors as well about what they're expecting to see around particular disclosures and your conversation with them about limitations on what you've got.
Thank you for that, Marty. Do we have any other?
He's got a follow-up.
Sorry, I think the point I'm trying to drive at, and the reality of it, is that carbon taxation is coming at us. And I mean, we did, obviously confidentiality, we did a climate risk analysis for one of the companies recently. And the risk didn't actually sit with the company per se in scope 1 and 2. It actually sat in the supply chain for scope 3, which obviously was scope 1 for their suppliers. The problem is that the moment those guys start to declare, and if carbon taxation comes along, especially for the heavier emitters, it could potentially pose a major financial issue for those companies. It's blindsided, they don't see it coming. I guess my question is from the capacity building position that you speak of. There's a lot of material around, very time starved. Not too many people go to portals to read stuff. I guess my question is, with all the goodwill in the world, how much resources do you have to build capacity on the continent, right? To ensure that when this risks come, be it business risk or climate risk, as it will transpire to be, we are able to build internal capability, processes, technology quick enough to be able to deal with this, is my own concern.
Yeah, I think building capability is critical here, and we need to be doing it fast. So that's part of why we're really excited to be here, and we like what the ESG Hub is trying to do, think about how we can move fast to help. It's why the work we've committed to do with the African Development Bank through LOI on how we can help raise capacity quickly, particularly starting with key jurisdictions in Africa, support the regulatory and the preparer, top down, bottom up, to move that faster is key. We appreciate people are time poor, we really do. And so it's about making sure we get you the right interventions that are time sensitive, that can help you with this work now. And in terms of a carbon tax, that sort of sits outside where we are, but I understand it is really important in the value chain in terms of reporting, if you need to report that information. And I think the thing is, I think all of these challenges we're hearing today, we need to make sure that this new ESG Hub, that the work that PAFA is doing around the Center of Excellence, the work we're doing, we build these questions in and try and get you the right kind of answers fast.
Mr. Lala, does that answer your question? Okay. Do we have any other questions? All right, at the back of it.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Douglas from GRI. 2X Challenge was launched by G7 in 2018 to reinvigorate investment in women activities. So are there any metrics that could be used to track and measure and disclose gender inclusion in GRI beyond GRI 405 as well as GRI 406? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the answer to your question is that gender is pretty much mainstreamed in all our standards. It's one of the key things that we look for. What are the impacts for women? What are the impacts for different genders? What are the impacts for other vulnerable groups? So it's all incorporated in the standards through the development stage. And if you look at the mining one that I mentioned, there were other groups that wanted specific disclosures on gender, but the approach that was then undertaken is to mainstream gender in all the disclosures that the companies have to consider. So it's one aspect that is pretty much mainstreamed in all the standards that we have developed. And then maybe just to to add on the carbon, I think that's probably one of the things that the Disclosure Hub has to tackle, really, because there's a lot that is coming our way to Africa, especially if you look at the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the UK Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, and the impact that it is going to have on companies in Africa. And probably it's time that as Africa, we also have to really follow what is coming our way and be prepared, because it's really going to be quite impactful in terms of doing business with the UK, doing business with the EU. So the question of capacity building is pretty much imperative, and also for companies to be prepared with regards to what is coming. I think the EU one is probably kicking in sooner, 2026, and then the UK one probably 2027, around that time. And then to your question, you didn't ask me, but I will respond anyway. When it comes to getting the data on reporting uptake in Africa, I think it's quite a challenge. We have the 26,000 companies that probably Refinitiv is monitoring and including in their database. Estimates, we have around 14,000 companies that are reporting using the GRI standards on an annual basis. Because of resources, we can't quite monitor everyone, and our in accordance criteria actually requires companies using our standards to notify us when they publish their reports. But companies are managed and led by human beings. It's not often the case that everyone complies with that. So what we have done internally, we have our own internal system that we are using to monitor reporting uptake across the world. And then we have put a threshold in terms of the turnover of companies that we can, within the capacity that we have as an organization, can easily monitor. So we have put a threshold of $250 million annual turnover, and we are monitoring reporting uptake by those companies that meet that threshold. And in Africa, out of the 20,142 companies, the global universe, companies meeting that threshold, they are looking at about 278 companies. And of those 278, currently you have about 112 that are currently reporting on their ESG, representing around 40%. But you can already see that the threshold that we have set, a lot of companies are outside. So you have companies that out of there are 37 countries where you don't have a single company meeting that threshold in Africa. So the companies meeting the 250 million threshold, you have about 20 countries. And of those 20 countries, they have about 13 countries that we are pretty much monitoring in terms of the companies within those. And most of them are predominantly in South Africa, Nigeria, as well as in Egypt. So that's pretty much the monitoring that we are looking at. 40% of the 278 companies that meet that threshold, headquartered in Africa, are currently reporting, which compares well with the global rate, uptake rate, which is around 36%. So that's as far we're trying to monitor, but within our limited capacities as an organization. But we are also moving towards the digital taxonomy for the GRI standards, which will help in terms of actually monitoring a broader base of companies that are reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas. We want to take one or two questions from our online participants. I believe there's one for Douglas, but there's also one for PAFA. So for PAFA, this is James Mugo from the University of Nairobi in Kenya. He's asking, he says, my question to PAFA is on the training accountants and policy makers on carbon tax in the context of the growth of the blue economy in Africa.
Thanks. So from a PAFA perspective, we really just focus on the standards that affect reporting, assurance, the key areas of the profession. So we don't train on carbon tax. But I think what is useful is understanding what stakeholders need. We had a roundtable in Kenya. Nobody said they wanted to know about carbon tax, but it is valuable to know where the gaps are as we look at how we curate content that will be useful for stakeholders in Africa. I hope that answers this question.
Right, thank you so much. Douglas, I believe this is for you. This is Chigozie from Verot Capital, and he's asking, he says, please, what's the thinking around ensuring data quality that would actually serve the purpose of data-driven investment decisions?
All right. What I just said, we have the digital taxonomy that we are currently developing, but we also really look at the principles that I mentioned earlier on, the 8 principles that are pretty much aimed at ensuring the quality of not just the data collection, but also the quality of the reporting process. And we also encourage assurance as an organization, the assurance of ESG reports. We don't require assurance to be in accordance with the GRI standards, but we do encourage assurance of sustainability reports. And then we ask organizations that report using the GRI standards to disclose which aspects in the report have been subjected to external third-party assurances. And we pretty much welcome the development of the ESRS because one of the things that the standards are bringing is pretty much the mandatory assurance of the ESG reports as well, beginning with limited assurance from 2026, and from 2028 they're looking at reasonable assurance. So there are efforts even globally with the accounting and auditing professions to also come up with a standard for assuring ESG reports. So I can say that's a short answer. One, the internal principles that we have in the standards aimed at ensuring quality and integrity of the data, the work that we are doing around the digital taxonomy that will also help others who are in that assurance space. And then also the move towards the mandatory ESRS, and accompanying that also the requirement for assurance of ESG reports.
All right, thank you very much, Chigozie. I hope that answers your question. You wanted to add something,
Well, I was just going to say, you've heard a few of us talk about digital reporting a few times here and different digital taxonomies. I just want to assure you all, we are all working together on this digital taxonomy piece, and with Europe as well, and with other jurisdictions. So we have our own taxonomy that's already out there. Europe's got its own taxonomy, but there's a project in the background that's making sure that if I say that apple's red and Europe says, oh, I think it might be like pinky red, we're like, but actually the thing in the middle still is exactly the same number. That would be the output. That's tagged in the background with it, like a barcode, if you like. Just I'm making this up, but what we're all familiar with. And so that if you collect that information once, you can use it for your European reporting. If you have to report somewhere else for ISSB, if you've got the same one on GRI, you can ping it out over here. So it's really about driving, one, it'll help drive much more accurate information, but it'll make it much, much easier to report in many different jurisdictions, many different ways, telling that same story. Because often now, between those 3 different reports, you might end up with 3 different GHG Scope 1 numbers. And so this will really help drive that consistent story from corporates to investors, to stakeholders, but also just make it much more easier inside business. So I just want to assure these aren't new things you're hearing about that are all popping up. They are really well coordinated in the background.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you made that point there. Right.
Thank you very much. My name is Shem Ouma, coming from the Secretariat of Africa Pension Supervisors Association. And thank you very much for the great presentations. I have a question for, I hope I get the names right, Kitavi and Mardi. The work you do in standard setting, do you see it as complementary, or is there an element of competition in there? And how do you help industry to comply? Because I think if you have to comply with GRI standards and IFRS standards, into the future, are you seeing some convergence somewhere? Thank you.
All right. It's a question that keeps coming. I thought we'd done a good job. I addressed it in my presentation. She also addressed it in a presentation. But I think, like you said, for us, we are of the view that both the GRI standards and the ISSB standards pretty much provide that opportunity for the comprehensive global baseline for corporate reporting. We believe that the topics that we cover under the impact materiality also have financial components or issues if not managed well, or those can also be presented later on. We are out of the view that a deeper understanding of the financial risks and opportunities that they are addressing, you need that solid base understanding of the what are the sustainability impacts and how then do they inform the risks and opportunities that you then also need for the financial materiality reporting. So often you hear of the term two sides of the same coin. That probably is one way of looking at it. They are focusing on financial materiality, addressing the specific needs of providers of capital, the investors. We focus more on the impact materiality, addressing the data needs of a broader audience, including the investors, including governments, civil society organizations. But there's that interoperability that the different standard setters are really pretty much working on. She did mention on it. I also did present a few of the standards and how we are aligning in our standards development with the other existing initiatives, not just the IFRS, but you also have other authoritative intergovernmental initiatives, other sector initiatives that we are bringing on board in the development of the different GRI standards. Notably, if you look at the sector standards that we've been developing, and I think there's pretty much alignment between the three main organizations, ESRIS, or EFRAG rather, with their ESRIS, the GRI, and IFRS in terms of working together towards that comprehensive baseline. Whether there will be convergence, I mean, whether there will be a merger or something like that, which probably is what your question is leading towards. I think that's pretty much above me. There are quite a number of governance bodies above me who have that responsibility. But I think we believe strongly that impact materiality, especially if you look at our development needs as a continent, there is pretty much value for companies to have that greater purpose beyond just their financial returns, but drive the organizations towards greater purpose in addressing the development challenges that we have as a continent.
I'd only add briefly, it's as I said earlier, it's not an or GRI or ISSB, it's an and. They go together. At the moment, we committed in June to working very closely to build off the biodiversity standard. If we go forward with biodiversity ecosystems, ecosystem services of GRI, really trying to create that much more, not using these words like aligned or interoperable. No, they just need to be the same, right? So make your lives easier. So we've really been thinking about how to do that with our next piece of work, the biodiversity standard, that the board's currently looking at. But again, as I said earlier, if you look at a looking glass, I'll hope in 10 years' time that there isn't two organizations. That's officially not said on the record. But we have to, as I said at the beginning, we need to change our governance and our constitution to allow us to be able to do that. And I think at this stage, our trustees would be quite uncomfortable after just bringing in sustainability and the chaos that caused the IFRS Foundation, really letting that settle down and doing much more of this, not just alignment, but the same kind of work between the organizations as best we can as a stepping stone to potentially something greater in the future.
Thank you so much, Marty. Right.
Thank you. I'm coming from the perspective of the SMEs that we have in the continent, and we have a lot of them. And it was mentioned that there is a proportionality mechanism built in. No matter how we slice it, before you even get to the reporting, there's also meeting standard from international lenders, which you're trying to attract international capital. And these could be whether it's AfDB standard, whether it's IFC performance standards. So that already is a challenge for most SMEs. Like just meeting national law is one thing, but then you're adding international standard. Then after that, you also go now into reporting, which is different than meeting those standards. Now you're talking about just reporting. No matter how we slice it, it's quite a lot for SMEs, right? And they need some breathing space to run their business. And sometimes they can be buried into ESG compliance, reporting, and that's just reality. And they're struggling to do some of that. On the reporting, when we're looking at now with the IFRS 2 in particular, asking for scope 3 in a continent where you have 4% of GHG emissions for the whole continent, not individual countries, where you have globally individual countries that are hitting double digits. How fair is it for Africa to be asked to report so much on GHG, and particularly on scope 3, when companies are just struggling to meet the minimum standard? Thank you.
Thank you. And it's a very fair question. But to start with, the ISSB standards are only for the largest companies, for those listed companies, right? We know they have trickle-down effects on SMEs in the supply chain in terms of providing that data, but they are only designed for the largest companies in the market. So that's a starting point. We may have an SME standard sometime in the future, like we have for accounting standards, but at the moment, the current S1, S2 are for the largest companies. So I think that's important. And then when we're asking people to report scope 3, it is the scope 3 that is most material to the business. It isn't everything. So it's what is most important for your business in the most important parts of of that supply chain. So it isn't everything. This isn't a tick box exercise. It's the most important bits. And there is in their standards a sort of a scalability clause that says without undue cost, effort, and burden in there. So it's doing your best within that. And so if the best is what you say it is, you say why it's the best you can do. And hopefully next year, you might be able to do better. So we have quite a lot of different clauses built in, which are very similar, again, to similar for accounting standards that are built in to help those that have to do it, that are really just getting started to sort of incrementally get better year on year. So these aren't supposed to be a silver bullet for everyone and everything. They are different for those getting started that aren't truly SMEs and not required to report to investors or the regulator. I'd be sending them in the route of GRI as a good ground to get started, again, collecting data, or CDP to collect unstructured data, to start getting them comfortable with processes before thinking about jumping into an S1 and S2 and all of scope 3 across a full supply chain. Because we're not asking you for that.
Senabo, does that answer your question? Partly, but hopefully our SMEs will have some wiggle room or some breathing space. Do we have any other questions? All right, go ahead.
Can I just follow up on that question and to your point in response, which you say that you are looking at the larger companies. So if you look at the SMEs in Africa, typically they get their funding from the banking sector, who are the larger entities that effectively get their money from the DFIs, who are pushing these reporting disclosures aligned with the adaptation of ISSB. So the unintended consequence of what you're saying here is that by focusing on the financial institutions, which are the larger entities, the small guys will never get money out of them because effectively they will keep lending money to the bigger guys in the market. The SMEs who have to report to be able to get this money will never get it, number one, simply because they haven't got the capabilities to do it. They haven't got the resources to do it. Hence the reason I was asking you earlier about the capacity building part of the program, how granular it is going to be. It's not enough to just set documentation on portals. I spent the best part of, what, 3-4 years running the Green Bonds Capital Markets Development Program in Nigeria and Kenya. It's hard work. It's a lot of work. I currently double as the CEO of the Climate Finance and Investment Limited, Accelerator Limited in Nigeria. We focus on SMEs. It's a challenge getting money out of the banks or financial institutions or getting investors, simply because they do not have the capacity, one, to report or even understand the intended consequences or implications on their businesses when they declare their position. So we need to focus on, look, if Africa's economic development is based on SMEs, that's largely where we sit. A lot of people are coming out of universities, and that question was very important. We're not creating enough jobs in the formal sector. So we need to look at the informal sector as we know it. Most of us are going to end up being entrepreneurs. How do we build capacity and capabilities for these guys by aggregating resources, right, through technology, professional services, to build small businesses that will be the unicorn of tomorrow? But unless we focus on that, we just seem to be focusing on the end game, which is just the reporting. The business side of it needs to be looked at. And I think that's what we need to be discussing here today. Thank you.
To that question, although I think it was directed at Mahdi. And the reason why I thought I should take that question is because as part of the Sustainability Center of Excellence, we recognize the fact that Africa is ultimately made up of a large number of small and medium entities. And although now this isn't something that exists at this point, but there is a need to understand how we help SMEs collect the data that they need to report as part of their value chain reporting. We're not asking them to do their own value chain reporting and do their own, the many layers, but we need to help them understand or help them collect the necessary data. What is necessary? And maybe that is a conversation as well with the banks to say, as a bare minimum, what do you require? Is there a way to standardize what you're asking of your clients that are small to medium entities? And maybe just to go back to the element of capacity building, I did mention that we are looking at how we support in country. Yes, we're looking at continental support, but we recognize that every single country is unique on this continent. So we are working with the different countries. In a couple of months, we're going to be working with Nigeria and Ghana specifically to do their sector-specific training. Granted, that is again probably largely aimed at the publicly accountable entities, but as part of that, that is how we start building and filtering in the information that is necessary for the role players in the country to understand what this whole sustainability requirements are. And I hope that answers your question.
And I do take your point about SMEs are affected by all of these regulations globally. We hear it a lot and we are thinking about what we can do. It's why we're trying to put in place e-learning that's free on the internet that anyone can do at any time and get qualified. It's because we're trying to get the really entry-level pieces to everyone who needs it, to understand the concepts, to understand how they fit in the jigsaw, if you like, of sustainability disclosures and reporting. So this is something high on our priority list because we do hear it all the time and we are trying to do it. We also have a responsibility to work with the banks, for example, on how do they then provide guidance to their supply chains and support them, because they do have tools that are available. The big banks do have tools that are available for SMEs. The software providers that provide your everyday accounting software, they now have tools built in that can help with your carbon emissions. People just don't know to ask for them. Like, how can we make these really simple things that are already in place, not everywhere, I grant it, but they are in, they are in emerging and developing economies and used. How do we make these sort of really simple everyday things that already exist transparent so everyone also knows they are there and can access them to support this what is going to be, a bit of an uncomfortable transition over the next few years.
I think maybe just to, sorry, my last point on this is just to say, I mentioned the element of created and curated content. As Marty says, there is so much information that is available out there, but of course, if you don't know what you're looking for, you don't know what you don't know. And that is why we feel that it's important to start bringing together what exists and making sure that this is relevant to Africa. And that is what we're trying to differentiate, how we're trying to differentiate what we bring on and avail through the Center of Excellence.
Thank you very much, Leboha. We have one more question at the back, and we have 2 or 3, I believe, from our online participants. And a very big thank you to our online participants. You've been very active today. We're very appreciative that you're engaging us, even though you're online. So let's take a question at the back, and then we'll go straight to the online questions.
Bonjour, je suis Karine Yao, donc je laisse les speakers mettre le casque pour qu'ils comprennent. Alors, donc bonjour, je suis Karine Yao, responsable ESG à la BCC, Banque internationale pour le commerce et l'industrie de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, moi, ma question, c'est une question qui porte sur l'urgence du renforcement des capacités, mais sous un autre angle, sous l'angle de l'inclusion au niveau de ces débats sur l'importance de la collaboration pour pouvoir constituer cette base ESG efficace qui adresse toutes les questions et les besoins des entreprises. À quel niveau vous mettez en termes de priorité, à quel niveau de priorité vous inscrivez ce besoin d'inclusion de toute cette population d'entreprises qui sont de la zone francophone? Parce que là, je suis contente de voir que ce sont des débats vraiment qui portent les besoins de l'Afrique de façon générale, mais quand on regarde l'Assemblée, clairement, c'est une Assemblée qui est majoritairement anglo-saxonne. Je pense qu'il y a aussi ce clivage, en fait. Ce n'est pas une barrière, mais il y a cette réalité de la diversité qu'on rencontre sur le continent africain. Diversité au niveau de la langue, diversité sous plusieurs aspects, mais il y a un besoin d'appropriation de ces questions. Ce sont des questions qui relèvent d'enjeux cruciaux, importants pour toutes les entreprises. À quel niveau de priorité vous inscrivez l'inclusion de toute cette population? Je fais référence notamment à la présentation de monsieur de la GRI qui a clairement présenté qu'il y a une population africaine qui n'est pas couverte en termes de reporting. Peut-être, et il a même évoqué cette possibilité, peut-être que c'était cette barrière de la langue qui faisait obstacle à ce qu'ils puissent intégrer ces données. Donc, c'est quoi la position que vous accordez à cette question? Merci.
All right. I think it was pretty much directed at me, if I got everything correct. That's a challenge that I identified in terms of data that is coming our way. We work with a couple of universities, the University of Stellenbosch, King's College in London, and Oxford, that are part of that research team that we work with to collect all the sustainability policies around the world. I think to address that, which is something that I have also pointed out internally to our policy team, we need to bring on board partners from French-speaking Africa. Like I mentioned, I'm of the view that we have the data, but it's not just getting to us. So if we work with those organizations that are active in the ESG space in these countries, then we'll be able to build the data that is missing. As an organization, our standards are translated into 11 languages, including French. We also work with a network of what we call certified sustainability partners, certified training partners rather. Right now we have about 100 certified training partners that are licensed to offer GRI certified training courses. And these are across 57 countries. And among those, we also have French-speaking training partners. So it's probably looking at how do we work with each other and then also bring that training capacity and expertise to also work with companies in French-speaking Africa. So we have the standards translated. We also have an online academy, but I'm sure the courses are right now in English. I know a few of the courses have been translated into Spanish. So that's kind of collaboration that we are looking to establish through the hub that we are talking about today. The information is there, the standards are there, we have them in French, the training courses are there, some of them have been translated into French as well, is how do we bring the training partners closer to the companies in French-speaking countries. And I think that's what Uche was saying, not reinventing, but how do we bring this capacity and expertise closer to home where the companies are operating. We opened a few years ago, we tried to engage with the, is it BRVM? The regional stock exchange that brings together, I think, about 8 countries within French-speaking Africa, West Africa rather, and yeah, they were a bit unresponsive, but we are open to reopen those negotiations if they are in the room, and we can work with them as well, reaching to companies, building the capacity. We pretty much welcome, and hopefully the hub is going to facilitate those linkages so that we are also able to reach out to not just French-speaking countries, but also Portuguese-speaking countries on the continent as well.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah. We have about 3 minutes left. Okay. Lebohang, in 10 seconds.
10 seconds. I just want to assure you that from our perspective, we do have French-speaking members, and we have a standing MOU with the OHADA, and we work very closely with YMO to ensure that we do bring along our French-speaking colleagues on this journey. I hope it's.
Thank you very much. 10
and
seconds.
just to say that all our resources are being translated into French, but we are looking for capacity building partners on the continent, but other places that can join my capacity building partnership and can lean into things like Workshop in a Box on the ground and deliver these for us. So if anyone knows anyone that would be interested, please send them my way, LinkedIn or via email, whichever way you can find me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists for this short session. That was Marty McBrien, Chief of Strategic Affairs and Capacity Building at the IFRS Foundation, Douglas Kativu, Director, Global Reporting Initiative at the GRI, and Lebohang Sene, Technical Director at the Pan-African Federation of Accountants. We'll break now for lunch and come back for our next session, which will feature panel discussions, and we'll also, this time around, we'll get a perspective of regulators. It's always good, always important to get a perspective of regulators. Thank you so much for engaging with us so far, and of course to our online participants. We'll break for lunch and we'll be right, and we'll come back again. Thank you.
We can check our own family photo now. Well done. Any questions?
Just a quick background, AFAC is working on creating an ESG taxonomy specific to Africa. So this presentation will look at the taxonomy's development and alignment with global standards. Also to mention that after this presentation, we're going to go straight into our first panel discussion for the day, which will take the conversation further, looking at, of course, the perspectives of the regulators. So if we could have Ms. Svetlina on the screen, she's also joining us virtually.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Svetlina. Svetlina, if you can hear me, please go
Yes.
ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for the invitation to present the work of AFAC on the African ESG taxonomy for the financial sector. Please accept my sincerest apologies for not being physically in the room with you. There was unfortunately some last-minute logistical issues that kept me in Europe, but I hope that we'll nevertheless have a good discussion, even if it's in hybrid mode. And even if it's a tough slot after lunchtime, I'm sure the topic itself would prove interesting and keep you engaged. We heard already a couple of times this morning a reference to the need for a taxonomy for Africa. So I'm pleased to have the opportunity to update you on the work that we've been doing with AFAC and AfDB on this initiative. If we can go to the next slide, I will start with a brief presentation on what are the main objectives for the development of the African ESG taxonomy for the financial sector. We started work on this taxonomy framework earlier this year with several such key objectives in place. First, we aim to develop a framework that will target the financial sector in the first instance, be voluntary in nature, and also principles-based. Second, this framework will aim to take into account the specific ESG challenges and opportunities, as well as variety of needs and maturity levels of African countries and stakeholders in the financial sector. Again, coming back to some of the earlier discussions, we talked about the importance of truly capturing the specific context in Africa, which is not comparable to what we have seen, to what is present in Europe, South America, or Asia. And of course, the taxonomy to be for Africa needs to reflect that. Third, we should build on the lessons learned from other similar initiatives internationally and focus in particular on usability, how easy it is to apply this taxonomy. And we think this would be key for this initiative, given that it's going to be a voluntary framework in particular. And last but not least, we also aimed to take into account the degree of desirable interoperability or alignment. Again, these concepts popped up earlier in the day on the subject of ESG disclosure standards, so it's really no surprise that they're also going to be showing up in the discussion of a taxonomy framework, given how such frameworks are put to use. So we've been working on addressing these objectives together with AFAC and together with representatives of the financial industry in Africa, because again, for this framework to work as a voluntary initiative, it absolutely needs the buy-in of the financial sector organizations that would be expected to put it to use. So today in my presentation, I'll tell you briefly about some of the topics we've been exploring so far in the development of this taxonomy, as well as some of the open questions that we are still looking to answer together with these stakeholder groups. If we can go to the next slide, I wanted to make sure that just in case there is anybody in the room or online who has not yet had the chance to explore sustainable finance taxonomies, we start with a definition. So a taxonomy is a classification system that aims to identify and define economic activities, businesses, or projects as sustainable in line with a set of criteria or principles which match sustainability policy goals and ambitions. So while taxonomies can be used in many different ways, and I'll tell you more about this later, in essence, what they are is really a way, an attempt to define a list of commonly accepted standards for what is considered sustainable. And what is important to remember is that generally they don't tend to be exhaustive or definitive, meaning that they aim to capture what is definable, what is provable based on evidence or criteria that can be defined as sustainable. which is not in fact the full range of activities which we can think of as being as contributing to sustainability objectives. But really the taxonomies need to be selective and focus on what can be defined on the basis of objective and consistent criteria as complying with sustainability objectives. So we'll come back a bit to this topic as well shortly, but before that I wanted to show you in the next slide how taxonomy frameworks have actually proliferated across the world in the last couple of years. So as you can see from this map, we're actually looking at more than, I think at the latest count, we had about 50 national or regional frameworks internationally, and this is a far cry from just the situation a few years ago, considering that the first taxonomy was that of the EU, adopted in 2020, the first sort of like comprehensive, let's say, taxonomy. And since then, there's really been a global push to develop such frameworks, to adapt them to national or regional contexts, whether it's in South America, Asia, Australia, or as we can see also in many countries and regions in Africa. So again, this result for me reflects first and foremost the fact that there is a strong need for taxonomy frameworks, that there is a strong need for stakeholders to be able to refer to a common document with criteria for what they can consider as sustainable, how they can use such definitions in their investment decisions, in their project development activities, etc. And that's why we see this move towards adopting such frameworks. And again, plenty of examples where they either work on a national level, including cases in Africa, in South Africa, in Rwanda, Tanzania, etc., where there have been attempts to do so at national level, but as well as regional taxonomies. And of course, the first example here is the European Union taxonomy, but we've also seen the frameworks in Southeast Asia for the ASEAN region, and there are also common frameworks for Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as for the West African Union. So plenty of experience that we can build on also when working on the African ESG taxonomy framework. And I'll share with you some of the insights we have gained from these frameworks. If we go to the next slide, you're going to see also a few more details on specifically the selection of taxonomies that we looked into in order to get a better understanding of what have been the approaches, what's been the experience and lessons learned from other taxonomies internationally. We selected, I think this was about 8 or 9 different frameworks across Africa, Europe, and Asia, as well as South America, which aim to capture the diversity of approaches, sustainability context, as well as reflect the relevance for investment in Africa coming from these regions. What we saw is that while there are certainly differences in how different taxonomies see their role and how they approach the tasks of providing criteria for sustainable activities, there are also many similarities in terms of their objectives, scope, governance mechanisms, as well as development processes. So if we go to the next slide, perhaps one of the first points that would be relevant to share with you and that we have been discussing as well already in the context of the African ESG taxonomy is around objectives. So next slide, please. Thank you. So when we start working on a taxonomy, one of the first questions we aim to answer is what does the taxonomy actually aim to achieve? And you might think that this is an obvious question or an easy one to answer, but I can assure you that it's actually far from the case once we really consider the importance of setting clear objectives from the outset. Again, when we looked at some of the taxonomies available online, it is clear that while there are certainly many common elements in how they see their role, there are also differences, and that the choice of priorities when it comes to objectives can also inform other design choices for these frameworks. It's not surprising that, for example, one of the main objectives defined for taxonomies is to serve as a common language for sustainability. This comes back to the definition that I shared with you earlier on. Many frameworks also explicitly state their ambition to unlock sustainable finance, to boost investment, support transition towards sustainable activities, enable the development of green finance products, but also in many cases an explicit objective around preventing greenwashing and increasing transparency. And again, although these objectives again appear quite complementary, you may say, or obvious ones for taxonomies, when we look into the details of how these frameworks are actually developed or where they're targeted, we can see that the choice of objectives does need to reflect the priorities for the initiative, how the framework is going to be deployed, who is going to use it, and how. So this is something that we are working on at the moment in terms of fine-tuning our understanding of what would be the priorities for the African ESG taxonomy for the financial sector. If we go to the next slide, we also have started exploring together with stakeholders what would be the priority uses for the taxonomy framework. From our review of international frameworks, we saw that there are plenty of cases where the frameworks are meant to support, for example, sustainability disclosures. We heard this morning about the importance of ESG disclosures in terms of informing investors, in terms of representing accurately the sustainability profile of companies, etc. And taxonomies certainly have a role, a supportive role in sustainability disclosures, in the extent that they can define the extent to which certain companies are engaging in sustainability-related activities, and the extent to which investors are investing in such activities. So this is certainly a topic that we are exploring further. Also, plenty of cases where taxonomies are used as a basis for thematic bond issuance or for the development of other lending or insurance products. Taxonomies can also be the basis for the development of standards for labels or financial benchmarks or indices. And they could have a role to play as well in ESG risk management. Last but not least, they can also guide policymaking as well as budget planning to the extent that they become part of a regulatory framework, as we have seen some examples of in different jurisdictions. So what are the most desirable uses for the African ESG taxonomy? This is certainly something that would be a key element for us to discuss with stakeholders, since this decision would certainly influence some of the design choices which we'll make in the process of elaborating this framework. And they will also inform the options we choose for how the initiative would be positioned. I mentioned disclosures as being certainly an element that has captured the interest of stakeholders, and that's quite relevant given the topic of today's event. So if we go into the next slide, I thought I would also share with you a bit of the experience from the EU when it comes to the application of taxonomies in disclosure rules. So as mentioned, the EU taxonomy has been in place since 2020, but the actual disclosure requirements only kicked in about 2 years ago for different stakeholders. And we have now have available about 2 years worth of non-financial reporting, including information about taxonomy alignment to look at for some evidence of the extent to which there are actually activities that are taxonomy aligned in the EU economy. So when we look at, for example, the non-financial sector, we recently carried out a study about where the situation stands in terms of reporting on taxonomy alignment. And we can see that about 37% of CapEx activities in particular can be considered eligible under, meaning that they are in scope of the EU taxonomy. However, only 12% are actually fully aligned with the EU taxonomy criteria. And this is mainly the case in, for example, in the energy and utilities sector, as well as transport and in the automotive sector, mainly driven by renewable energy investments, electric vehicle investments, and the likes. So if we look at the financial sector, on the banking side, the results are also perhaps lower compared to what one might have expected, but in fact, we have about 12.7% maximum being reported by banks as turnover, based on turnover as being aligned with the EU taxonomy. And on average, it's actually only 2%. So same for CapEx, only about 2% of the CapEx related investments in the banking sector can be considered as aligned with the EU taxonomy. With the insurance sector, also on average about 2% for the alignment quota, even though the potential activities in scope on average can be about 20%. So I wanted to share these data points just to show what is also a bit the challenge of managing expectations with regard to the extent that taxonomy framework can really capture the extent of sustainability related investments, even in the context of the EU, where the taxonomy is part of the regulatory framework, meaning that disclosures are mandatory. So this is something perhaps that we'll come back to afterwards in the discussion session. If we go to the next slide, I also wanted to touch upon another topic that has been quite important in the discussions with stakeholders so far, meaning what should be the sustainability objectives that the African ESG taxonomy focuses on. From our review of international taxonomies, we confirmed our initial also expectation that most of the international taxonomies focus primarily for the moment on climate and environment related objectives. So when it comes to the activities they capture in terms of on the impact side, meaning which of the activities that can be considered as having a substantial contribution to sustainability objectives, we see that the objectives are those of climate change mitigation, adaptation, sustainability and protection of water and marine resources, transition to circular economy, pollution and prevention control, as well as protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. And even though there may be some slight differences in terms of how the objectives are precisely defined, broadly speaking, most taxonomies focus on these 6, and usually they start with the climate change related one, meaning mitigation and adaptation, before elaborating their criteria for activities as well under the other 4 environmental objectives. And what we have also seen is that from a risk perspective, taxonomies tend to include do no significant harm principles, meaning principles to ensure that activities contributing to one objective do not harm the rest of the objectives which are included in the framework. And we have seen that the social element in particular is also mainly covered through a risk perspective, through the so-called minimum social safeguards, which define some minimal criteria at the level of organizations. This was quite, and again, there are some examples, notably also for the WAMU taxonomy, and we are looking into how to reflect this particular topic in an optimal way for the African ESG taxonomy. If we look at quickly on the next slide, the importance of the social elements for the African ESG taxonomy can really not be understated. And again, I think this is going to be one of the challenges we need to tackle in the elaboration of this framework document, considering the importance of social risks, in particular for Africa compared to other geographies. And here's an example, recent insights from PwC's 26th CEO survey, which showcase just how much more pressing social issues are in Africa compared to the rest of the world. So clearly something that we need to address, and something that we are discussing actively with the stakeholders in order to try to find relevant solutions. Very quickly, in the next slide, I wanted to give you an overview of what are the topics we are discussing right now. So I mentioned already strategic objectives, the target users and users, sustainability objectives at the moment, and the social and governance aspects in particular. We're soon going to move also towards discussing what would be the sectors in scope and what would be some of the guiding principles we take towards elaboration of principles and criteria of the taxonomy. This would be the work we carry out by the end of the year. And on the next slide, you'll see some of the activities we will undertake next year, which would be more around the elaboration of specific sectoral principles or criteria for activities that are included in scope. Sorry, if you can go to the next slide. Indeed, thank you. So we'll be setting up sectoral working groups and workshops where we can define activity-specific approaches to assessing taxonomy alignment. And here it would be key to make sure we have involved relevant sectoral stakeholders that can help us define within each sector what to focus on as being sustainable. Final slide with this timeline that I mentioned. So, like I said, we've been already working on this for a few months. It is a long process, or perhaps longer than we might wish. However, I think it's really essential to take the time needed, especially given some of the innovative elements we'll need to see in the African ESG taxonomy, especially around the social dimension, in order to make sure that stakeholders are part of the process and that they are satisfied with the ultimate output of this taxonomy development exercise. This is the picture and where we are right now, and happy to take also any questions you may have on the work done so far.
Thank you very much, Svetlina. We'll stick around, stay online. We're going to have you be part of the next panel discussion, and there will be a Q&A afterwards, so the audience get a chance to ask questions. So moving things along quickly, we're going straight into our panel discussion. Let me start by introducing the moderator for this panel. Of course, we're taking the conversation further. Please welcome the moderator for this panel, Mr. David Ashiabo. He is the Chief Financial Sector Strategy Officer at the African Development Bank. David leads the development of the bank's financial sector development strategy and provides inputs to other bank strategies, including country strategies, the new 10-year strategy, and the private sector development strategy. David, over to you.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Thank you all for being here for these 2 days. I have a very easy job this afternoon, which is to ask some very difficult questions. Fortunately, I have an expert panel, and I'll just introduce them and we'll just get straight into the discussion. So first of all, we have Mr. Sam Wakdok, who is an economist at the Environmental Sustainability Office of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Sam. Then we also have Dr. Shem Umar, who is the head of the Secretariat of the Africa Pension Supervisors Association. So Shem, anyway. And then online, we should have Mr. Mahamadi Balima, who is the head of Sustainable Finance at the Autorité des Marchés Financiers de l'Union Monétaire West African, donc AMF-UMOA, the capital markets regulator for Francophone West Africa. Mahamadi, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yeah, David, I'm here.
Excellent. And then, of course, we have Svetlina as well. Yeah, so thank you all for making the time. I think we've had some really good discussions this morning, and I think this panel is going to take some of the issues a bit further. And so the first thing I wanted to do was to get a sense from our regulators, because we hear a lot about Africa not being present in the global discourse on sustainable finance, the lack of regulation, lack of taxonomies, and all that. But at the same time, we know that there's a lot going on in this area. So what I'm going to ask my panel to do, maybe starting with you, Sam, because you're right next to me, is to talk to us a bit about how you are approaching ESG disclosure in Nigeria. What have been, what frameworks have you developed or are you developing? What have been the key milestones? And also if you can touch on, going back to the discussion around objectives of the frameworks and the work that you're doing in this area. So Sam?
Thank you, David. Good afternoon. I think to begin with your question, for Nigeria, we'll speak specifically to the banking sector and in some cases, the financial institutions, because we also have other non-banking financial institutions. So we started early. I wouldn't know if it's globally, but by the African standard, I think we started early. As far back as 2012, we had the Nigerian Sustainable Banking Principles. And there are a set of 9 overarching principles that looked at environmental and social risk management. Also, does also look at our own footprints. We looked at financial inclusion, looked at women economic empowerment, looked at human rights, and also looked at collaboration, capacity building, and of course, reporting. I think the emphasis then was not really, it was a bit isolated, because that's why I said we started early. There was no really anywhere to plug it in, but it was visionary. And prior to then, I think there was really no much discussion about sustainability issues or ESG, but that has brought that to the fore. And over the past 10, 12 years, a lot of our banks have actually scaled up, even if I was still insist, within our own geographical space. Along the line too, we co-opted the microfinance institutions, which might not be as large as the banks, but there are as many and more than the banks. So on both sides of the discussion, we had the banks, which are big, and we had the microfinance banks, everybody playing in the pool. That has been the key thing. And I know right now we're even reviewing the Nigerian Sustainable Banking Principles as the NSBP, because when we did that, that predated even the Paris Climate Agreement. There were a lot of things that had either changed or have become more popular, or people are aware, and we felt there is a need to review that and incorporate those things. So before then, like I said, it was more on reporting, it was more voluntary, but with time, with the new review, when it's done and approved, we are actually pushing and seeking for mandatory disclosure. So that for me is the key highlight. Initially, it was more of a risk management framework, but I think along the line too, everybody has realized, everybody agrees that it is something that needs to be done beyond, I think, both for transparency and for benchmarking with you and your peers. We have our banks that either have subsidiaries in other African countries or in the UK, some in France, Dubai. So we cannot just continue to play within our local space. I don't know if I missed any of your questions.
No, thanks, Sam. Mohammed, if I can come to you, because you recently launched a taxonomy, I think, earlier this year. So if you can talk to us a bit more about what were the key milestones in developing that taxonomy, what are some of its key objectives, etc.
Okay, thank you very much.
Feel free to speak in French, because we do have translation.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, David. Yeah, I'm going to speak in French. So, merci beaucoup. Avant tout propos, je voudrais quand même, au nom du président de l'AMF UEMOA, l'autorité des marchés financiers de l'UEMOA, qui couvre 8 pays, remercier la BAD pour nous avoir associés à ce forum très important. Maintenant, revenons à la question de David. Il faut dire que sur notre marché, le marché financier de l'UEMOA, on a commencé notre histoire avec la finance durable, les questions ESG, très longtemps parce que tous les pays sont engagés dans un développement durable. Mais il faut savoir que la matérialisation a commencé en 2015 avec la COP qui s'est tenue au Maroc, où nous, les marchés financiers, les bourses, ont signé ce qu'on appelle le Marrakech Place, qui nous engage quand même à faire des efforts pour pouvoir soutenir la lutte contre le changement climatique et le développement durable. Donc, les questions ESG et la divulgation des informations ESG est très important pour, en tout cas pour la transition en Afrique. Vous savez, les investisseurs, les gouvernements, les ONG, ils reconnaissent quand même le risque financier et les opportunités associées aux questions ESG. Donc, on attend maintenant des entreprises qu'elles adoptent des principes ESG pour obtenir des financements ou conserver la confiance des investisseurs. Donc, malgré ces défis d'obligation ou de contraintes, il y a une réelle opportunité pour ces entreprises-là de pouvoir faire des diffusions sur les questions ESG. Et ça permettrait d'être transparent, d'avoir une bonne gestion des risques, parce que ESG, c'est quand même des risques qu'il faut gérer. Quand on arrive à faire le reporting, on sait déjà où sont les poches de risque et on pourra gérer ces poches de risque-là. Revenons à ce que nous, on a fait par rapport aux critères ESG. Et comme vous le savez, dès 2020, on a mis en place un cadre réglementaire qui essaie d'encadrer tout ce qui est des émissions d'obligations vertes, sociales et durables. Et dans ce cadre, il y a quand même un pilier important qui est le reporting ESG, d'où les entreprises qui mobilisent des fonds sur le marché devraient quand même faire des publications ESG qui va fournir aux investisseurs des informations précieuses par rapport à l'utilisation des fonds, d'une part, mais aussi à l'impact que ces fonds ont servi sur les 3 critères ESG. Donc, et dans ce sens, on a quand même vu des sociétés qui sont arrivées à faire du reporting, à faire des informations plus claires aux investisseurs. Mais on a allé plus loin, comme tu l'as dit, on est en 2024 tout récemment édicté ce qu'on appelle la taxonomie des projets verts, sociaux et durables. Parce que on veut, comme on dit, nous, on est un régulateur, on s'est dit qu'il faut faire de la smart regulation, c'est-à-dire essayer d'accompagner les sociétés, les entreprises pour pouvoir se conformer. Et on est dans une logique de principle-based regulation et non the rule-based regulation. C'est-à-dire on met les principes, on essaie de permettre aux acteurs du marché de pouvoir, à l'intérieur de ces principes-là, pouvoir essayer de gérer le marché et avancer en fonction des deals qu'ils peuvent développer par rapport à ça. Donc, l'objectif de la taxonomie était d'une part vraiment de pouvoir accompagner, de pouvoir sensibiliser, de pouvoir éduquer, de pouvoir guider toutes ces sociétés-là, de pouvoir se conformer à une réglementation qui les permette de pouvoir mobiliser des ressources, mais pouvoir être dans un cadran clair qui permet de faire des reporting et de s'assurer que tous les projets qui sont en train de financer sont vraiment en ligne avec les questions de la durabilité, les questions ESG. On est allé plus loin aussi parce qu'avec l'association des bourses, il y a quand même une certaine initiative qui cherche harmoniser les normes d'information sur le développement durable entre les sociétés cotées. Parce que les sociétés cotées doivent quand même faire des publications au lieu, en plus des informations sur leur rendement, sur leurs investissements, il faudrait qu'ils aient des reportings sur des questions, des extra-financiers, des indicateurs extra-financiers pour pouvoir aussi bien attirer des investisseurs responsables qui cherchent vraiment à investir dans des papiers verts, mais améliorer les relations avec les clients, gérer les risques et favoriser l'innovation. Donc, je m'arrête là, David, pour la première question. Merci.
Merci, Mohamedi. Shem, I think it's fair to say that when it comes to sustainable finance in Africa, we hear a lot about what's going on in the banking sector, but we don't hear a lot about what is going on at the longer term end of the market, so specifically pension funds and regulators of pension funds that you represent. At the association level, can you talk to us a bit about how you're thinking of approaching these issues? What are you doing? What initiatives do you see? Yeah.
Thank you, David, and good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this event for inviting APSA. APSA is still a very young organization on the continent, which we formed in the year 2019 when it held its inaugural conference in Nairobi. And the reason why we formed it was to address the many challenges that we still see in the pension sector, particularly on our continent. And although these supervisors and regulators in the continent are members of the International Organization of Pension Supervisors, which sets regulations and standards for them, some of the challenges they face are peculiar to the continent. And most of them look at them, try to address them. Some have seen success, some have not. And so through collaboration, we are able to learn from one another and be able to deal with those particular issues. So that is why it was formed, initially trained under an interim committee. To date, it has elected officials, and its secretariat sits in Nairobi with the Retirement Benefits Authority, which is the regulator of the pension sector. So this is one of the issues that also keep us thinking in APSA on how to address it. And for the pension sector, I think it has dawned on us that ESG framework is here to stay with us. So we cannot simply wish it away. And why is that? And the very initial conference that we held in Nairobi, our members, the customers, the members of pension schemes have realized that even though that they are the owners of the resources that pension funds invest, that investment should not jeopardize their future life. So it should not come at the expense of the environment they're going to live with. It should not come at the expense of a social framework that is not working for them. And so they said that they need investments, they need income, all right. They need to see the bottom line of their investments, but they also want to live in a viable society and in an environment that is sustainable. And we have also seen that investors are also looking for ESG, and that concept has been expounded this morning a lot. In our region, we also see a move by stock markets to introduce disclosure requirements in the market. And so we have to comply as investors of pension funds. Even if you just look at talent, if you want to get top talent into your organization, I think they're considering ESG matters because they want to associate with doing good to society. And so the regulators, the pension sector regulators or supervisors are not being left behind. They have recognized that they need to embrace ESG, and so that the regulations that they come up with whether it is in investments, whether it is in supervision, that they adhere to ESG principles. They may not have declared them as so, but in terms of practice, they have found themselves doing things that are in conformity with the ESG. And so, especially in the continent, if you look at it, most of our region, for the average corruption perception index is at 32/100. And so that speaks to our governance, and we need to do something about it. If you look at social development, the Human Development Index, on average, is only Mauritius and Seychelles that is above the global average. And so these are things that are critical. And I think in terms of work, quite some work has been done on the governance bit, because we look at the board composition, and we look at how the audit committee does audit, and things like that. And on the social side, I think we are very keen now on data protection, but very little has been done on the environmental side. And if you look at pension funds, these are people who are controlling huge savings. And so if they embrace ESG and invest as per its principles, then the impact that they create is a lot. And so when we actually formed this particular association, and to address this particular issue, I want to refer to a small mini case study that we have done and what it told us. So we did a cross-country study between Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria, and we're seeking to answer 3 questions. The first one was, what was the status quo of ESG adoption by pension funds, managers, and of course the regulators? So that question led us to conduct a diagnostic study whose results I'm going to show you briefly. The second question that we sought to answer was, how can pension funds better integrate ESG considerations in their risk management frameworks and decision-making processes? And so this led us to come up with a self-assessment toolkit that pension funds can actually be able to assess themselves in terms of how they are performing. And then the third question that we wanted to look at in this study was, how can pension regulations and the policies integrate with ESG? Some of okay, so maybe I keep a distance from him a bit because of this, hopefully. I'm just trying. I'm experimenting whether that works. So when we looked at the diagnostic component, what we want to understand.
Hello. It seems. Hello. Are we on? Are we on? No? Oh, yes, yes. So thank you very much. Sorry for that hiccup. What I was trying to put across was the fact that we wanted to understand better which animal we are dealing with from the pension side. And so it forced us to do a mini study that had Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria participate. And I was just to quickly run through a few of the indications on the results that we have when, and I'm going to use the Kenyan case, that when we looked at the results from this study, we discovered that there's a framework in Kenya that actually supports ESG, starting with its constitution 2010. They have a national climate action plan, and they also have an Environment and Management Coordination Act, EMCA Act, that sets out principles and guidelines for ensuring environmental quality and enforcement is done. Kenya also has a Climate Change Act 2016, Energy Act 2019, which aims at promoting development and use of renewable energy. And it has also green fiscal incentives policy framework. And so we find that the framework to implement ESG actually exists in Kenya, and the capital markets actually championed the development of a Kenya Green Bond Program. And this is a program that I think was developed with other stakeholders globally, and Olomide in the room was very key in this one. And so the Nairobi Securities Exchange, running on that particular program, developed ESG disclosures. What we realized is that in the pension sector, on the other hand, we didn't have any ESG disclosure requirements. But the way pension funds are invested in Kenya, they're invested in 15 different asset classes, and we only put upper limits on those particular investment asset classes, starting with the cash and ending with any other investment asset class that was not envisaged, but because of innovation, it has come to be. And in that case, the regulator then engages the developers of that particular product, and if they agree, then it is implemented under that any other asset class capped at 10% of a scheme's portfolio. So we found that the pension sector was actually complying to some of the ESG regulations, depending on which class of investment they were investing pension funds. So indirectly, yes, they were complying. By directly, no. But this is why, and these are the challenges that we found, and this is purely from a survey for this particular country in that study. And they had 4 critical challenges that they were dealing with. Number one, and I think this has also been discussed a lot this morning, there was difficulty in collecting environmental and social risk impact data. So they wouldn't be able to assess whether they were doing the right things or be able to address ESG from that perspective, given that challenge. And the response was given by 86% of the sampled clients who were pension schemes. And we have more than 1,200 pension schemes in Kenya, most of which are actually small. And then the other difficulty that they had was that ESG standards are unclear or difficult to understand. So that requires that we simplify really the language that we speak on ESG. And then there was limited availability of investment options that adhere to the ESG requirements, responded to by 71% of the sample then. But again, the other challenge was that most of the assets in pension funds were being invested in government securities, up to 71%. So that pointed to us that really we need to do something as a pension sector. And a number of jurisdictions have started to look at this. And I think we are very happy to participate in the AFAC initiative, and we've got participation from different jurisdictions.
South Africa has something on ESG for pensions. So does Rwanda, and Tanzania was also mentioned, and Kenya was just starting to look at this. But we thought looking at it better from a global perspective as a continent, we deal with many other challenges that have been spoken here since morning. I think that is where the pension sector is in terms of trying to embrace ESG.
Thank you, Shem. Svetlina, if I can come to you for a minute, can you sort of talk to us very briefly about how these approaches that we've heard about from our regulators compare to compare with what is happening outside of Africa? That would be the first question. And the second point I'd like you to touch briefly on would be how you see the work we are doing with AFAC on the African ESG taxonomy, supporting what our regulators are trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Well, very interesting to hear from the rest of the panel about the different initiatives that they have been part of at national, regional level in Africa. I would say similarly, of course, I can mostly speak about the EU experience, but from what I'm aware of also internationally, you see similar developments, meaning that very often initiatives start off as being voluntary, driven especially by the market, before transitioning into ultimately also regulatory-based approaches with some mandatory requirements towards different stakeholders in the non-financial and financial sectors. If we're looking for examples of truly regulatory approaches, we can by now see quite a few of those, in particular in the EU, but also US, in different countries in Asia, etc. So I think there is a general trends towards testing through voluntary approaches, in particular in the beginning, what can be accomplished on the disclosure side before strengthening the requirements from a regulatory perspective. And I think that helps to get the market participants ready. And in that sense, for initiatives which are, regardless of whether they're driven by government, regional organizations, or the private sector, it's important to keep that potential natural progression in mind and to use the opportunities available to support as wide deployment as possible of such frameworks. And in terms of how the work we're doing on the African ESG taxonomy is supporting what regulators are doing on the disclosure side, I would say that the taxonomy can be a really powerful way to ensure consistency in how different actors in the non-financial financial sector define which of their investments or activities qualify as sustainable. And this would be key for avoiding risks of greenwashing claims. It would be key for providing consistent information to investors. And in that sense, taxonomy-related information can be just a small part of the entirety of what would go into ESG disclosures, but nevertheless, it can be a very powerful part. So I would say it's definitely important to look for the opportunities to incorporate taxonomy-related information requirements under ESG disclosure standards, whether they are voluntary or mandatory.
Thank you. Next question for our regulators. I'd like to talk about, this is a subject again that was touched on this morning, the whole issue around alignment with international standards. So, and the question is, as African regulators, how important is it for you to align local ESG disclosure standards with international frameworks, such as ISSB, the EU taxonomy, etc., whilst they remain relevant and tailored to the African context? And even within the African context, I think I'd go as far as to say with your local context, because Africa is 54 different countries with 54 different priorities, 54 different issues. So how do we align amongst ourselves? How do we align internationally? How important is that to you? And what are some of the challenges you face in that alignment? And I think for this question, I'm going to start with Mohammadi so I can get a chance to sit down. Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup, David. Effectivement, pour nous, dans notre quête d'une régulation smart et basée sur les principes, nous pensons que pour que l'information ESG soit efficace, ils doivent respecter 4 principes. Ces 4 principes, ces 4 piliers sont le bon timing, être clair, être compréhensible et être standardisé. Donc, ils doivent être normalisés afin de faciliter la comparaison. Les données ESG doivent être clairement formalisées pour que la comparaison soit plus facile. Elle doit être transparente et être fournie à temps utile et de manière très précise, parce que c'est important, le timing est assez important. Donc, ces caractéristiques réunies, en tout cas, favoriseront la confiance des parties prenantes et peuvent ainsi s'appuyer sur des données cohérentes et fiables pour prendre des décisions. Parce qu'il faut que ces 4 principes sont... Donc, nous disons qu'il faudrait vraiment s'aligner aux principes internationaux comme SSB, l'UE, ainsi sur le principe de task force, pour pouvoir permettre à certains investisseurs qui sont à l'international, qui ont l'habitude de voir des rapports ESG sur des normes, qu'on puisse en Afrique aussi produire ces rapports-là sous ces normes. C'est ce qui permettrait à ces investisseurs à l'international comme au local, qui ont l'habitude de voir des rapports ESG, de pouvoir comparer des rapports au niveau international et des rapports au niveau de l'Afrique, au niveau de notre sous-région. Donc, nous, on est en ligne disant qu'il faudrait qu'il y ait une certaine comparabilité. Mais comme David lui a dit, en Afrique, on a plus de 50 États avec des spécificités qu'il faudrait pouvoir prendre en compte. Parce que des fois, les principes au niveau international sont basés sur des postulats tels qu'un système d'information clair, ce que beaucoup de pays africains n'ont pas. Donc, nous reconnaissons certes le besoin de pouvoir être aligné avec les principes au niveau international, mais de pouvoir garder notre spécificité. Notre spécificité parce que il y a certains aspects de ces principes-là qui sont pas pertinents en fonction de la région d'Afrique où on est, ou qui demandent un certain investissement pour pouvoir avoir un système d'information qui fournisse des éléments pour pouvoir respecter ce type de reporting. C'est en cela que nous, on s'est dit que des institutions comme la BAD sont très utiles. Sont très utiles pourquoi? C'est pouvoir accompagner la volonté de certaines entreprises, puisqu'il y a des entreprises qui veulent bien faire ces rapports ESG, mais qui sont butées à un système d'information faible ou à un surcoût d'investissement pour pouvoir avoir ces informations et faire un rapport ESG qui respecte les 4 critères, comme j'ai dit, pour pouvoir être comparable au niveau international. Donc, c'est en ce sens que des institutions comme la BAD peuvent aider à essayer de tendre vers les normes internationales, mais avoir des normes intermédiaires qui permettent aux entreprises de pouvoir faire des efforts pour la publication, la divulgation ESG, mais qui ne sont pas face à des efforts insurmontables qui vont les empêcher de pouvoir essayer de faire ce rapport-là. Donc, l'initiative, on ne doit pas tuer l'initiative. Donc, pour nous, nous pensons qu'il faudrait faire être en ligne, mais avoir des normes intermédiaires permettant de faire les efforts de façon progressive pour pouvoir atteindre au niveau international. Donc, c'est vraiment comme ça notre philosophie. Et nous, à l'AMF, c'est ce qu'on se dit. On dit, voilà, il faudrait accompagner le marché, accompagner les entreprises qui font des efforts pour pouvoir aller. Donc, je disais auparavant qu'on essaie de ne pas faire des rule-based regulation, pour mettre des règles, pour mettre des trucs contraignants qui vont décourager les entreprises et tout le monde de pouvoir faire ces rapports ESG-là, mais de mettre un principe d'abord qui permet à chacun de faire des efforts progressivement pour pouvoir atteindre ces niveaux au niveau international, des standards au niveau international. Donc, nous comprenons bien, pour résumer, nous comprenons bien qu'on a besoin quand même que nos rapports ESG soient vraiment comparables à ceux au niveau international pour qu'un investisseur au niveau international, un gouvernement ou ONG qui prend nos rapports au niveau local, qui puisse se retrouver, savoir que, voilà, quels sont les efforts que l'entreprise fait dans chaque compartiment ESG, mais aussi de permettre aux entreprises d'aller doucement parce qu'on a des systèmes d'information qui ne sont pas très rigoureux. On a des nécessités d'investissement pour avoir certaines informations, donc il faudrait accompagner, vraiment faire du principal base regulation. Voilà, David, ce que je peux dire par rapport à ça. Merci.
I think I will start with the first thing. I will attempt to answer your question this way. We are a regulator, and to that extent, we also try our best to comply to regulatory issues. So I can speak for the Central Bank of Nigeria as in aligning. I will take ISSB for one. Prior to then, we really worked with the GRI and the TCFD frameworks, depending on choice of the institutions. And like I told you, we had the banks who already had international subsidiaries or they had partnership across the world. So it was just normal for them to comply. But sometimes when the ISSB came up, I know our former president made a commitment in Egypt to comply to the standards. So if your president had made a commitment, you had no option if you are a regulator and you expected people to also comply with you, with your own rules and regulations. So because of that, we took it up, and the funny thing is I don't know how it works in other countries, but in Nigeria right now, we have another regulatory agency that is responsible for financial reporting. We call it the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, FRC. And the task of the sustainability report has also been given to that regulator. So even though we regulate the banks on banking and other financial matters, the FRC regulates everybody as far as financial reporting is concerned, including sustainability reporting. So to an extent, even we, the central bank, we will have to comply with the FRC regulations, and that's what has been happening. I think we worked with PAFA. We've had engagements with PAFA. I know we've had engagement with other organizations. So already the FRC has what we call the Adoption Readiness Working Group, and we had a roadmap for the implementation of the sustainability reporting. We have 4 categories like the early adopters, the voluntary adopters, then we'll get to mandatory reporting, then government-owned entities. So that is one. That's the first reason why we feel it's necessary to align with international standards. Secondly, I will look at, although Africa is unique, Nigeria sits, if you look at the map of West Africa, the 5 countries bordering us are all Francophone countries. And then we have the Atlantic Ocean. So everything we've been doing is either we do it ourselves or we need to jump to go to Ghana, because I know after our sustainable banking principles, Ghana also I don't want to say they were influenced, but at least after that, they set up their own principles too. So sometimes if we do not have this internet, or if we do not align with these international standards, we run the risk of running these things in silos. Because you see a Cameroon, I'm looking at the map visually, mentally now, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, Benin, Togo. Those are the countries surrounding Nigeria. And I don't speak a word of French.
I'm talking for myself. And maybe some of them too don't speak a word of English. So if everybody develops their standards independently, individually, we wake up one day and we have a proliferation of standards across the African continent without any synergy. But somehow, if we have to all align with the international standards, we will find a way around the geographical and linguistic barriers and what is happening, be it in English, in Portuguese, in Spanish, in French, and to an extent in Arabic, because sometimes I think we don't even remember or that the north of Africa speaks Arabic. So sometimes we'll just be looking at East, Central, South, West, and maybe they too are up there looking at Middle East, Europe. So if we really have to look at Africa, it is easier when we align with these international standards. And like for me, in Nigeria, Nigeria depends heavily on carbon, fossil fuel. About 70 to 80% of our exports is carbon driven, oil and gas. So we are really exposed to transition risks in the first place. But if you also understand the geography of Nigeria, the north is also exposed to the fiscal risks of climate change, especially drought, desertification, and then the south to an extent is exposed by rising sea levels. Remember, I talked about Atlantic Ocean. Then let's not talk of the environmental disasters that have occurred in the oil region where everybody there, at least to an extent, is exposed to the exploitation of oil and gas, the environment, the air pollution, the soot. So somehow our portfolio would be, especially local, even the investors are, like I said, exposed to now, heavily exposed to the transition risks of climate change and to the fiscal risks of climate change. And if we think we will do this alone, I don't think we will go far. And that's why these are the three reasons for me why I feel heavily that it is natural and it is advisable that we align with international standards as we're already doing. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I want to add to the discussion by adding additional 2 reasons why we think we need to comply with the international standards in ESG. I think where my colleague has ended, I think we need to recognize that the impacts of climate change go across borders. So not one individual institution, not one individual country will provide a solution for it. We need to collaborate. And we're using the ESG framework to address some of these challenges. So there's definitely a need to be able to somehow work on the ESG taxonomy across borders so that we have the interoperability and alignment of the same so that we can address those challenges adequately, because we recognize that no one country, no one institution will be able to do it alone. So there's need for collaboration. And that aspect, we need the taxonomy to somehow speak to each other. Number 2, if you look at the pension sector, I think the pension funds are invested across borders. In the East African Community region, we have a regulation because we have unified the investment schedule to state that 30% of the pension portfolio in that region is invested abroad. And abroad means outside the EAC region, which comprises, of course, the big DRC, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, South Sudan now, and Somalia has applied to join. So it's a big region. And that means we can invest beyond that and invest globally. So we need to comply with other ESG taxonomies across the globe. So it makes a lot of sense to be able to align our technologies with other technologies globally so that we are able to invest abroad and those funds are also able to be attracted at home. I thought I should add those 2 reasons for why we need to align our own taxonomies to the same, because the challenges that we are trying to address are also cross-boundary. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Svetlina, if I can come to you, are there any lessons from other regions? I think in your presentation you spoke about, I think it was a South Asian taxonomy and something in Latin America. How do they deal with this issue of, I suppose, alignment or interoperability with international taxonomies and standards? Thanks.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I was sure you're going to ask about interoperability when we talk about taxonomies, because it has been a hotly debated topic in some of our recent exchanges with stakeholders. I mean, when we talk about taxonomies, alignment means that the principles are pretty much this equivalent or the same. So if you assess something as taxonomy aligned under one framework, you can also assess it as the same under the other one. When we talk about interoperability, it's more about having the same structure and approach so that the two frameworks can sort of speak to each other. And I think what we have seen is that internationally, there is certainly a strong desire for interoperability. Although we have seen also some examples of also alignment. So even in some of the taxonomies which have been adopted at national level in Africa, you would see very close alignment, for example, to the EU taxonomy criteria. And the tension that this creates specifically in the work on the African ESG taxonomy is that, of course, as you recall from the beginning, we said that we do want to prepare something that is relevant for Africa, while at the same time having a certain degree of interoperability with also international frameworks, which would be beneficial for ensuring the flows of international investment in particular. So finding that balance, I think is going to be a key challenge. We don't have the answer yet. We will need to continue working with stakeholders on finding what would be the optimal balance. And it's really not an easy task, because even within Africa, as we have just heard from the other participants, there is so much diversity in terms of geographies, in terms of economies, in terms of sustainability challenges, that even at the regional level, finding something that works for all countries would be a challenge. And then even at the level further, having those elements reflected in interoperability with international taxonomies would be another aspect to consider. So I don't have a quick, easy solution, unfortunately, for this one. We haven't seen that also in other taxonomies. Again, they do tend to follow roughly similar patterns as what has been established by the European taxonomy, at least in terms of sustainability objectives. So we'll need to figure out how to solve this particular issue in the African context as well.
Thank you for that. By my watch, we have about just over 15 minutes left. I just wanted to do a quick check if there's any questions from the audience, either in the room or online. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Achadro, and then also thanks to your panelists. I would like to find out whether, from the regional approach, whether Africa should be looking forward to align with European or non-African standard, or we should strive to develop an African standard which can be integrated for, rather than aligning with European and other non-African standard one. The second thing also is that in terms of compliance, I'm not sure there's anything we refer to as a regional compliance requirement, because Africa, as you rightly said, comprises of 54 countries with 54 different ESG-related legislative frameworks. Rather, we can explore an existing multilateral environmental agreement and help each country through the central banks to develop a framework to align with the multilateral environmental agreement that meet ESG, that can be integrated for the international or so-called existing globally recognized ESG standard, IFC, Equator Principle, and the rest. But nonetheless, the question I asked before my comment is that whether it is okay for Africa to develop a standard for itself, which can then be integrated for globally recognized standard. Thank you, sir.
At the risk of losing my neutrality as a moderator, I think I'll answer that question myself. I think you're absolutely right, and that is why we're doing the work we're doing on the African ESG taxonomy. Why? Because what we are saying is that the existing international taxonomies and standards do not meet Africa's needs and do not respond to our do not necessarily respond to our development objectives, right? The one I always think of is there's 600 million people in Africa who don't have electricity, right? Are we really going to say to them, you cannot have electricity because it means burning fossil fuels? Africa is responsible for 5% of greenhouse emissions. 4. Thank you, Zainabu. So we are going to reduce from what? From 4 to 0? No, I mean, it's a serious question because that's what it comes down to. So the work that we are doing with PwC, with Svetlina and her team, and through AFAC, is to say, this is what a taxonomy, an ESG taxonomy that meets Africa's development needs should look like, right? These are the key elements that it should have. But within that, we are also very conscious that we have to the principles, whatever we come with, the principles or whatever we come up with, there has to be some interoperability. There has to be some connection with international standards. Because if you don't, you're going to get cut off from funding, right? The international financial system is so integrated, and unfortunately, we as Africans are way too dependent on external funding that we cannot, today Africa cannot afford, no matter how rich we are, no matter how many resources we have. The problem is the majority of those resources are not circulating within the formal system for a variety of reasons. So we find ourselves in a situation where we are very dependent on foreign funding. Therefore, you need that connection. So to allow the funding to keep flowing. I think the other challenge, and you touched on the other challenge that we are facing with this piece of work, which is about compliance and enforceability, and it's a debate that we have every week when we do our weekly calls with PwC. So we do the taxonomy. Who's going to enforce it? There's a political body within Africa, like the EU, that makes policy, that makes regulation, at that level, but at the same time, we have to do something, yeah? And what we know from international experience is a lot of this stuff starts off at the voluntary level and then progressively is integrated into and then is integrated into regulations or whatever, and then becomes mandatory. So very long answer to a very short question. The short version of that answer is you're spot on. These are issues, that we struggle with. But short answer is yes, absolutely right. A lot of the work that we're doing in this area, and actually I would say even part of the reason for the ESG Disclosure Hub is for Africa to have its own standards that are relevant to them, which we can then take as a continent and input into the discussion around the international standards and say, if you do this, or if you say this, this is what it means for us. And this is why this cannot be applicable to us. But today, unfortunately, the forums that allow us to have that common African position, I suppose, are just beginning to emerge. So that's kind of why things are the way they are. Does that help? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good.
Okay.
Sorry, it will be easy for me to speak in French.
You can, yeah.
Ok. J'ai une question pour les panélistes. Premièrement, durant les échanges, que ce soit au niveau du reporting qu'au niveau de l'élaboration de la taxonomie, on a beaucoup insisté sur la question de la conformité, compliance, alors que l'approche ESG est censée apporter une transformation dans les modèles économiques. Donc, comment vous abordez cette question-là au niveau des activités que vous, pour certains, supervisez et que vous suivez? Ça, c'est la question 1. La question 2. L'un des enjeux, je pense que le monsieur en a parlé tout à l'heure de l'ESG, c'est la qualité de la donnée, qui est un enjeu pour toutes les entreprises aujourd'hui qui se mettent à cet exercice ESG-là. Vous qui êtes au Nigeria, qui supervisez les entreprises, surtout bancaires et peut-être assurantielles, comment vous appréhendez cet enjeu-là et comment vous aidez les entreprises à pouvoir le faire? Et puis, dernière question pour vous du Nigeria. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, pour pouvoir motiver ou engager cette question ESG au niveau des entreprises, vous avez peut-être défini des mécanismes internes et incentives pour pouvoir aider les banques qui voudraient bien s'engager dans cette dynamique-là, pour pouvoir bénéficier peut-être des refinancements au niveau de vos guichets? Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, I think data quality has been an issue. It's everywhere for us too, and costs, especially if you insist that some of these people have to get the kind of data you need, you require. Remember, the businesses are different level of skills. So we've had a challenge around that. And why I talked of compliance, between 2012 and now, if you listen to me well, I said it has been a kind of voluntary disclosure, and what we feel this is a long time enough for them to also up their game. And when we are able to review the principles as it is now, we'll be pushing for mandatory disclosure. And that's to help us align one with regulatory requirement, because like even us, we've got the Nigerian Climate Change Act, which was passed in 2021, and it makes these things compulsory. Remember, I said earlier that as a regulator, what we try to achieve is also to ensure compliance with the regulations of the country. About incentives for nothing, that will lead us to monetary policy and climate change. We've looked at the possibility of having like discretionary monetary policy, but it has not yet come into be, but that's a very likelihood. Before, I think in the past 8 years, we had some intervention in the development finance sector. And what we did was a kind of what we are talking, where we had given single digit interest rates to investment in those sectors. In the course of our work too with the NSBP, we had developed 3 sector guidelines: power, oil and gas, and agriculture. And these are the key sectors that are exposed to climate change. We had hoped to increase to transportation, construction, and real estate. If we're able to consolidate those, then we will be able to look at those incentives. But the review we are currently doing is heavy on fines and sanctions, and that's where the incentive is coming from. So we looked at it from the risk framework management before now, but now we're actually also looking at the opportunity. I think we've talked more about the risks of climate change, which is more like trying to put fears into the minds of people. But we are saying, fine, do the right thing or do this thing, and there are also opportunities. And definitely those opportunities will definitely come with incentives. They will come with opportunities for you to grow and so that you can benefit from doing what you are supposed to do. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. So we have less than 5 minutes left. we have two questions, right? Two questions from our colleagues online. By the way, there's over 400 people following us online. So if we can give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. So first question is, you have regulation as a focus taxonomy, but do you have impact on legitimate ESG infrastructure development from an investment point of view? To be specific, what is your impact on clean energy power generation? So I'm going to throw the questions out there, right? And any of the panelists, or indeed anyone in the room, can volunteer can volunteer to answer them. And that question was from Dr. Olatidoye. And then we have a second question from Ivana Osaji, who's also online. And the question is, the ISSB standards, which are currently the only mandatory disclosure standards anywhere in Africa, are purely investor/market focused and are specifically for financial materiality. Given Africa's development trajectory, how do we ensure impact materiality is adequately considered? Who's brave enough to take this on? Yes, we have ISSB in the room, fortunately. So if we can give her a microphone.
Very quick. I know we've only got a few minutes, but it's ISSB plus GRI. GRI gives you that impact reporting, and that will provide that comprehensive global, if you like, language, baseline, and passport for African disclosures, African companies to participate in the market anywhere.
Yeah. No, and I think in answer to the question on impact on clean energy power generation, I think what I would say to that is there's a lot. I think it was Olumide who made the point earlier today that there's a lot being done on our continent that we don't measure simply because we don't have the standards. Right. So if you look at all the investment that is going into renewable energy, clean energy, et cetera, I don't think we are doing a good enough job of measuring that and everything that counts at that. And that is precisely where taxonomies come in, because they give us taxonomies and disclosure standards, because they give us a common standard by which we can measure and understand, what we're really doing in these sectors. So on that note, before I offend the moderator and the organizers any further, I am going to say a big thank you to my panel, especially to Svetlina and Mahamadi, who have made a significant effort to join us online today, but also to Shem and Sam, who have traveled from various points on this great continent of ours to be with us today, and you for being such an engaging audience, and also to our online friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. At this point, we'll take another quick 15-minute coffee break. I know it's been a long day. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. So we'll take a quick 15-minute break, a coffee break. When we come back, we'll continue with our last and final panel discussion for today, which will be moderated by Ms. Zainabu Ba. Here, we're looking at perspectives from sustainable finance initiatives. So have a nice coffee break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Tough crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could take our seats and make our way back to the main hall. Thank you. Thank you. If you're still having coffee, you can come over with your coffee and finish it here. Thank you. Let's take our seats. Discussion for today. This will be focused on sharing perspectives from sustainable finance initiatives. Let me start by introducing the moderator for this panel, Ms. Zainabu Ba. She's the founder of ESG Africa. She's also the ESG director at Azura Power. Zainabu is an expert in environmental and social risk management. In her capacity as ESG director for Azura Power, Zainabu oversees assets in Nigeria, Senegal, and Mozambique. Before founding ESG Africa in 2018, she held several positions at the IFC, where she also spearheaded, along with her team, initiatives to promote sustainable private sector investments and manage the ESG performance of the region's portfolio. I can go on, but I'll stop there. Please give a warm welcome to Zainabu Ba as she takes the stage to moderate the next panel. She'll also call on her panelists.
gonna sit here. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So people in the back making noise that I'm hearing, please, can you come and join the last panel? I know we're the one holding you from the next cocktail or whatever's going to be happening later. So please come in and join this exciting panel that we're going to make exciting. And as we discussed, really, this is about bringing in players from sustainability finance. And I'm going to introduce each of our panelists individually. And then we're also going to talk about opportunities and challenges and the importance of really aligning with the sustainability standard. So first, I'm going to invite over Ms. Tande Matika, who's head of UNPRI. If you can come over. And Tande Matika, please, can you give her a round of applause? I know it's lunch, but come on. Last session, let's bring the energy back in the room. So Tande Makita is the head of Africa Responsible Investment. She's head of Africa UNPRI, and she's responsible for the principle of responsible investing, promoting responsible investing across Africa, supporting policy outreach for ecosystem changes. And previously, she worked with a global reporting initiative, helping African organizations address their economic, environmental, and social impact. She holds a master's in master's in social policy and development. So this is a warm welcome to Tande. Now, next, I'd like to invite Gabrielle Amesberger please, let's give her a good round of applause. Let's bring back the energy in the room, please, people. So from the Green Mini-Grid Finance in CEFA. So she's a finance specialist, Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, CEFA, which is an initiative managed by the Africa Development Bank. She's a clean energy finance professional with over 25 years of global experience in renewable energy, climate finance, and energy access, focusing on sub-Saharan Africa and MENA region. At CEFA, she served as a green mini-grid finance specialist, overseeing concessional investment in the private sector mini-grid project. She also works on market building initiative, including viability gap finance instrument, de-risking tools, and we can go on. So that's for Gabrielle Pamesberger. Next, Wakisho Sonjay. So please, yes, thank you very much. Welcome her over. So Wakisho Sonjay, who likes to go by Sonjay, and over drink, she'll explain to you why she goes by her last name, is an ESG specialist for the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainability Insurance. Basically, what they do is they integrate ESG across their operation and collaborating with stakeholders. She has a strong background in both banking and the environmental sector, with over 10 years of experience in sustainable finance. She has worked on the UNEP FI, and we'll have someone from the UNEP FI actually shortly joining us, and KCB. And she's also served on the Kenya NEMA board, and she's also a member of the GRI Due Process Oversight Committee. Thank you. Last but not least, Johanna Ditchell. A warm applause, come on, welcome, all right. Who's the implementation guidance lead for the banking UNEP FI. Joanna Ditchell and her team support banks in the implementation of the principle for responsible banking, so PRB, in analyzing impact and setting targets in areas such as climate adaptation, nature and biodiversity, financial health and inclusion, pollution, or decent work. In her role, she leads various multi-stakeholder process and is responsible for client engagement and reporting, and is a member of the GRI Technical Committee Banking. All right, so we have all our panelists, and we are going to start our conversation. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with all these reporting initiatives, but what we're going to do, and I'm going to just sit right here. I think someone has one. Just want to make sure that we have enough time for everybody to
Hello. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me well? All right. So one of the things that I'd like to start, ladies, can you? Hello? 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 It is close. Hello? It's already close. Otherwise, I'll be eating an ice cream soon. Maybe I'll just stand. I don't think, oh, can you hear me? Okay, now it's better. All right. Okay, great. So as you can see, we have a very, very diverse panel of women. Yes. So, even though it's an all-woman panel, trust me, it's very diverse. We have Johanna from Germany. We have Tande from Kenya. We have Gabrielle from Austria. We have, no, I made it so, Sonjay from, from Kenya, and Tande from South Africa, and myself from Senegal. So you see, there is some diversity, even though there is lack of inclusion. All right. On that note, so I want to start, I'm going to start with Sonjay, actually. I'd like you to start us off and just to tell us a little bit about your initiative. And if you can weave in your response, just when did it, what triggered this initiative? You know, what are you trying to achieve? How long you've had this initiative? And are you addressing more, are you working more with the private sector or the public sector?
Yeah, I hope everyone can hear me. Gosh,
Are you able to hear her?
Yeah. I didn't actually think you'd start with me, but probably it's because my name is Wakesho. Most people think it's Swahili, meaning tomorrow, but it actually means an early bird. So I guess we are sticking to the name. Yeah, so, well, actually, I work for I consult for ICA Lion, which is an insurance firm in Kenya, in Eastern Africa, basically. But I'm here today to mainly speak on the Nairobi Declaration for Sustainable Insurance. So the Nairobi Declaration for Sustainable Insurance, NDSI, is mainly a commitment by the insurance industry in Africa to a commitment to meet and contribute to the UN SDGs and also sustainable insurance principles within the continent and also, you know, regionally and internationally. So the declaration started in 2021. It was the 4th summit of UNEP-FI, the Principles for Sustainable Insurance, and where ICA Lion, actually, my institution, hosted it. And so we became the founding members for the NDSI. And so initially it started with 10 founding members, and currently we are at 219 members across 36 countries in Africa. So as I say, it's a commitment by the insurance market, that is primary insurers, reinsurers, we have regulators, we have industry associations, and some consultants. So basically it's just on the insurance market. And the reason why this started is because it was noted actually in the financial institution space when it comes to ESG matters, you know, sustainability matters, the insurance industry seemed to be, you know, lagging behind. And one of the things, or one of the reasons seemed was that, you know, the banking sector typically seems to have, you know, a better financial muscle as compared to insurance. In fact, as Senabu mentioned, I've worked for a long time in the banking sector. And when I started consulting for the insurance firm, someone actually asked me, why have you moved to insurance? There's no money there. You should have stayed in the banking side. So yeah, because of that, and insurance firms seem to be lagging behind. And so there's a thought, you know, to start this NDSI to help mainly in, one, creating advocacy for sustainable insurance principles across the continent, and two, also to help in the integration of these principles in the operations of insurance. And then finally, also creating an African voice for insurance sector, in global discussions or regional discussions, just to ensure that we have this, African voice. So it's a member-led organization. Yeah, in fact, our CEO currently he serves as the chair for the NDSI. So we have a leadership group because, as I said, it's a member-based organization, although the secretariat is the FSD Africa, but it's purely member-driven. So it's members, and it's actually free to sign up. So I would like to ask any insurance firm who's here, and if you're not yet a member, what are you waiting for? Yeah, because as you said, it's free. So it's driven by members, and we have a leadership council, and then we also have a steering committee who basically are charged with the responsibility of the implementing of the NDSI. And so we have quite a number of working groups which help the insurance firms who've joined us. Yeah, because they get to be inducted into the ESG matters and then join this working group so that we work together, towards a common goal. So one of them is like the ESG taxonomy. And through that, we've partnered with AFAC. You've already heard a lot about the taxonomy, even what Svetlina has just presented. So we work with them very closely, to develop that taxonomy. We have a number of other working groups as well, like on learning and development, just to help in, doing capacity building also for members. And most recently, I will, end there. Most recently, we've offered technical assistance for some of our members, to help in capacity building, in product development, in coming up with ESG strategies, as well as implementation of those strategies as well. And at the end of it, hoping to come up with a toolkit just to help the whole insurance industry in the same. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Sonjay. Maybe just a quick one. Out of your 237 members you mentioned?
219 currently.
19.
Yeah.
Yes. How many are from countries that are French-speaking countries?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah. So we don't have a lot of representation from the Francophone side. And that's one of the things which we'd want. We don't have the bulk from West Africa, Central Africa, so we'd want many of those. Although, yes, I know we may speak different language, literally, but I believe we all are working towards a common goal. And so we would appreciate quite a number of members, to join us. And so everything, can be translated just to include for inclusion purposes on matters to do with language. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, great. So let's not use language as an excuse to not collaborate. Okay, Johanna, may I ask you the same question about UNEP-FI's initiative? Thank you.
Hello. Do you hear me? Yes, okay, very good. So UNEP-FI stands for UN Environment Programme Finance Initiative. Has been around for more than 30 years, and we have members from both banking as well as insurance, as well as a little bit of legacy investment. So we bring together the global financial sector with the UN agenda, basically speaking. Insurance as well as banking, we have 500 plus member banks. So we're also a membership-led driven organization. And underneath the UNEP-FI umbrella, we have two, I'd say, foremost responsible frameworks. The one is the Principles for Sustainable Insurance. This is represents the insurance arms. The other one is the Principles for Responsible Banking, on which behalf I am speaking today. And we also had the UNPRI, the investment sister, so to say, which was born out of UNEP-FI, but which is now a separate entity. Just to explain, like, these are the three, sustainability frameworks for insurance, banking, as well as investment. Maybe just to mention as well, what is convened by UNEP-FI as well are two net zero alliances, the Net Zero Banking Alliance, as well as the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, just to complete the different alliances that we have. In terms of overlap between Net Zero Banking Alliance and Principles for Responsible Banking Signatories, there is considerable overlap. There is less overlap, of course, between banking as well as insurance. These are, so to say, separate memberships. PRB, on their behalf, I'm speaking today, has been launched in 2019. So out of the three big global frameworks, we are the youngest, meaning that we also have a notion of alignment embedded in the framework. Banks, by signing up voluntarily to the commitment, commit to aligning their strategies as well as their portfolios with the Paris Climate Agreement, as well as the respective SDGs, most recently also with the Global Biodiversity Framework or the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So this is the framework that we have in place. And in that sense, it is a rather ambitious commitment that banks are undertaking. What exactly that means in terms of alignment, how to do that, we basically help member banks how to set targets, how to analyze their impact with regards to those big topics, and also how to take action on them. So let me just stop there.
Yes, perhaps, Johanna, just can you mention the number of members you have? This is a voluntary principle.
Yeah. So,
how does the membership fare if you have different region compared to another region, just so that we have an idea as well?
Absolutely. So I said UNEP-FI as a total is more than 500 members. PRB, the Principles for Responsible Banking, we have 350 signatories, which is considerably less than, for example, PRI. But banks also are different beasts in a way. So those signatories, they at the moment represent 54% of global banking assets. In terms of our membership, about half of membership is European, followed by APAC, Latin America, and in terms of assets, Africa is the fourth biggest membership. In terms of numbers, it's the third biggest membership. So it means we have about 40 signatories from Africa, and the split between MENA and Sub-Saharan Africa is roughly even. So 19 MENA banks and 23 or so Sub-Saharan Africa banks.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Tande, just because we're, the connection between the UNEP-FI and UNPRI. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. And thank you, Seinabu. So it's great to be here and to connect with everyone in person. It's great to meet some UNPRI signatories in the room. So a bit of introduction to the PRI for those that are not familiar with the work that we do. As Johanna has indicated, we were born out of the UN system, so out of the UNEP-FI to be specific, and we were founded in the year 2006 by a small group of committed investors, those asset owners, were about 20, that were looking at bringing sustainability to the capital markets. And this group of asset owners were really looking at how they can encourage and support the investment industry to invest responsibly. So the PRI is really a global network of investors that are coming together to drive what we call responsible investment. And responsible investment really is essentially the incorporation of ESG issues into investment and ownership decision making. So as an organization, we work towards a set of principles, the principles for responsible investment. There are 6 in total, and they are voluntary and aspirational. The principles offer a menu of possible action on how investors can integrate or incorporate ESG issues into their investment decision making. We do encourage adoption of the principles as well as collaboration on their implementation. We do this through the guidance and the tools that we produce as an organization. We also do this through the collaborative engagement initiatives that we run, such as Climate Action 100+, we have an initiative that looks at human rights and social issues. We call that Advance. And this year, we now have an initiative that is looking at nature and how investors can address nature in their portfolios. And through other collaborations, such as the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, which we co-lead with UNEP FI, bringing over 80 asset owners globally on net zero. And then since 2006, really, the organization has grown from the small committed number of asset owners. We now have over 5,000 signatories globally, and those signatories represent over 128 trillion USD in asset under management. Out of that 5,000, we have over 600 based in emerging markets. And if we drill it down, we have about 120 from Africa. We are looking for that number to grow as more investors in the region look at signing up and committing to incorporate ESG issues into their investment decision making. So our signatories are made up of asset owners, investment managers, and service providers, and they believe that an economically efficient and sustainable global financial system is a necessity for long-term value creation. So as an organization, we jointly work with our signatories to look at how they're advancing their responsible investment practices and processes. And we do this through a reporting framework. So we do have what we call the PRI reporting framework. And through that framework, our signatories report annually on how they are progressing their RI activities. I'll pause there.
Thank you very much, Tande. Now, last but not least, Gabrielle.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. So it's really also a pleasure to be on this panel and to present the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. This is a multi-donor, a special fund administered by the African Development Bank. And the mission of CEFA is to provide catalytic finance to unlock private sector investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency projects in Africa. The overarching objective is clearly to accelerate access, as universal access to clean, sustainable, and affordable energy services for all in Africa. This is in line with SDG 7, with also the AfDB's New Deal on Energy for Africa and the Paris Agreement. So CEFA was launched back in 2012. At the beginning, it was mainly a TA facility, helping private sector companies and project sponsors with preparing their investment projects. But since 2020, it's called CEFA 2.0. We can also provide concessional investments. So we have a wide range of catalytic finance instruments that really help private sector companies with their projects and to unlock even more commercial and private capital into this sector in Africa. We work at CEFA mainly along 3 thematic areas. So these include what we call green baseload. These are the bigger on-grid renewable energy projects. They focus on power system stability and on increasing the penetration of renewable energy in power systems. Then we have the green mini-grid thematic area where I'm working with. This is, here's the focus, really accelerating access to electricity for underserved communities. So the whole off-grid energy area. And the third area is energy efficiency, which includes efficient appliances, clean cooking, but also e-mobility, battery storage systems, etc. With respect to instruments, as I mentioned before, we want to be catalytic. We can provide very concessional financial instruments that the aim is to de-risk investments. So to take more risk than more commercial investors, and to crowd in even DFIs, even more commercial investors into the projects. We cover areas, also technical assistance that can be at the project level, where we support private sector sponsors with preparing their investments, for example, for feasibility studies, energy demand assessment studies, or any transaction advisory services. It can also be at the country level, where we work with governments to improve and develop the enabling environment with a view to attract more private sector engagement. And on the concessional investment side, we have different instruments, including grants, reimbursable grants, non-reimbursable grants, or concessional debt, or junior equity. Again, it's the risk-taking capital tranche in blended finance structures. With respect to the ESG topic, it's of course very relevant. We work in the renewable energy sector, so ESG is a very relevant topic. As we are, I mentioned before, we are administered by the AfDB, so which means that our entire investment process is embedded in the bank's ESG policy and procedures, which is the integrated safeguard system. So all our investments are assessed against these standards and have to comply with. So this ensures also a very high ESG integrity of our portfolio. Since we are working with private sector companies, and in my case, really in the off-grid sector, here the project sizes and the company sizes is relatively small. So we hear actually, and we see the challenges with ESG compliance that these companies are facing, but I think we will talk about this later.
Yes.
So I stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Gabrielle. So it's interesting to hear that you have all these number of members, and when I hear numbers, the big numbers, you mentioned that it's a voluntary principle. Tande, you've mentioned 5,000 members. I mean, how do you ensure the quality of the data? Because it is voluntary. So what is a consequence? First of all, how do you ensure the quality of data? What do you do in terms of auditing? And then second of all, what's the consequence if I report false data? And have you had such situation and what was done? Thank you. Who wants to?
Happy to go.
More than one.
So the notion of accountability is embedded in the principles for responsible banking, being a specific principle around transparency and accountability. We have a twofold accountability mechanism embedded. So banks, by signing up to the PRB, they would report annually on their progress. Now that is to say that the PRB as such are not a reporting framework, and only very recently we have undergone a review mechanism of the principle and the approach to reporting as well. When the principles were launched, the notion of impact and alignment was not necessarily embedded in all the voluntary disclosure frameworks as well as in regulatory disclosure requirements, which is why we felt we needed to go out with a rather long reporting template, almost 8 pages in size, that banks would complete annually. Now, the world has changed fundamentally. We see more and more regulatory reporting, ISSB, GRI, they are complementary, interoperability between reporting framework. Therefore, we are now taking a step back and condensing our approach to reporting in order to simplify the already complex reporting landscape. Banks are expected to disclose and to show transparency as such. That is a notion of responsible banking. And we are now moving towards more equivalence regimes where things are reported is not so relevant to us as long as banks can showcase what the impact is, what kind of targets, how they would measure progress against the targets. In doing that, of course, banks go public. This is public reporting. All the information can be downloaded on the webpage. So there are also the normal, stakeholder mechanisms in place for public reporting of banks. We ourselves have an accountability mechanism as well. So we have a review team that basically analyzes where banks are with regards to principles implementation, not to be confused with an ESG rating of any sorts. It's very much geared towards giving recommendations and bespoke, tailored feedback to the banks. And with regards to potential consequences, as a very last resort, and that only applies if banks do not show any progress at all, they could also be removed from the signatory list. But that is a case that hardly ever happens, because we basically see that pretty much all our members are progressing and show that progress as well. And that is also the narrative that we have. We want to be inclusive and make the global responsible banking sector move at different paces, of course, but still show progress.
Sande, do you want to add to that, please?
Yes, so in our case, we have what we call the PRI reporting framework. So our signatories, one of the minimum requirements when you sign up to the principles for responsible investment is to report annually on how you're progressing in terms of responsible investment practices. So for us, this provides a way for us to track progression on how responsible investment is shaping investment processes and stewardship activities globally. And we realize that investors are at different levels in their responsible investment journeys. We have investors in developed markets that report very well using our framework. It's 12 modules ranging from sustainability leadership, organizational overview, right through to confidence building measures, and that is where the assurance aspect comes in. However, in our new strategy and after going through an in-depth listening journey with our signatories, we've identified that investors are at different levels of understanding of responsible investment. They're at different levels in their journey, and we're going to be introducing in the next 2 to 3 years what we're calling progression pathways. And progression pathways is really us trying to streamline mandatory reporting. We've had feedback from our signatories that they're facing different reporting requirements in different jurisdictions. And so we're looking at how we can streamline that mandatory reporting and reduce that burden for our signatories, being cognizant that they're not just reporting for the PRI reporting framework. So in the next year, when the reporting opens for signatories that have reported, for example, this year, what we'll do is we will ask them to input in the reporting to other reporting requirements that they're getting from other jurisdictions, other reporting framework, and we're going to build that into progression pathways. We'll have 3 pathways and hopefully then address the reporting burden that signatories are experiencing. But the data that comes from the reports is very useful. We do an analysis every year, and that then helps us to identify the trends, the global trends in responsible investment.
Right. So if I understand correctly, there's no really auditing because it's based on accountability and transparency. Yeah?
In our case, there is a requirement to have data assured. But the responsibility is with the bank. It's not with us as a framework.
Thank you. So I'm going to move on to just understanding, how do you think your various initiatives is shaping decision in sustainability in Africa? That's one. And then how are you contributing, do you think, to the Sustainable Development Goals? How is it impacting that? Who wants to take it first? Sunday. Johanna, you go ahead.
Very good question. And there is a lot to do. I mean, in the PRB, the notion of alignment with the SDG as well as Paris and other UN treaties is embedded. We're working on making that doable in many ways. I think the agenda is clearest with regards to climate mitigation, what needs to happen on that one. What needs to happen for climate adaptation is slightly different with regards to the maturity level in the market as well as the methodologies existing, and not even to mention the nature agenda yet. That does not mean it's not doable. We just cannot necessarily measure it on a collective level yet. This is something we are working on with regards to how to prioritize amongst the set of indicators that exist for nature, for adaptation, for health and inclusion, for gender equality, and so on. What are the relevant indicators that actually measure the impact that we want to see on a global level with regards to alignment to the overarching UN treaties? And then also, maybe there are gaps even, because we really want to look at the impact, impact level. What impact do our members have on those areas? Maybe there are even indicators that might still be missing, but we need to find and really agree, like globally, on some indicators. It's easiest for climate mitigation. There is one commonly agreed upon metric, which is greenhouse gas emissions. Is of course less clear for topics like nature and biodiversity, but also social topics, how exactly to do that. We're working on that. At the moment, we are analyzing the progress that our signatory is making every 2 years, and we see that there is a lot happening, but it's more process related. So have banks analyzed their impact? Have they set targets? What are the areas they would focus on? These are data that we have and that we can speak about. What exactly the outcome and the impact of those actions that our members are taking. We cannot necessarily make a statement on a global level yet, but of course this is very important and one of the areas really to work on in the next year still.
Before I just hand it over to Gabrielle and Tande, I just wanted to ask, in order of magnitude, how many indicators are we talking about for a company to be tracking a financial institution, for instance?
Is that to me? Yes. There's no requirement for us as a reporting framework, but I do of course speak with our members and especially members from Europe that now fall under CSRD and need to report against the CSRD. They would often say this is a list of more than 50 or 100 KPIs. So KPIs are already prioritized indicators, and that's just that. It can be even more. I don't know how many indicators. This is a question more towards you access like globally, but it's a lot.
All right, thank you. Gabriela, did you want to add to this conversation?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, it's much clearer because we are working on very specific projects. So since we focus and our mandate is really to foster renewable energy and clean energy solutions, so we have very clear targets and also sustainability indicators. So clearly our mandate is related to SDG 7, so access to universal access to clean and sustainable energy. So we also do, of course, reporting on our projects on climate change related indicators and also development outcomes. So we have a set of indicators that the companies and projects have always to report on. So this is clearly greenhouse gas emission reductions, also the number of new electricity connections, new renewable energy generation capacity installed, but also development outcomes in terms of economic activity, job creation, and basically also then disaggregated for impacts on gender, on females. So this is the key set of indicators that the companies have to report annually. Sure.
Did you want to add?
Yes, so from our analysis of the 2023 reports we got from signatories, what's coming up high is that action on sustainability outcome is on the rise for investors, and questions around how they measure and manage such outcomes are gaining more attention. So they are using frameworks such as the SDGs, the Paris Agreement. Those are the focal point for investor action. And so, for example, there is an increased focus on investing in climate solutions such as renewable energy, or proactively incorporating green bonds in their portfolios. So this is really a trend that we expect to see will continuously grow. And there's also a recognition that considering ESG is not just about risk management, but there's also that opportunity for financial returns, but as well as achieving a positive impact. And we're seeing a lot of investors bringing up the word impact in the discussions that we have, but also in their reporting. So certainly there's a drive towards contributing towards achieving the SDGs.
Thank you. Now let's talk about the ESG, the disclosure hurdles, right? What are the challenges faced by your members, your clients? If we can just maybe get feedback from either what you're finding on the ground or what you're hearing back from them directly. Gabrielle, can I start with you first?
Yes, so this is very relevant, actually. It's very relevant, especially in the mini grid, or more generally in the off-grid sector where I am working at CEFA. So we hear, since we working very closely with our private sector clients, we hear, of course, what are the challenges with respect to ESG compliance. And it's definitely quite burdensome for them to meet all the requirements, specifically because these projects and the systems are in general smaller scale, both the electricity systems, but also the companies, the developers. They are also operating in very challenging environments. So they are going to rural areas where even data collection is a big challenge. So we sitting in our offices, for us, of course, we want to see what are the number of new connections, how many women are benefiting from access to electricity, but actually collecting and getting this data is quite challenging and also costly, especially if it's early stage companies, smaller developers, smaller even solar home system distributors. For them, they have already resource constraints, and adding this additional reporting requirements, it's also costs for them. So in many cases, they would have to hire ESG consultants or even an ESG manager to be able to comply with all the requirements. What we also hear, even from our colleagues that are working on the bigger projects, is even if you have, if companies or projects are working with different financiers, different impact investors, multilateral development banks, each of the investors have different requirements, and they have to satisfy everyone. So even with larger projects, it's quite challenging. So we hear it from the field, from our clients, and we are also trying to find solutions, but I think we talk about solutions later.
Yes,
maybe.
as well. Anyone else?
Well, it's mainly what has been spoken ever since, the day, since the morning. So like mostly I would say it's data. So, access to data, and especially, in insurance, data is, key, and capacity also, the lack of capacity, because currently even the insurance firms are, the majority of them are at, basic level. They're starting the ESG journey. So most of them don't have, the capacity, as she's mentioned, that it becomes then costly because you have to hire, either consultants or ESG specialists or managers to come on board. And, yeah, so it ties in also to the cost, and something which of course has been mentioned this morning, would want all these reporting standards if they could be harmonized, because then it becomes reporting fatigue for, you know, an organization. You have to adhere to this, and just when you think you've gotten a grip of that, another one, you know, comes up. And yeah, so if they could all be harmonized, because I mean, we are speaking towards the same goal. Yeah.
I can maybe add one point, but then would also like to move on to not only why reporting is so burdensome. One point, though, that I think is another hurdle is sometimes that as mentioned today, there is a lack of expertise internally, but not also sometimes also really support that is needed from top executive and senior management levels. That if that is given within institutions, then the whole job is so much easier, because FIs also sit on a lot of data. This is data-driven business in many cases. Of course, especially environmental data is usually not understood and is not like embedded in how FIs work so far. But I think a lot of data that can be used, especially for social areas, might already exist in the bank, but they also need to be made accessible, visible, and therefore, you know, that you also need to establish certain processes, inform IT departments, risk departments, and so on. And that is so much easier if one has buy-in and a certain mandate from the top.
Any more?
Yeah, so perhaps just to add on the data, so investors, responsible investors need decision useful data to inform their investment processes. However, in practice, there's often little consistency in terms of the investors' data needs. So for example, we see a variation in terms of the data needs among PRI signatories. So it really is driven by a number of factors. It could be the jurisdictions, it could be the sustainability issues that are of interest to the investor. So, and then that comes, and some investors also come with their own disclosure requirements. So there is a number of things that are driving the hurdles, data being one of them.
So we talked about the challenges. Can we now look at solution, opportunities, what's coming up? What can you offer? And you've heard several people mention how difficult it could be for SMEs, how difficult it is to, even within all the resources that are available online, to just kind of swift through it and to even know, what are you looking for? You know, you don't know what you don't know. And it's easy to say, you know, you can find it, but if you don't know what you're looking for, you can't. It's like a maze. So what solution are you bringing to the table? How are you helping? How are you building capacity? If you could just share some of the resource and real support available out there. Gabrielle, you want to start? Gabrielle, go ahead.
Yes, so maybe I can start and point out a few aspects that we are trying. First of all, as I mentioned, CEFA actually started out as a TA facility, technical assistance facility. So we can still support investments. So even if we do concessional investments, you know, I'm speaking specifically on mini grids because I'm working in this area. So for example, if there is a capacity gap at the developer level, we could even add on a kind of a smaller TA component that could cover the costs of an ESG consultant for example, developing the E&S management system, for example. So this is one side, more at the project level. What we can also do, because under CEFA and the Green Mini Grid work stream, we also have a larger TA program, which is called the Africa Mini Grid Market Acceleration Program. Or AMAP. So it's about $7 million technical assistance program that provides support at the country level, really to help, on the one hand, governments to develop and improve their enabling environments with a view to develop bankable mini-grid projects and to attract the private sector. But there is also a work stream for capacity building for mini-grid developers. And under that work stream, we are currently exploring an initiative where we could really try to harmonize the framework for ESG risk assessment and management and ESG impact reporting and monitoring. So creating a kind of a simplified framework that is adapted to the specifics of mini-grid projects, because also the risk profile is much smaller and lower than, for example, of big infrastructure projects. And also to include a component, a very substantial component of capacity building for mini-grid developers on how to comply with ESG reporting requirements, for example, under the IFC's performance standards, even comply with the bank's ISS, and to include a very comprehensive capacity building and training component as well. So this initiative would clearly involve a very extensive stakeholder engagement process. We are working, of course, with our colleagues at the bank, and would involve, a very broad range of stakeholders to align all and coordinate all the different activities. I mean, this is still in the making. So we are currently exploring this initiative because we hear that there is the need for harmonization and also simplification.
So when you're saying in the making, when can we expect to have some funds from you? Is it we're talking about a year, or are we talking about less?
Well, that is difficult to tell today, but we are kicking this off under EMA because it's a technical assistance program. So we will recruit the services of a consultant to help with this initiative, and that is actually imminent. Yeah. So in the next month, let's say.
All right, thank you. Anybody, Joanna, Day, Sanjay, did you want to add to the conversation? The question discussed about solutions.
Happy to. Although, I mean, the ultimate act of data gathering can only be done by the institution themselves. So this is we can, for what we do is help with approaches how to get that to that. Of course, first of all, do the data exist? What are relevant, data providers? What are focus areas to do, like to work on the first place? Like how can a prioritization help? How to get started with key clients in key sectors, for example. We do have what we call the Unify Impact Analysis tool that helps, and where it's an input-output workflow-based tool that helps with a fast prioritization and so on. So these are like approaches. And what we also do is bring together different players. So it's very much about learning from peers, because that's where their expertise ultimately sits. So a lot of the work we're doing is peer exchange sessions, also bringing working groups together to really work on dedicated tasks. And that always includes also the question of data and what kind of indicators to use. So this is more of a high level response, of course, but some offering from our end.
Any example maybe from you in terms of some of your high performers? Any example of people doing companies doing really well, and what's the key to their success?
I do have some examples with regards to reporting from a region, but I need to open my phone because I cannot remember everything. Of course, we do see some players that have done like a good job with regards to disclosures. Let me pull out a couple of what we see good practice from the region. So, for example, Standard Bank has disclosed the selected SDGs and the bank's positive contribution to the SDGs, which was part of the 2023 report, worth having a look at. Or Absa Bank, also from South Africa, created an ESG scorecard with your remuneration linked to ESG targets, and more widely the focus on data governance to facilitate measurement, analysis and reporting of sustainability data. So this is also something maybe to draw inspiration from, or to banks from the MENA region. Ali United Banks, they conducted a comprehensive impact analysis and is also the first bank in Bahrain to report financed greenhouse gas emissions. Similar to that, First Abu Dhabi Bank, for example, the first bank in their region to disclose finance emissions and set sectoral targets for oil and gas, power and aviation. And the report also explains the methodological choices and provides sectoral deep dives. So these are just some examples. Things are doable. Banks are moving in the direction, and learning from each other can also really help, peers.
Thank you, Johanna. Any additional comments from Sonjay? Okay, so I'm going to actually move on the insurance side. So just to have a little bit more, Sonjay, in terms of your initiative, where are you right now in terms of implementation? As we know also on the climate side, when we're looking at the climate-induced migration, what can the communities, population be able to expect from the insurance industry? As we know, there's quite a loss coming from climate change, whether it's from the cyclones, particularly you had Cyclone Kenneth, Cyclone Ida, who had made apparently $2 billion of loss in US dollars in Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. So what's the role of the insurance industry in supporting climate related disasters in Africa? Where they're getting their funds, and what are you doing also? Sorry, a lot of questions. What are you doing also in trying to attract climate adaptation and mitigation funds?
Yeah, so yes, you've mentioned, a lot of all those catastrophes happening due to climate change. So a number of things that as insurance firms we are doing, and also, of course, with the help of having, a consortium. One on risk awareness to the customers or the vulnerable communities, just for them to understand a number of things that they can do to mitigate risk or manage, risks. For instance, working with maybe even things like, or take advantage of nature-based, solutions. So, for instance, as you've talked about, especially like maybe the island states or coastal areas who are prone to, floods and all these environmental disasters. So to work on, creating this awareness, take care of, let's say, maybe the mangroves or the coral reefs and all, because they then act as, buffers for this to lessen the severity of, the existing risks. So that's one. So, working with the, the local communities on that. And then two, of course, on the innovative insurance products that then can talk to all these, vulnerable communities. For instance, and we've had a lot of on the parametric insurance, of course, which does not, it doesn't act like the typical indemnity insurance where you wait for the catastrophe to have happened, the loss to have happened to trigger payout. So now the parametric, of course, works with, a number of triggers, which, of course, if they are met before, then it triggers payout. Case in point, we've seen a number of, the Africa risk capacity, for instance. And of course, they give coverage to a number of, states. So they issue this for flooding, for instance. So if wind levels have been reached at a certain level, then of course it triggers payout. We also have parametric insurance for cattle, livestock, basically. And Kenya, there's a huge initiative on that. It's called Drive. So of course, when it comes to the agricultural sector, especially in Africa, because the bulk of the agriculture is, rain-fed. So most insurance firms would shy away from this. Not only insurance firm, but also, the banking sector would shy away from that. So now with the parametric, then it ensures we are reducing the vulnerable groups, because by the time the drought levels have been reached to a certain level, it doesn't wait for the livestock to die, but then it triggers a payout where you get where the farmers get to buy fodder and get to have access also to buy water and also ensure that their cattle don't die. And currently, with the DRIVE initiative, because it's a consortium of a number of insurance firms, ICLN was the leading insurance in this, and around more than 87,000 farmers have been positively impacted on this. And the beauty also with the parametric insurance is the payouts are very fast as opposed to, the traditional insurance. So then with this also we are seeing positive uptake, of course, of also the, the communities, because there's more trust in the insurance. Again, if people thought the banking sector is not trusted, try insurance, it's even worse. Yeah, so with this, then we're getting more people to, to trust an insurance because they're seeing the positive impact. And so, initially it was, this drive is subsidized maybe by governments and funding from international organizations, but at the level where it's going, that the farmers themselves are appreciating this. So you'll see in the long run that they themselves will start, coming for this. And another thing I say, it also, of course, helps in reducing the, protection gap, because we know, globally, I think insurance penetration is 7% or thereabout. When it comes to Africa, it's worse. It's below 3%. Yeah. So with this, we are getting more and more, of course, to reduce that protection gap. And you've also, I'll speak to the other question I think you asked on, you said, is there a way of
attracting more funds?
Yes. So there are quite a number of initiatives, I'll mention one of them, as the Nairobi Declaration, NDSI. In COP27, there was a commitment made to try and raise, $1 billion US dollars to underwrite 14 billion worth of climate risk in Africa to impact 1.4 billion people. And it was mainly targeting, SME and micro level. And also now, ACRIFA, something called it's Africa Climate Risk Insurance Facility for Adaptation. It's an initiative by AfDB, who are looking to, to do the same. So we've partnered. So NDSA has also partnered with ACRIFA, because if you're working towards the same goal, why duplicate efforts? So to do the same, and this 1 billion basically is to help de-risk, to de-risk these investments, so by offering solutions, whether it's, to offer insurance solutions so that we can get more financial flows into these investments, more so on climate risk. Yeah, so that we lessen them, we reduce the number of vulnerable people, and improve livelihoods, and also ensure at the same time ensure food security, because we know, for instance, like agriculture really is a huge contributor of GDP in the continent. Yeah.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that we have enough time for questions. And I'd like to start with the people online. We have a lot of people online that have been very active. So Esther, I don't know if you can just get to us some of the questions. Yes, well, I'll start with the panel. Anyone? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Can someone get him the mic, please? It's coming. Please introduce yourself briefly. And then...
Okay, I want to speak in French. Sorry. Je suis Alain Bomba du groupe NCA.
Can you hold on 2 seconds while they just put the headset?
Okay, sorry. It is easy for me to speak in French.
All right, go
Is it
ahead.
okay?
Oui, allez-y, monsieur.
OK. Pour la dame de l'assurance, parce qu'on a cru comprendre qu'elle développe les principes de l'assurance durable.
Hold on. Ne quittez pas. Sanjay, can you hear him? They can't. Can we have some support technically, quickly? Sanjay, yeah, can you hear? OK, allez-y, monsieur.
OK, j'ai une question pour elle, pour ce qui concerne le PSI. Tout à l'heure, elle a plus ou moins parlé des initiatives qu'il développe dans le secteur de l'assurance. Mais ce que j'ai remarqué, c'est qu'on est plus resté sur le principe de l'adaptation en termes d'assurance indicielle, alors qu'aujourd'hui, on parle de plus en plus de transition, l'atténuation qui va demander de nouvelles solutions pour lesquelles les compagnies d'assurance devront aussi apporter des solutions d'assurance. Donc, comment cet enjeu-là est appréhendé à leur niveau? Ça, c'est une première question. La seconde question, c'est que l'assurance mobilise énormément de ressources à long terme, surtout sur l'assurance vie, pour pouvoir placer ces ressources-là dans les secteurs qui sont plus ou moins rentables. Donc, quelle initiative ou pour ce qui concerne ces adhérents pour pouvoir permettre cette transition-là, d'autant plus qu'ils ont beaucoup de ressources pour pouvoir les placer dans des secteurs qui pourraient être contributeurs sur ces aspects, comme on dit ça, ces aspects verts. La troisième question pour elle encore, aujourd'hui, la question de l'ESG, c'est beaucoup limité sur les aspects environnementaux. L'aspect social est plus ou moins délaissé depuis ce matin. Donc, qu'est-ce que font généralement le secteur de l'assurance, mais généralement le secteur financier, pour ne pas me tromper, pour que la question de l'inclusion et de l'accessibilité des solutions de financement deviennent réalité dans leur stratégie? Merci.
Sanjay, I think you're the star of the show right now. Good questions.
Yeah, so yeah, as you've mentioned that as insurance firms in Africa ourselves, we need to come up with solutions, because I believe we have the solutions. The questions about affordability is another thing, but we have our own solutions, and you know, if you can talk to them and then maybe now look for the financing to get to this. So I mentioned initially that the NDSI has this technical assistance program that they've just rolled out to the members. So it's the first cohort, which it has just started. And one of the technical assistance that they're helping in is in product development, ESG, you know, related product development. So whether new products to start with or enhancing existing products, so that it includes the you know, ESG aspects. And as I mentioned at the end of this, you know, the first cohort, it's also to come up with a toolkit which speaks to this also, from product development, from the full integration of ESG in you know, in the operations. And you've also talked about, you've asked about, yes, it's true. That's one thing we've noted, and we've been saying it's a problem also in Africa, or I don't know, globally. When it comes to ESG matters, a lot of efforts has been put in the E aspect, and the S has been left out, and yet the S component, the social aspect, is very key, especially, you know, in our continent. And when during the last session, when Svetlana was talking about the taxonomy, and we are very hugely involved in that development. And we've been talking and asking for the social aspect to be given equal measure to the environmental. And probably this should be the first taxonomy globally that it will carry equal weight, you know, the social matters to carry equal weight with the the environmental, as opposed to it just being looked at or addressed as minimum social safeguards, or they do no significant harm, but for it to carry typical, you know, weight. You've also, I think you mentioned something about life insurance as well. I know, and that's another thing when it comes to life. insurance and ESG, and that's a challenge we've been facing through and through. It seems the life insurance seems to be sort of, if I may say, lagging behind compared to the general side and maybe the general business and investment side of insurance. But you know, we are looking to how, of course, to implement or incorporate the life into that, I mean, into the ESG matters, whether it's also with regards to, you know, product development. I know even recently we were having working groups also with UNEP-FI on nature, and that seemed to be a challenge a lot on the life business. But then again, that's also a call for the life insurance to come on board when there are such, you know, existing initiatives, because most of the times, again, when we are having ESG discussions, the life business is also not really well represented. And so we'd want you to come on board because you're the ones who are driving these initiatives, or you're in that business. So to come on board and we work together and see, okay, maybe this will work, this will not work. Because again, I like to say we have our own solutions. When we sit on the table together, then we can actually come up, you know, with those solutions. And then after that, maybe you can see how to get the financial flows towards the same. Yeah.
Monsieur Aziz.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, the panelists. I have two questions. One, to the insurance, and the second one has to do with the mini grid. So on this insurance aspect of it, you know, Africa, we are so much at risk.
We can't hear you as well.
Hello, can we hear you now?
Yes.
Okay, good. You know, Africa, we are so exposed to climate risk, and this have a lot of impact on the African economy. Should in case we have a natural disaster that happens. So I want to ask: is the organization working with the insurance, you know, player on in providing insurance, maybe climate risk insurance services for maybe for the company that they have the asset at risk, or for the are you working with the government in that kind of perspective in order to create make a fund available for resilience should in case we have climate disaster? Then second question I want to ask had to do with the mini grid. You know, mini grid business is kind of not really as straightforward as it seems. There are so many challenges that relate to mini grid operation. One is the availability of the energy. The second one has to do with the asset security. Then the third one has to do with the reporting requirement, because this is actually a serious issue. Because when you look at, we have so many players in renewable energy, and just a few of them have access to financing. So if the little among them that have access to financing, which means the rate at which we're supposed to develop our clean energy in Africa is going to be very, very slow. So how are we working? How is your institution working to ensure that you work with the sectors, the sectoral players, in order to drive more capacity within the sector, so that many people will have access to the fund in terms of the requirement that they needed to meet, so that they can have access to the fund? So how are you trying to drive these initiatives within the sector players that actually within the sector that can actually deliver and drive these clean energy initiatives in Africa? Because actually very, very important. And also, if you also on the question of asset security, Nigeria has regulations that give some level of security to the player should in case maybe the existing discos expand to your location, whereby the discos have the obligation to pay you some level of compensation for your assets, which gives some level of security. And this also creates a kind of a competitive environment for the players to at least come into the sector. So talking about the other African countries, what are you doing? Are you working with other African countries with this respect? Because these issues are very, very important for us to actually drive sustainable energy across Africa. Some countries are doing well in terms of regulation to drive these initiatives. why others are actually lagging behind. So what are we doing? What can we do to ensure that every other African countries are also taking the pace in delivering sustainable energy to the people? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly on the first question. I only picked that you asked if you're working with regulators or something.
Okay, my question is that, insurance actually...
may I just ask you to just be very precise with the question without just
to
the point? Thank you.
The question I'm asking is that, are you working or doing something around providing insurance service or insurance products for companies that have asset as risk to natural disaster? Or are you also working with government in order to create a kind of a security for companies that have assets at risk to natural disasters?
Yeah, so I said yes. The NDSI works with both whether it's government or the insurance firms. But as I said, it's really member driven, and it's I also mentioned it's not like there's any subscription fee, so it's free. So yeah, it's at the moment, well, as I said, it started in 2021. And now it's when, really trying and now offering that technical assistance, which will help in, if it's all these product developments, which will help whether it is the government or whether it is individual insurance firms to, offer these solutions, whether it's on climate change or any ESG matters. But currently, of course, climate change seems to be, key because of all these catastrophes which, are being experienced in the continent due to climate change. And of course, one example who are members are the Africa Risk Capacity, and they give a lot of coverage for, states, for countries. And they're one of our key members. In fact, their CEO actually even sits in the leadership council for NDSI. Yeah.
All right. Was there a second question that you want to just, again, very short? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, the second question has to do with the mini-grid players empowerment with regards to...
So I hope I understood your question well, but I think you asked so what we are doing and which instruments we are offering to support specifically the mini-grid sector in Africa, or more generally maybe also the clean energy sector.
Renewable energy in Africa.
Yes. So basically on the mini-grid sector, so as I outlined a little bit, so we have different instruments on the investment side. So we do catalytic instruments, as I said, very concessional financial instruments that de-risk the investment and aim really to crowd in other investors. So basically to improve the risk return profile of an investment and hence also mobilize other investors and other more commercial and private capital to come in. We also are developing viability gap finance instruments, so a specific results-based finance grant, because you mentioned the affordability challenge, that's very clear. So we are really convinced that specifically green mini-grids in a rural environment as such are not financially viable without any grants or any subsidies. So we are very realistic in this respect. So we are currently developing also a specific RBF instrument to be deployed to mini-grids. And then I mentioned the different TA, so instruments that can be used. So either it's a grant specifically for energy demand assessment or to cover ESG capacity gaps in this respect. We can also do, because as we are working within the African Development Bank, so sometimes working with individual developers or individual mini-grids are too small in size. So we are more looking to work via intermediaries or financing platforms, so that can really aggregate portfolios of mini grids. So basically to create the size so that we can also provide funding to this platform, which not only accommodates our criteria, but also is to really scale the deployment of new electricity connections. We think it's much more efficient to work at an aggregation scale to really scale up and accelerate the deployment of new connections than working with many different but individual small developers. So these are a little bit our approaches.
All right, thank you. We have time for 2 more questions. Are there any more questions here? Yep, and then do we have some questions on the line as well, online as well? So go ahead.
Still doesn't. Yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm Vincent from Olam, and so thank you to all the panelists. And my question is more for Joanna. And so in the context of the principle of responsible banking, how do you think that this principle can be translated into measurable impact for smaller banks and, for example, cooperative banks into the context of Africa, especially into the context of rural areas? So.
Thanks for that question. The framework as such, as it was designed, is supposed to be applicable to any bank in any region, irrespective of size, irrespective of model. So that's I would say the main narrative wants to be inclusive and so as such. Now, of course, how can that actually be translated into measurable impact and more moving towards smaller banks, smaller customers, SME, and so on? That is something we haven't fully cracked yet. I have to be very honest with you, but small banks as such, they have one big advantage because they usually are not active in different markets. Usually it's like one market. So the data situation, the understanding of context in a way is a bit easier compared to like global players that are active in say 60 markets and so on. So it's not always that, small bank means therefore it's much more complicated to do things. It's sometimes also an advantage. Now, of course, the capacities internally in the bank are less, the resources are less. Sometimes we talk about one person only doing the whole job, including all the reporting, everything else associated to sustainability, which is of course a lot. What we do is we try to help prioritize again. So what are the main areas to focus on and how can that actually be done? That is one element that I would mention to your question. How can that then be translated towards as working with SME clients? It's the same approach. So basically, what needs to happen in general is applicable to any type of client, any type of customer, even retail customers. Now, of course, we talk about different types of solutions, whereas, when you engage a large corporate client, it would be more like one-on-one engagement, usually with specific conversations. Whereas when we talk about SME clients, we are talking more about scalable solutions and about, for example, one-to-many engagements rather than, the bespoke unilateral engagement.
Right. Did we answer your question? Yes, good. Any last questions? I guess we don't have anything online? No. Okay, any last questions? Please go ahead. And then I have a question for all of you. Right.
How do you ensure compliance with the principles, and do you have any cases where some of the signatories have actually been maybe delisted because they're not complying with the different principles that you have mentioned? And then for Gabrielle, also curious in terms of what is the uptake of the relationship with governments, because I've also noticed that if you're talking about just the transition, it becomes also a bit of a political issue. You have presidents signing up to these initiatives. The same presidents, when they come back home, they're also celebrating new core projects and so forth. Thank you.
You were looking at me? Yes. Yes. Yes, no, happy to. I feel I partially already responded to the question. So we have an accountability mechanism embedded in the PRB with a team that assesses the banks annually, and with the notion of banks should be making progress. We do not necessarily use the word compliant or requirement and so on, because it's also not our role. Like, it's a voluntary framework, and that would be more like the role of supervisors and regulators really to determine and you know, like then have actual consequences. For us, the consequence would in the end be a removal from the signatory list, which happens only in cases when we see no progress at all. So basically, bank does not show any like public reporting or really does not progress year on year. But other than that, you know, like it's about inclusivity and also making the banking sector move. Maybe what is a bit like the underlying question that you're asking is also what is the role of a voluntary framework as such, and what's in it for a signatory to sign up to this. We see that a lot of early movers, a lot of banks really wanting to showcase leadership, step in and take that voluntary commitment. This is now, of course, like the initial founding signatories that created the principles. The intention here was really to set the course, to really provide a vision for the global banking sector. Now, what we do as opposed to supervisors who really have you know, translate the UN treaties, the UN high-level treaties, international legislation, and standard setters that really provide the methodologies, the standardization that is needed across, you know, for investors, for clients, and so on. We see our role more really in helping how to do this. How do you actually, you know, take action on the different areas? How do you showcase that you're progressing towards the GBF, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights? So we see our role maybe more in that aspect, how to set a meaningful target, and then also in that convening thing, which is one of the value drivers actually when we speak to members. Learning from each other, bringing the different members into the room, not only from the financial sectors, but also policymakers, standard setters, academia, and so on. That is actually one of the main things, because we want to make sure that, you know, the financial sector basically aligns with the UN treaties that we have in place. And we also claim to be science-driven, so that is where we also want to, you know, bring a really important angle into the conversation. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if I understood your question correctly, so how we work with governments. Yes, so it's mainly through our technical assistance window. So here we work on technical assistance to improve the enabling environment, regulatory framework, etc. And yes, it's hard work. It's not easy, clearly. What we also can do in addition to this kind of classical technical assistance, so sometimes if there's then a country-driven, for example, mini-grid rollout program, so that we could also then provide this viability gap finance grants. But it's whenever we do investments or concessional investment, it's always benefits the private sector. So this RBF instrument would benefit the private sector, but clearly it could be linked to a countrywide green mini-grid program. Here in that case, it's clearly very important to have the buy-in and the support of the government because they are part of this whole program. And yes, clearly it's challenging, but we try to, to work collaboratively and to bring them on board. But we also don't have the magic solution, basically, how to do successful programs with governments, but we are trying.
Perhaps I can just add on. So in our case, our signatories, when they sign up and agree to meet a set of minimum requirements. So we have 3 sets of minimum requirements, and when they report annually, they need to report that they're meeting those requirements. If they're not, we don't just delist them. We go through an engagement process with the signatory where we work closely with them to address and support them to meet the minimum requirements. So for us, delisting is a last resort because sometimes it could be something as simple as perhaps a smaller asset manager is joining and they don't have a responsible investment policy. And that's one of our minimum requirements. We wouldn't just delist them, we would work together with them to ensure that they develop a policy, so ensuring that we're developing that capacity internally within the asset manager.
Thank you everyone for this. So I'm gonna just throw a question out there before we close. Since we started late, I feel like we can just add a little, 3-5 minutes here. So we've been very lucky today in terms of having different stakeholders present here. We talked a lot about the standards, the difference. We talked about the need for harmonization. I don't know how many times I've heard we need to harmonize, we need to harmonize. We have standards that are international, and we're trying to say that, well, how can we in Africa go to these international standards? The question I have, and anyone can answer, I'm not going to point to anyone, so you can answer, is what's really stopping us? What's stopping us from harmonizing? And I don't want to hear barrier to language. Like, that's not good enough because, every standard is being, translated. And here we are having a bilingual conversation today. So what's really stopping us from really harmonizing and also stopping from new standards from creeping up, while we just allow for a little breather for us to kind of come to the surface and be able to respond to these standards? What's stopping us from making this happen, really? I don't want to be met with silence. That's not acceptable either. So who's gonna answer? You're all here. The regulators are here. The standard setters are here. The responsible initiatives and voluntary principles are here. Government is here. All right. Thank you. Thank you for being brave. Let's hear it. I'd like to hear at least 2 perspectives, and then we will let you off.
Well, thank you very much. My take on this is very simple. The issue is us. So it's not the language, it's nothing. It's just us not collaborating and cooperating on these issues. So I think we can, within this room alone, we can find a suitable solution for all those problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
For me, I believe the issue has to do with the political landscape in Africa, and Yes, and the reason why I say this is, take for instance the African free trade initiative that's been driven. Every country in Africa have adopted the initiative, right? But still, the initiative is yet to take effect. And the same thing applies to so many things or so many initiatives that are good for Africa, but there is no political will to actually adopt and drive it. Take, for instance, this issue of ISSB standard that's been developed now. How many countries in Africa have adopted the standard? Just maybe a couple of 4. So the issue goes, for me, I believe it is more political than any other thing, because if you have a political will as a continent to actually see this and see the benefits that's attached to it, I'm very sure we will be able to drive it, accept it as a way to move our continent forward. So that's what I see it.
Thank you. One more? Can I get something? I'm not to call names, but Maddie, I'd love to hear from your perspective. What are the challenges you're facing when you're trying to harmonize standards amongst your peers?
Thanks for your question. It's actually very challenging, but a more philosophical response is that he's right, it requires will. There's a lot of fragmentation in mindsets within Africa. Everyone wants or is trying to be a champion. And the more we do it as individual countries, we actually fail to achieve the ultimate goal. And if, I guess our mindset changes to, if I do it alone, I go far, but if we do it together, we go further. I think that can then bring us together into one room where we then identify that we can still all be champions. I think there's been a historical trend where whenever a country has a relationship with the global north, they feel like they're the lead, but they don't bring everyone to the table with them. I'm thinking of strategic chapters such as BRICS and stuff, where you have Africa membership, some countries from Africa, where only now they are starting to think of how do we bring the rest of the continent together. We already have enough bodies of collaboration for advancing our economy for several themes, including ESG. But the problem is, if I don't bring everyone together, it will all fall apart because there's a context that needs to be brought in that is unique to just Africa. So just the fragmentation mindset that sort of now needs to be shifted towards a more unified approach. If I'm just South Africa, I'm still not representing the rest of Africa. So I need to have all my brothers and sisters with me on the table. Philosophical, but that's my thinking. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. Over there, can we get the mic on the other side, please? Thank you.
I'll not wear my GRI hat because I think we have deliberated on this question enough. But I think it's a question that keeps on coming up in different fora. It has to do with what is the mandate for the African Union, right? As compared to the European Union. The European Union is pretty much a legislative body with powers to implement and powers to sanction, whereas our continental body has a completely different mandate. So to me, we also have to recommend for the transformation of the African Union so that we have more teeth as a continental body. I think that's what I would say.
Any other contribution? Go ahead.
Thank you. One thing that's really struck me today amongst all the questions that have come out is the African continent is experiencing exactly the same challenges as most other continents and countries within that around the world. The questions I'm hearing are exactly the same pain points I'm hearing in London, I'm hearing in Ukraine, I'm hearing in Malaysia, I'm hearing in Australia, I'm hearing in Brazil. They are all exactly the same SME questions, the same challenges, just with a slightly different context which we're operating in. How do we support SMEs in the supply chain? How do we get our scope 3 data? We haven't got our scope 3 data. What are we going to do about that? How are we going to bring this in? We've got no idea. We've had 20 years of voluntary reporting on GRI at the very least, on sustainability. People decided to do that or not do that. For whatever reason, it doesn't matter right now. But where we've seen this pressure come to all of us, which is why we're all here right now, is in the last few years, it got teeth for the first time. We moved from voluntary to mandatory reporting in jurisdictions around the world on a number of sustainability-related issues. And I think it's been when it's got the teeth that we've all started to go, goodness, now we need to do something, now we need to act. But those teeth do another thing. They create a level playing field so that all companies of a certain size are required to do it. And I think that does provide a useful level playing field for people to get on board with and try and aspire to be at, but also to do, because I think if we can't, we will not get the outcomes that we want for Africa if we're still playing on a voluntary field in 20 years' time or even 10 years' time. We will not get the money here. We will not get the money here through the transparent mechanisms unless we all step up now and embrace the corporate reporting landscape that's sort of coming into place sooner rather than later, I guess.
Thank you for that. So for my panelists, in 20 seconds or less, what do you want the audience to remember? If there's one thing they need to remember from this discussion. Joanna, can we start with you? And then just give the thing. You're always the first one. Go ahead.
There are many players out there, but each have a function in that ecosystem. I think we should acknowledge that and try to collaborate.
Thank you.
Collaboration is key. As I had said before, I believe we have our own solutions here. So we'd want more members, more insurance firms to join us, whether it's from the life business or non-life, so that we all come together to the table. And I say again, I believe we have our own solutions, but we have to collaborate first. Yeah.
Thank you, Sanjay. Gabrielle?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I can join with collaboration and partnership, clearly. I mean, that's key. But maybe also I'm a very practical person. So I think we also need, it would be good to also keep always the practical eye, the pragmatic approach, and to really also look at what's happening on the ground, because it's nice to be in offices and in conferences and talk about these issues, but really also keep in mind what the challenges out in the field are.
Thank you. And last but not least, Tande.
So for me, it's to reflect on the year that just passed, this year. I think as we further these conversations, there will be challenges that will lie ahead. Some present, some emerging, and some others we don't know as yet. I'm sure perhaps next year there will be another initiative of some sort. I think what's important, and to echo my panelists, is that what's important in all this is that we keep the dialogue going, keep the collaborations, because there's optimism if we all choose to collaborate.
All right, thank you. So if you heard as well as I did, collaboration, dialogue, reflection, and pragmatism. On that note, please let's applaud our panel and wishing you an end of the day.
round of applause for Ms. Zainabu and our panelists. Very insightful, very thought-provoking panel, lots and lots for us to think about. But I like, the optimism, more collaboration, more conversations. We need to always take it further. And with that, we've come to the end of today's session, day one of the Africa ESG Forum 2024. A big thank you to all our speakers, all our panelists, all our online guests. You've been amazing. Thank you so much for engaging with us, for being part of today's conversations. So tomorrow our session begins again at 9 a.m. We have 2 panel discussions. We'll also, this time around, get a perspective from investors when it comes to what the expectations are around ESG reporting in Africa. And very importantly, a very big thank you to you, our audience. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for just being here today. Thank you so much. So the cocktail has been moved to tomorrow, so we'll have that tomorrow. We don't want to keep you any longer than we already have. So have a good evening, and we'll be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. Also, if you would like to take some group photographs, we could do that here for small groups, big groups.